To say I've lived a long life would be an understatement. I've lived many lifetimes. I've loved many families. I've seen empires rise and fall like the sun. I've seen humanity's barbarism and savagery morph from swords and spears to bullets and bombs. In my youth, I enjoyed war. I enjoyed the blood and glory. Or at least, the idea of it. But when you live a life as I have, when your years are as endless as mine, when you see so many lives lost, you realize war is a tragic waste of short lives. Especially when men kill other men. Historians say that the 9th Roman Legion vanished without a trace, with the last known sign of them being an inscription on a legionary base at Nijmegen in the Netherlands, which dates to around 120 AD. From there, historians don't know if the legion was destroyed in one of several Roman wars, or if it was destroyed in a rebellion. Most originally theorized the 9th fell in Britain. Some still believe this theory. But it's just a theory nonetheless. The 9th disappeared from Roman texts in the early 2nd century. But it's one thing to theorize about history. It's another to live it. I lied about my age to join the legions. The requirement was for you to be at least 17. I was 15. A child by today's standards. Yet I yearned for the heat of battle and the taste of glory. It was a fantasy I carried all my life. I didn't grow up in a noble house. I didn't have a rich family name. I didn't have connections with the emperor or the senate. I was just me, a Roman citizen called Marcus. The training was hard. It wasn't the worst 4 months of my life though. After training, I was assigned to the 9th despite training with the 11th. At the time, the 9th was stationed about 100 miles southwest of Jerusalem. When I arrived, I was greeted by a tall man of broad build. He was maybe 20 years my senior. He was to be the Centurion of my century. I called him Maxis. He very quickly made it known that he was aware of my age. "Lied about your age, did you?" he said with a smirk as I approached him. His voice was booming. I stammered as my heart skipped a beat. "I could have you flogged for that," he said with a raised bushy brow. I honestly didn't know what to say. I didn't expect to be outed so very quickly. "How old are you? 12? 13? 15, I said sheepishly. 15? Are you sure? I nodded as Maxis looked me up and down. We stood just outside the city of tents that made up the 9th camp. "Come then, let us meet the Primus Pilus." The Primus Pilus, for those of you who don't know, is the senior centurion in the Roman legion. They are the 4th in command in the legion, behind the prefect, the broadband tribune, and the legate or legion commander. Now, the 9th legion at this particular time was different from most, if not all legions that came before it. Yes, most legion commanders were typically politicians or senators. One could even be a governor of a province. The 9th commander at this point in time is lost to history. In fact, the 9th was also kept off the record at this point in time as well. Our legion commander was called Quintus. Commander Quintus was different. Maxis led me to the Primus Pilus tent while the man was meeting with the commander. And they were both looking down at a map of the nearby area. Our Primus Pilus, a bald man called Luke, was pointing to an area. Locals said they fled into the mountain pass. A day's march for most armies. A few hours for us, he said. Quintus stroked his chin. One could tell by looking at him that he was an intelligent man. His armor was darker than most legion commanders, almost like it was made from a different metal altogether. He also didn't wear the typical red that was associated with the Roman army. He had traded it in for black. And how many did the locals say? 3 hellhounds. Only 3? I thought there'd be more. They're hellhounds, Commander. They're still dangerous to the uninitiated. Luke reminded him. Quintus thought for a second, before his eyes rested on Maxis and I. Yes, Centurion? He asked. We've got ourselves some new blood, Commander. Ah, I see. Has he been initiated yet? Maxis turned and glanced at me before looking at the Commander. He only just arrived. Luke smirked at him as he straightened up. He looks young. Did he lie about his age? Yes he did. Maxis said. Typical. Let me ask you something, boy. Why did you wish to join the legions? Do you consider yourself a patriot? Luke asked. I don't have anything to my name. No family, no house, no titles or land. So you want to make a name for yourself? Be remembered? Quintus asked. Yes, Commander. Quintus took a deep breath. I'm sorry, kid. You'll find none of that here, Luke said. I glanced at him in confusion. You think I won't be a good soldier? I asked. You wouldn't be here if you thought you wouldn't. What do you know of this legion? Asked Quintus. It's a legion, like any other? Quintus grunted before drawing in a deep breath. Like any other. Luke chuckled. If you're worried about my age, I can prove myself. I'm ready, I said almost all too eagerly, very much misreading the situation. Maxis. Take. What was your name? Marcus. Take Marcus on a scouting mission to the mountains. If he survives, see that he's initiated properly, Quintus said with a smile. Yes, Commander, Maxis replied. His massive hand fell on my shoulder as he pulled me out of the tent. What did he mean by initiated properly? I asked. Maxis didn't reply. He just continued dragging me along. He brought me to a tent where we were greeted by 2 other men. One a Thracian called Crixus, and the other a Greek who went by Solarius. You 2, pack your things. We're moving out, Maxis commanded. The 2 of them eyed me. Yes, he's coming with us, Maxis barked as if he was reading their minds. I was very confused. I was also very tired after having such a long march. I glanced at my Centurion. What's wrong, soldier? Having second thoughts? No, I said abruptly. Maxis smiled widely. Very well then. Let's go hunting. I admittedly didn't think much of Quintus' mentioning of the hellhounds. Personally, I guess I thought they'd be rebels or something similar. Maybe I was just tired. Maxis led the 3 of us to a mountain pass. It was dusk when we arrived. The sun was starting to set at our backs. I was exhausted from the journey. I wasn't sure how the other 3 men weren't. Maxis had asked me several times if they needed to slow down. But I was young. I had everything to prove. The pass itself was narrow. One could get a row of 5 to 6 men in between the jagged rocks on either side. Luckily, there were only 4 of us. I can remember stopping just outside of it. The stench of rotten blood seemed to inch its way up my nose. Solarius stopped next to me. Definitely hellhounds. Their den is probably close by, he said as he pressed forward. I glanced over at Maxis. My grip on my pilum tightened. Den? I asked, only now realizing that I should have asked more questions to begin with. I noticed Solaris and Crixus moving ahead of us. I thought this was just a scouting mission, I said. Keep your shield up, boy, Maxis replied as he motioned me to come with him. I did as commanded. My leg muscles ached, as did the rest of me. We entered the pass cautiously. Crixus and Solaris were at the front. Both of them had their shields up and their swords out. We moved slowly, silently, our eyes peeled and our weapons ready. The air seemed thick and musty. All was quiet. That was when we came round the bend. I can remember, because the sun had finished going down. I wasn't sure why, but I could feel my heartbeat accelerating. Take a breath, boy, Maxis replied in a hushed tone, almost like he could hear it. It was then that we heard the shuffle of some rocks. I turned quickly, my spear ready. The movement was coming from a ledge that wasn't 20 feet above me. It was hard to see, especially in the dark. I readied to launch my pylon at it, but Maxis grabbed my shoulder. Don't, he whispered, right as a massive vulture came flapping off the ledge and into the sky. I felt my body go from tense to relaxed. I exhaled. But the moment I did, a long howl sounded off. It was like that of a wolf, but deeper, more pronounced. It also sounded extraordinarily close. It felt like my heart jumped into my throat. Solaris and Crixus moved forward around the bend, leaving my line of sight. Stay calm, boy, Maxis commanded in a hushed tone. I am calm, I lied. We rounded the bend to find Crixus and Solaris standing at the base of a cave. The entrance was gaping. It stood almost 20 feet tall. It was already dark on the mountain. The inside of the cave was nothing but a void. We were surrounded on two sides by even more ledges. I kept my eyes on them almost instinctively. As we approached the cave, I could feel my stomach start to churn as the smell became overwhelming. I think we found the den, Solaris said. Do we go inside? I asked. A hellhound den? Are you daft? Asked Crixus. Leave him alone, Maxis said as he knelt down ahead of us. He was looking at something down in the dirt. Something I recognized as wolf print. Only this one was massive. So massive, in fact, that I could stick my entire hand inside of it. What have I gotten myself into? I muttered to myself. That was when we heard the bark. Maxis shut up. Form a shield wall. Have your pylon ready. Solaris and Crixus sheathed their swords and pulled their spears from their backs. That was when something inside the black void moved. 3 sets of glowing red orbs appeared. It took me all of 3 seconds to figure out what they were. Eyeballs, blazing red and filled with malicious hatred. They stood maybe 6 feet off the ground. Every bone in my body screamed for me to run. But I didn't. I stood my ground. Hold your ground, Maxis commanded before turning to me. Whatever happens, boy, do not run. I swallowed hard. That was when the red eyes in the center began to move closer. The beast walked to the mouth of the cave. I don't remember if I pissed myself or not. I certainly may have. The beast was a black wolf. A black wolf that was larger than a full-size horse. Its red eyes were focused on me. It snarled, showing its massive white teeth. Solaris, Maxis said, The man launched his pylon at the beast. The throw was hard. His spear moved faster than any I'd ever seen, maybe even faster than a missile from a ballista. It hit the wolf in the shoulder. The creature yelped as it fell. I blinked a few times, trying to comprehend what I had just seen. But there wasn't any time, as the two other wolves were suddenly growling and sprinting in our direction. I was at the outer edge of the shield wall. The second beast came forth from the cave. "Crixus!" Maxis commanded. Crixus launched his spear, but the wolf had only just watched his brother fall. He had ducked under the spear and charged forward, ramming into our shield wall hard. I caught most of the force and was rocketed off my feet and onto the ground. I lost my shield. The beast battled with the other three men as I tried to regain my bearings. Only, I found the third wolf standing over me. Its glowing red eyes seemed to bore into my soul. "Oh fuck," was all I managed to get out before its jaws came down. I managed to get my spear up, but barely. Its jaws ripped from my hands before it snapped the wooden handle of the pylon in two. I struggled to my feet as I yanked my gladius from its sheath. The beast growled at me and charged. I didn't have time to run. I stepped out of the way, barely dodging its massive jaws. I slashed at its neck several times, but my sword only seemed to glance off. The wolf replied with a swipe of its paw that sent me tumbling forwards towards the mouth of the cave. I just happened to land right next to the first wolf's corpse. The beast bared its teeth at me. I swallowed hard as I realized I dropped my sword, my hands reaching out for anything it could, only resting as they found Solaris's pylon. I managed to yank it out, just as the hellhound charged at me again. Holding it out, the pointy end first, there was a loud squelch that was followed by a yelp. The next thing I knew, the beast was limp on top of me, a warm liquid running down my hands and chest. I'd killed the beast, but I wasn't strong enough to get it off of me. It took a few seconds before the beast moved. Maxis helped me get to my feet, a massive smile across his face. By the gods, he survived. I could see Solaris and Crixus standing over the corpse of the wolf that had charged them. That's when I realized that Maxis had moved the wolf by himself. I wanted to ask questions. What were those things? How did he do that? What in Neptune's creamy ball sack had I gotten myself into? But I was also tired and, quite frankly, thankful to be alive. And you killed that fucker too. Not bad for an uninitiated man like yourself. I chuckled under my breath. I was honestly just happy he didn't call me boy again. There was a little fanfare when we made it back to camp. We'd camped out for the night and left in the morning. We reached camp in the afternoon. Admittedly, my aching body slowed the group down. Maxis took me into a tent near the center of the camp, where I found Quintus waiting for us. "The boy proves himself a man," he said with a smile. My body was still in pain. Maxis stood next to me. I'd never seen a tent set up the way Quintus had arranged this one. It was almost empty, aside from a large white marble box in the center, one that was filled with a red substance that I couldn't identify. I honestly thought it was wine at first. Quintus could tell that I was sore. He exhaled slowly. "What is that?" I asked as I looked at the marble box. "That?" he asked. "That is what's going to make all that muscle aching go away." "So, it's wine?" I asked. Quintus chuckled. "You'll understand more after your initiation." "Fighting those wolves wasn't my initiation?" I asked. "No, that was a test, and you passed. You didn't run away," Maxis said from behind me. "Well then, what's my initiation going to be?" Quintus took a deep, almost sudden breath before giving me a soft smile. "Sorry, kid. You won't understand if I explain it." Then, I felt a sharp pain in my back as the air was driven out of my lungs. I tried to gasp, but it didn't work. It was only then that I noticed the blade sticking out of my chest. I tried to speak, to ask why. But again, nothing came out. My eyes glanced upward at Quintus, who had a solemn look in his eyes. "It's okay, Marcus," Maxis said into my ear as he yanked his sword from my back. Everything faded to black after that. I'd say there's an eerie calmness in death. But honestly, my soul didn't leave my body. I didn't see heaven, hell, Tartarus, or Elysium. Instead, I woke up submerged in something that had the consistency of blood. I tried to open my eyes, but the liquid stung them. I sat up fast, erupting from the surface and trying to take a breath. But the liquid had filled my lungs. Instead, I let out a series of overly dramatic coughs as red liquid gushed from my mouth and onto the 10th floor. My eyes adjusted, and I found myself staring at the white marble on the side of the box. "He's back," a voice said from beside me. I glanced over to find Quintus standing next to me. I was a bit delirious. Everything in my body hurt, and the sounds pelting my ears were obnoxious and nauseating. I could hear the whole camp, from the flies buzzing in the tree line to a Centurion masturbating 2 tents down. My hands shot to my ears, but they did little to muffle the noise. "Easy, easy. Let yourself settle," Maxis said as he helped me to my feet. I turned to him with wide eyes. There he was, the man who had stabbed me in the back. I shoved him hard, but he barely moved an inch. Instead, I fell backward, falling out of the box and onto the ground beneath me. You stabbed me!" I groaned. Maxis turned to Quintus, and then back at me. "I did, and I'm sorry I had to do that, but that's how the initiation works." "I don't give a damn about your initiation. You killed me. I stopped and looked down at my naked chest. There was a scar where the blade had erupted from it. Not a cut, not a gash, a full-on, already healed scar. "How?" I murmured. "It's called the Omega Potion," Quintus stated. "The Omega Potion?" "Yes. Tell me something, Marcus. Do you know why the 9th hasn't been on any records in the last 20 years? Quintus asked. "It hasn't?" "No, because we don't exist to fight Rome's endless wars. Not anymore. As far as most are concerned, the 9th was lost in Britannia." "But how was I assigned here then?" I asked. Quintus sighed as Maxis again helps me to my feet. "There are few who know of our existence. They pick the recruits. Most don't have any friends or family. No one to miss them or look for them when they're gone. No attachments. It makes things easier, especially with the effects of the Omega Potion." "Effects?" "You may have noticed your chest is healed. You can hear Luke touching himself in his tent," Quintus stated. "Among other things," Maxis said sarcastically. "It also makes you fast, strong, almost godly. You won't age past 25. I looked over at Maxis. The older man smirked at me. "I was already this beautiful when I got it," he said. I turned back to Quintus, who was still watching me. "So, I can't die?" I asked. You absolutely can die. There's a good chance you will. I reformed the Ninth to protect the world from the dangers lurking in the shadows. To conquer humanity's enemies. Dangers? You mean there's more than just hellhounds out there? I asked. Hellhounds, rogue gods, demons, all sorts of beasts. They're all out there. And you're gonna have to face them. Speaking of, Maxis, show him to his new arsenal, he said. Maxis did as he was told. He led me to my tent. I was to be sharing one with Solaris, Crixus, and 7 other soldiers, all of which greeted me warmly. Crixus was our decanus, the one in charge of the 10 of us. There, Maxis gave me my new weapons. A new shield, gladius, and a pilum. Only, they felt lighter than the ones I had. I wasn't sure if it was because I was stronger, or if they were made of something else. I guess it showed on my face. They're made from heavenly steel, as will your armor. The weapons can be powered by your soul's energy. Crixus said. My soul's energy? Crixus held up the sword. The blade was black, but the edges started glowing a neon blue color. I remember being slightly mesmerized by it, and reaching out to touch the light. Crixus pulled the sword back. Ah, that will burn the fuck out of you. I chuckled under my breath. My apologies, I said. Crixus only exhaled. Over the next 10 years, I fought in countless battles against all manner of beasts and demons. We fought all over the Empire, from Gaul to Greece. I was good at it. I worked all the way up to the level of Centurion, while Maxis became the Primus Pilus. I was one of the 6 Centurions in his cohort, along with both Solarix and Crixus. Then came one fateful day. I was called into Quintus's tent by Maxis. We were camped out on a beach in Britannia. Our mission there had been to track down what we thought was a druid priest that had been dabbling into black magic and creating revenants. It was not an easy spell, and most required training directly from a demonic entity to do it. We were concerned. We had spent a few weeks trying to track them to no avail. It was as if they knew our plans as we made them. Our local contact, another druid magician called Merlin. Yes, that Merlin was in Quintus's tent with him. The man wasn't anything like they portrayed in the movies and stories. He wasn't, or didn't appear to be very much older than myself. He had a head full of shaggy red hair and a thin beard. He also smelled horrible, like a mixture of vomit and goat piss. He wore white robes and glared at me the moment I walked in. Marcus, Quintus greeted. Commander? I greeted in response. I was just talking to Merlin here about our battle against the children of Sobek in Egypt. They were repulsive, I said plainly. That they were. But you all held your ground, which actually brings me to why I called you two in here. Do you remember what exactly they were after? He asked. Something about a magical stone in the area? Said Maxis. Something like that. Any of you ever heard the worshippers of the Abrahamic god talk of a man called Cain? Both Maxis and I shook our heads. Quintus nodded. They believe that he was among the first family of men. He murdered his brother over some sheep and was cursed for it. While that story is close, it's incomplete. He didn't murder his brother for sheep. He murdered his brother for the archdemon Lilith, who had spent the better part of a year filling his head with dreams of power. She taught him how to use black magic. In turn, he became her apostle, her disciple on Earth. Together they created, or maybe found what we call, the Philosopher's Stone. Quintus explained. What does it do? I asked. In simple terms, it's a powerful source of magic. strong enough to pull apart entire planets if that's what the user wills. Maxis stroked his chin. If it's powerful enough to do that, then why hasn't Lilith or Cain used it to destroy the planet? Lilith tried. Cain, however, decided that destroying the entire human race wasn't the best idea. Quintus said. He took it and ran. Merlin replied. And how do we know this? Maxis asked. Who do you think taught Merlin the mystical arts? Quintus said. So what does this have to do with the Revenants? I asked. We think the Druid is after the stone as well, said Merlin. That's why they've been terrorizing villages. We think he's trying to flush Cain out, Quintus said. And what do we know of this Druid? Absolutely nothing. We don't even know if it is a Druid. All we know is that someone is controlling the Revenants by the hundreds, maybe thousands. Which brings me to my next point. Your assignment. Cain is held up in a cave a few miles north of here. I want you to take your Centurion and protect it, while we try our hand at hunting them down. I will personally command the rest of your cohort while you are gone, Quintus said. Are you sure Marcus and I may be your best chance at finding them? Maxis said. I'm sure. Protecting that stone is of the utmost importance. I wouldn't assign the task to anyone else. Maxis sighed deeply before turning and looking in my direction. Let's go then, he said as he started to walk out. We both stopped at the tent's entrance. Oh, and Maxis? You two know the plan. Stick to it. Maxis and I marched to my sentry, with Merlin acting as our guide. The journey was like any other. 10 years prior, it would have made my legs ache. Now, it was like taking an evening stroll. I had grown used to the enhancements in my time with the Ninth. I had also grown used to life on the move. We were never in the same place longer than we had to be. This was my third time in Britannia. It only occurs to me now, all these years later, that we never really had a true home. Merlin guided us through a dense forest. So dense that Maxis and I had my sentry marching in rows of 4. Merlin was in front, followed by me, Maxis, and Augustus. Augustus was my right-hand man, so to speak. He was one of the decanas in my sentry. The forest was quiet. This alone had me on edge. Thanks to the Omega potion, I could hear a mouse running through the brush at 100 yards. And still, I heard nothing in this forest. You noticed it too? Maxis asked. That the forest is deathly silent, or that Merlin smells like goat piss? I replied. Are you sure that isn't your Centurion? Augustus asked from behind me. Very funny, I said in response. Merlin! Maxis barked. Merlin stopped and turned back to the Primus Pilus. Yes? How much further? Another mile or so. There's a cave on the edge of this forest. That's where he'll be, Merlin said with a smirk before turning and continuing on. Maxis turned to me. I don't like this, he said. Neither do I. I turned and signaled Augustus to have the men ready themselves. I tightened my grip on my shield. Merlin continued onward. We walked for a few more minutes before we came to the side of a cliff, which contained a cave that was maybe 10 feet off the ground. Here we are, Merlin said. Cain is up there? I asked. Merlin shrugged. That's where he's been spending his time. Great, I said as I handed my shield and spear to Augustus before I approached the opening. It took a single jump for me to clear the opening. Enhanced strength and all that. I landed lightly. The cave was vast, It smelled like cooked meat. In the distance, I could see a small fire burning in the back. A lone man sat next to it, cradling something. I started to approach when I heard someone land behind me. I turned to see Maxis standing there. He was followed by Merlin, who seemed to float inside. "Is that him?" I asked. Merlin nodded. Maxis and I approached cautiously, neither of us really knowing what to expect. When I finally reached him, I found a rabbit cooking over the fire. Cain was a slender man, with olive skin and dark hair. He didn't look at us as we came closer. "Marcus and Maxis, how very nice it is to meet you. Officially, I mean. I saw you two fight in Egypt. Those children of Sobek are ravenous," he said in a soft voice. We stood silently. "Please, sit. Would you like some rabbit?" he said as he gestured for us to sit down across from him. I sat but declined the rabbit. Maxis stood with his hand on his sword. I didn't blame him. "You have the stone?" Maxis asked. "I do. I never leave home without it." That was when I noticed what Cain had been cradling. A massive red gem that seemed to glow a faint red where he caressed it. I swallowed hard. "She's coming for me, you know. She's always coming for me." "Who?" I asked. "The Red Queen, the mother of monsters, the maiden of Gehenna, Lilith. That's why I'm in this cave." Now, before I get much further, I have to explain something. Demons are, or were, a strange bunch. While they weren't banned from Earth entirely, they weren't welcome. Most that walked among humans kept their heads down, except for a few. We had a story that was told to us by Quintus himself, about how Gehenna used to have free reign to terrorize everyone that he could. Until Heaven stepped in. I guess enough was enough. Heaven bequeathed a young man called Enoch a sword. Enoch in turn led humanity to war alongside Heaven's archangels. A war known as the First Gehenian War. A war that ended when the Archangel Michael defeated Lucifer for the second time since the rebellion. Rather than die, Gehenna and Heaven came to an agreement. Gehenna would continue the constant invasions of Earth and would keep its sovereignty. And the doorway between the realms would remain unlocked, but monitored. Gehennan beings on Earth would be required to report before being allowed entry. Which means, if Lilith was wandering around, we'd know. Now, accidents do happen. Lower-level demons used to escape all the time and cause problems. But they were never acting on Lucifer's orders. If they were, that would mean war. This was the queen we were talking about. His queen. There were, however, some ways around having to report. Like a demon sending its essence up to Earth and finding a body to possess. Now, I know what you're thinking. I'm a Roman. Romans have their own gods. Why am I talking about Abrahamic mythology? The Roman, Greek, Egyptian, Norse, and most of the others do exist. But like everything else, the stories aren't exactly one for one. Anyway, I'm getting off topic. Lilith is in Britannia? How do you know it's her? Maxis asked. Cain looked down at the stone and exhaled. She wants the stone. I can sense her essence. We are connected. Her and I. Can you stop speaking in fucking riddles? Maxis barked. Cain closed his eyes and smiled. The cave suddenly lit up. Torches sparked to life, brightly revealing cave paintings on the walls. Maxis instinctively drew his sword. Cain opened his eyes and stood. It was then I noticed a table set up against one of the walls. The table was adorned with candles and covered in what looked like runes. It's an old blood magic spell, a trade of sorts. back when I was her vessel on Earth. Some of her still remains. You let her possess you? I asked. Yes. She couldn't come herself. Lucifer forbid it. He still does. But I don't think she cares anymore. Instead, she used me to destroy, to maim and murder. This was after the war, of course. After she was banished from her earthly body. I eventually took back control. I used the stone to purge her from my mind. But there are pieces that still remain. If what you're saying is true, it would mean war, Maxis said. If what he's saying is true, then Quintus has his work cut out for him. An archdemon of her magnitude may be too much for an Omega soldier. Maybe even the Ninth itself, I said. Maxis turned to me and smirked. You've been here 10 years and still don't know all the secrets. I was about to inquire what he meant by that, when I heard the demonic screech coming from outside the cave. Cain only smiled at this. Quintus may have miscalculated how quickly she'd find me. Maxis looked at Cain. Quintus miscalculates nothing. I admired Maxis's blind faith in our leader, even when I myself was questioning it. But in all honesty, Quintus had never steered us wrong before. Yes, men had died before, but it was an occupational hazard. I ran out to the mouth of the cave. Augustus had arranged the men in a circular formation around the cave. They had formed a shield wall that was 2 men deep. He was a good man. He had done exactly as instructed. I looked out into the forest. I could smell them before I saw them. The rotten corpses of pigs shambling our way. Some were armed, and some weren't. There were hundreds, if not thousands of them. I glanced back at Maxis, who gave me a nod before I jumped down. The walking corpses were only a few feet away from the shield wall. Pile 'em! Front line! I commanded. The soldiers in the front line threw their spears. Several of the dead fell. Some didn't. Some missed altogether. But doing this only opened the floodgates. The dead went from shambling to full-on sprinting. Before I could get another word in, they had slammed hard into the outer shield wall. But my men were strong. The shields held firm. But that didn't stop several from climbing over, most of which were cut down by the second line. I still hadn't gotten my shield back. I had my sword out, and the blade was burning blue. A revenant had jumped over the wall and charged me. This one looked like she used to be a picked woman, wielding what looked to me like a kitchen knife. I very quickly removed her head from her body. The next thing I saw was Augustus. He was removing his sword from one of the revenants. I looked back up at the wall. It was still holding. By this time, Maxis had landed behind me, as had Merlin. That was when we felt the ground rumble. I stood still. The flood of walking corpses was still coming in from the forest. But my eyes caught something else. Something large and lumbering. It was a creature of which I'd never seen in person. Ah, shit, I grumbled. The beast was massive and humanoid in appearance. Its bald, rotten head almost reached the treetops. The undead giant snarled as it used its massive foot to kick its way through my lines, causing a massive melee. The beast looked down at Maxis and I. We both readied our swords. This is gonna hurt, isn't it? I asked. Augustus chuckled. Maxis exhaled. Then fucking Merlin started chanting in a language I'd never heard before, whilst raising his hands. Before I could ask him what he was doing, a massive whirlwind of fire seemed to conjure up underneath the giant's feet before it swallowed him whole. The creature, maybe realizing it was dying, reached out with its tree-trunk-sized arm in an effort to grab me. But its body was ash before it got the chance. We all turned and looked at Merlin, who winked and smiled at us. Maxis and I turned back to the melee. Our men were holding their own, but we were very clearly being overrun. "Remember the plan," Maxis said. "Plan's already going to shit." "Still, I know. I griped as I turned to Augustus. "As soon as that priest shows their face, you fire that arrow," I commanded. Augustus began pulling the bow from his back, while Maxis and I tried our best to reform the lines. It was a bloody affair. I remember seeing one of my men having their entrails dug out by 2 or 3 of the creatures. I tried to save them. I really did. But there were just so many of them. I'd kill 5, and 10 more would show up. The battle went on for a good 30 minutes, before we managed to reform the line. As we did so, the revenants seemed to let up. The new ones stopped charging and stood back at the tree line. "What the hell are they doing?" I asked. It was then that I noticed a woman in white robes approaching us. She had dark hair and white paint covering her face. She was also living, so that meant she wasn't a revenant. She also walked with a gracefulness to her. I can remember thinking that she was probably beautiful at one point, before her eyes and teeth went inky black. "Romans," she called out with a sinister smile. "You're outnumbered. You can't fight here forever. Listen to my offer, for I shall only make it once." She started. I turned and eyed Maxis, who smirked at me. "Pile 'em!" I shouted. What was left of the second line threw all their spears. Several more revenants fell. Several were thrown at the woman, but they seemed to stop mid-air a few inches from her now annoyed face. "Augustus, for the 9th, Maxis commanded. Augustus knocked an arrow, its tip glowing a bright blue color as he aimed it for the sky and let it fly. Then came the horn. I loved that sound. The deep bellow that signified help was here. The woman had fallen victim to Quintus's plan like a rat in a trap, as he had placed his forces less than a mile away from our position. She turned and eyed us when she realized what was about to happen. There were thousands of us coming, and now she was stuck with her back to a cliff. You see, we had known that she could somehow hear us in our tent, so Quintus had given us written orders that morning. We knew as soon as we went to Cain that she'd come screaming in. The woman could have tried to run, but she didn't. She only pressed her attack harder. "Get the stone, for the queen!" she bellowed. The revenants charged again, this time even harder. My line braced for the impact. The only difference this time, Merlin didn't have to hold back. I watched as a wall of fire 10 feet high conjured up just outside the shield wall, incinerating anything and everything that attacked it. I could hear Cain shuffle his way to the cave entrance behind me. I turned to see him with one hand up and an angry glint in his eye. That was when the woman was ripped through the flames, whilst clutching her throat. Cain summoned her to him, leaving her suspended in the air for a moment. "You're not Lilith," he said with disgust. I am her true vessel, something you could never be." She wheezed. Cain gave her a look of pure disgust before summoning her closer. "You're nothing but a slave," he said, before tapping her on the forehead. The woman fainted. By then, Quintus and the Legion had completely enveloped the remaining revenants. It took a few hours, but we eventually killed them all. The woman was brought to Quintus's tent to be questioned. I was present, as was Cain, Merlin, Maxis, and Solaris. It turned out she was a farmer's daughter called Gwen. Her father had been killed by a rival clan the previous year, and she'd been ganged by them. Lilith took advantage of this, promising her revenge in return for the stone. The story was simple, but I could tell it deeply bothered Quintus. Later that night, we celebrated. By we I mean Maxis, Solaris, Crixus, and Augustus sat around one of the campfires and drank wine. The soldiers around us celebrated as well, but they were lost in their revelry. Maxis was quiet, which was normal. Usually after a victory, he'd sit near the fire and stare into it. He'd been like that since Luke had been ripped apart by a giant spider. Solaris was already intoxicated, or as intoxicated as one could get with the Omega running through their veins. He and Crixus laughed about something that I missed. Augustus eyed me. He knew what was on my mind. 6, he said. I turned to him. What? 6 men. That's how many we lost. Not horrible. Augustus said. 6 more than I'd like, I replied. I could hear Maxis exhale. I turned to him. 6 men gave their lives for the 9th, he said softly. For the 9th. For the 9th! Solaris called out drunkenly. The entire camp of soldiers called out as well from around us. I smirked at the bravado. You're a good Centurion, Marcus. Don't let it get to you. Each of those men would have happily died for you again if you had asked them. Maxis said with a soft smile. I took a deep breath and then took another swig of wine. So, what now? I asked. What do you mean, what now? The girl. We all heard what she said. Maxis nodded as he thought. I suppose we'll find out soon enough. Right now, we revel, Solaris said as he stood up and almost immediately fell over. Crixus helped the man off the floor. All right, buddy, you're done, he said softly. I could still see Maxis pondering. I knew his mind was in the same place as mine. This can't be over, can it? It's not. Quintus's voice said from behind us. Both Maxis and I stood up and saluted him. Quintus, however, was far from alone. He was flanked on his right by 2 men, one with dark brown hair and a stern look on his face. He wore similar black armor to Quintus, but his was different in the sense that instead of a sword on his hip, he has a massive silver-bladed scythe in one hand. The next was a man in what I could only describe as black Greek hoplite armor with weapons to match. Then came the woman on his left, who wore black armor as well. Only she didn't have any weapons. She had dark hair and a greenish tint to her skin. We should talk. You're not going to like what comes next. As it turned out, Quintus wasn't even human. At least, not anymore. I guess I could say the same thing about us. But he was something beyond what we were. In the Bible, they're referred to as the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. But like many religious texts, in the Bible, the men who wrote it seem to have grossly misunderstood what it is they do. You see, many see them as harbingers of the apocalypse. But they're not. People think of them that way because every time they show their faces, it's because of a potentially apocalyptic event. They take shifts every 100 years. One will guard the planet, while the rest just do whatever they please. I didn't ask for details on what they do in their downtime. Oh, and don't even get me started on their names. They don't refer to themselves as death, pestilence, war, and famine. Just the first, second, third, and fourth horsemen. Well, I say that you could definitely tell that the first horseman was supposedly death. Now, during one of their shifts, a horseman used to be allowed to protect the planet through any means he sees fit. Quintus, the third, chose to create an army of Omega soldiers. Now, we were facing all four in Quintus's tent. Like I said, it only usually takes one to protect the world. So if four were present, danger was imminent. The four stood from across a table in which Gwen lay catatonic and floating a few inches off of. The female horseman, number 2, had her eyes in the back of her head. She wasn't lying about being Lilith's vessel. I'd recognize that stench anywhere. That, and she filled to the brim with demonic pathogens. She said. That's what I was afraid of, Quintus replied. I could hear the first horseman exhale. Alright then, I will convene with Michael. You, he said, pointing at the hoplite. Go to the Order of Light. Have them send us enough teleporters to transport the 9th. Then have them send a regiment to the Kahenian monolith. He ordered. The hoplite vanished. The first horseman turned to the female. Go and check the monolith. Make sure we don't get ambushed upon arrival. She nodded and vanished. Gwen plopped back down onto the table with a thud. I could see Quintus and the first horseman both cringe a bit. Is she okay? I asked. She's fine, Quintus answered quickly. The first horseman turned to Quintus. Is Kane still here? Quintus shook his head. He left the moment he heard you were coming. The first horseman rolled his eyes. Of course he did. The first horseman then vanished into thin air, leaving us standing in the tent with Quintus. Gather the men. Get everyone ready to march, he commanded. We did as told. We had everyone ready to go in formation within an hour. And that was when the second horseman showed up with 3 robed figures wearing white armor underneath. Who are they? I asked Maxis as he walked up beside me. Those are lightbenders. They're all either the children or grandchildren of Nephilim. Angelic lineage? I asked. Yes, they're the ones who chased away all the hostile gods after a Greek titan called Prometheus burned down a city and called it gifting the humans with fire. Ah, I remember this story now. Why are there only 3? I asked. Those are just to teleport us. I watched as Quintus greeted the lead lightbender. A Persian man I would come to know as Amir. He was the grandmaster of the entire Order of Light. The other lightbenders tossed a few objects onto the ground. Objects that shot yellow beams of energy that very quickly morphed into rectangular portals. We marched through them, finding ourselves in a desert valley at the base of a large stone slab with symbols and runes carved onto its outer edges. I had heard of the Kahenian monolith, but until then, I had never seen it in person. We set up camp at the base alongside a unit of around 600 lightbenders. They wore white leathery armor with white cloaks to match. There was no uniform in their weaponry. Everyone seemed to be able to pick what they could master. Amir and Quintus met with the first horseman at the base of the monolith. Maxis and I were close behind. The first horseman seemed irritated. They don't believe you? Asked Quintus. They do. They would like us to go in and speak with Lucifer. Quintus laughed under his breath. Haven't things we can negotiate? It's not a negotiation. It's a questioning. Michael is convinced that Lilith acted of her own accord. If this is true, it will be up to Lucifer to punish her. Quintus rolled his eyes. "And what do you think?" he asked. "March your army through the door. Don't let anyone through. Once we're there, you and I will head to the capital to speak with the Kahinian Council," the first horseman said calmly. "Hopefully, this will be quick and easy. Lucifer has grown a distaste for warfare." The horseman activated the monolith with a medallion. It was a golden circular piece of metal with a red ruby in its center. The stone started to glow an ember color. We could all feel the heat that it gave off. Before we walked into the portal, Quintus stood before us. "Men, I won't lie to you. We're walking into the worst place in the multiverse. Before we do, I want to warn you. If you die in there, your soul stays there. If any of you want to leave now, I'll understand." We all stood silently awaiting our orders. "Okay then, for the 9th, he called out. The entire legion boomed back in unison. We marched into hell that day. It's hard to correctly describe the feeling of literally stepping foot in the worst place in the multiverse. The first thing you notice is the chill in the air. You'd think with all the modern phrases like "burn in hell" or descriptions of stuff like hellfire or fire and brimstone would mean hell is hot. It isn't. It's actually quite the opposite. I've walked the multiverse. I've been to frozen planets. I've been to the Arctic Circle. None of them compare to the chill that stung in the air in Gehenna. Then, there's the malicious hopelessness that permeates, almost like the realm itself is draining all the positivity from your very soul. The sky itself is a red haze. It's almost always perpetually cloudy. I'm not sure if there's a sun or not. I never really looked. When we marched through the monolith, we found ourselves marching into a massive beach. Only, it wasn't like the beaches on Earth. The sand beneath our feet was charcoal black. The water ahead of us was almost red. But it may have been due to the sky above. I can remember my Century murmuring amongst themselves as we entered. I guess they felt everything that I had. It was unsettling. After we made our defensive positions around the monolith on the Gahenian beach, Maxis and I received our first orders. We would be accompanying him and the first horseman to the capital. The proposition honestly shot a cool chill down my spine as I looked out at the crimson water ahead of us. I didn't like this. Quintus left Solaris and Crixus in charge and instead. All they needed to do was man the defenses with the support of the Lightbenders and the other 2 horsemen. We weren't expecting an attack. Not yet. We stood with Quintus and the first horseman. Quintus looked at me. "Are you ready?" he asked. I nodded. He snapped his fingers. The next thing I knew, the 4 of us were just standing outside a massive obsidian wall. My eyes scanned the gate, which held a massive 6-horned dragon on it. The gate slowly opened with a loud creeping noise. There was a host of beings waiting for us on the other side. Beings I could have gone my entire existence without seeing. There were several humanoid demonic figures waiting for us, each with paper white skin and silver hair. They wore crude obsidian armor with jagged swords and axes to match. Most had sharpened teeth. They stood maybe 8 feet tall. Their bodies underneath their armor seemed emaciated. I would later learn that these guys were just the guards on the walls. They didn't say a word to the horsemen as we walked in. The 4 that were waiting calmly escorted us inside the capital city of Hell, a place I come to know as These. A place that has been entirely carved out of the same singular obsidian rock that made up the city's terrain. We were taken to Lucifer's palace, which was a massive obsidian pyramid in the center of the city. If I were to compare its height to something in the modern day, I'm not sure the term skyscraper would do it justice. We were met at a triangular-shaped doorway by another demonic figure, this one more closely resembling your typical demon. He had crimson reptilian skin, pincer-like teeth, 2 large bat-like wings, and long flowing black hair. He was also completely nude. "Prince Asmodeus," Quintus greeted. The demon smiled widely as his eyes met mine. "Horseman, have you brought me some fresh meat?" he asked. "If you're referring to the Omega soldiers behind us, well, if you touch them, I'll crush your windpipe," Quintus replied. Asmodeus smirked. "The king is expecting you. This way." Asmodeus led us through a series of chambers until we came through a room. One where it seemed as if an all-male orgy was taking place. All the bodies were locked in a massive glass box, one that had a bunch of tubes and wiring connected to the floor. "Oh look, a Greek orgy," Maxa said. "I thought Gehenna was supposed to torture its wayward souls," Quintus asked. Asmodeus laughed. "These men are being tortured." "How so?" asked the first horseman. "As you know, when a soul arrives in Gehenna, it's assigned a level and a new body from Lilith's flesh pits. These men were assigned bodies that, let's just say, they're like male dogs that smell bitches in heat. They will do anything to alleviate it. Only, there are only males among them." "I still don't see how this is torture," asked Quintus. Asmodeus smirked. "These men are down here because they executed men. Men who prefer the company of other men to women." "That makes sense," Quintus said as we walked by. "That and their bodies ejaculate broken glass." My eyes went wide as I turned to Maxis. "If you think that's bad, you should see what we do to people who prefer the company of children," Asmodeus said as he looked at me. "I'd rather not," I replied. We were then taken into the throne room. This room was large, bigger than any room I've ever been inside of. I assumed we were at the center of the pyramid, but I wasn't sure because it didn't feel as if we'd been walking for a while. One end of the room sat the obsidian throne. On it sat a man, a very handsome man with long blonde hair and 2 white wings sticking from his back. He smiled as we approached. I didn't see his eyes until I got closer. They were both inky black. I felt a chill run down my spine as they landed on me. He adjusted his ropes as we came to a stop. "Well, well, well, if it isn't Abel himself," he said, looking down at the first horseman. "Lucifer," Abel greeted. "To what do I owe the pleasure? Or displeasure?" Lucifer asked. "You know why we're here," Quintus interjected. Lucifer's head snapped towards Quintus. He smiled widely. "You wish to question me about my wife," he sneered. "But that still doesn't explain why you've brought an army to my shores." "It's just a precaution," Abel said. "A precaution," Lucifer considered, his eyes never leaving Abel. Then they went to Max and I. "Out of all the warriors you could have chosen, you went with the Roman legions. That is hilarious." "They are effective," said Quintus. Lucifer scoffed. "They don't even worship the same god as you do." Lucifer then let out a laugh. Asmodeus was standing right next to him. "Oh boy," he exhaled. "You know, I've got an extra special cell for Zeus down here." Asmodeus whispered something in his ear. "I'm not calling him Jupiter. It sounds stupid," Lucifer said. "Lucifer, as much as we enjoy being down here, we'd rather not stay for longer than we have to," the first horseman said sternly. Lucifer threw his head back and groaned, then looked back at Asmodeus. "Go get Lilith." Asmodeus vanished. Lucifer sighed. "Well, get on with it. We've got reason to believe Lilith possessed a woman on Earth," Quintus said. "You're joking, right? Lilith has a body on Earth. If she wishes to return, she'd just possess it." "Yes, her original body is still there. You and I both know that if she puts that body at risk, and it's killed." Yeah. "Fucking blood magic," Lucifer said with a groan. "That body was hot though. Really wish she would have kept it." The second horseman probed the possessed girl's mind. Lilith's presence was there, Quintus said. "Her presence? You're gonna have to do better than that. No demon here is permitted from going to Earth without my permission," Lucifer argued. "Lucifer, how many other demons do you know that can teach humans to raise revenants?" Abel asked. Lucifer thought for a moment. I could tell his demeanor shifted over the question. He still tried to hide it though. "Other than her? Well, there's Abaddon, Azazel, Baal, maybe Moloch? And how many of them would knowingly go against your orders?" I could see Lucifer exhale. "What is the meaning of this?" A female voice boomed. We turned to see another demonic figure entering the room, this one followed by an entourage of others. Lilith was tall, taller than Asmodeus. She had blood-red skin with black eyes and black horns that pointed straight up from her head. Her hair was braided over one shoulder. In the place of wings, she had 4 inky black tendrils that warmed and writhed from her back. Behind her approached another figure. This one was almost the spitting image of Lucifer. Except, he had red skin and black hair like his mother. He also had his own set of blood-red dragon wings. They were followed by 6 or 7 other demons and a few demonic guards, all with black armor. "Hey honey, I see you brought the council," Lucifer said with a smile. Lilith didn't return the smile. "Why are they here?" she demanded. "They're just asking some questions. They need to leave." "We need to know why you're possessing people on Earth," the first horseman interrupted. Lilith turned to us, then back to Lucifer. She was in his face now. "There is an army on our shores. If you had any balls, you would have done something about that already," she barked. Lucifer replied with a backhand. "Do you want war?" "Need I remind you of what happened the last time we tried to invade that particular Earth?" he growled, his happy-go-lucky demeanor evaporating in an instant. She held her cheek, perhaps not expecting Lucifer's outburst. He looked back at us. "All the Earths in the multiverse, and she insists that we try and take the only one we're not allowed to invade. They always want what they can't have." He laughed. Maxis and I looked at each other. Abel took a deep breath. "Lucifer, we're here to avoid war. You know what it cost you last time. If you wanted to avoid a war, you shouldn't have marched and..." Lilith started, but was abruptly interrupted. "Shut the fuck up, Lilith," Lucifer barked. My eyes just happened to glance at the being I knew was Lucifer's son, who had a clenched fist upon seeing his mother berated. His eyes seemed to burn into Lucifer. Lucifer turned back to us. There will be no war. If Lilith is doing what you say she's doing, I will deal with it, he said sternly. You fucking coward, the son barked. Lucifer's head snapped towards him. What did you call me, Abaddon? Abaddon stepped forward. You heard me. You weak, pathetic fucking coward. Lucifer raised a brow as he smirked. The set of balls on Junior here. You let them march an entire army onto our shores. They violated our sovereignty. Now they sit in here and demand you answer to them. That alone is worth blood. But no, you are weak. Lucifer rolled his eyes in annoyance as he lifted an outstretched arm. Okay, fine. You want blood? I'll take some of yours. A sword appeared in his hand, one with a glowing red blade on either side of its handle. Lucifer's eyes went from black to glowing the same shade of red that his sword was. Step back, Quintus ordered. Abaddon pulled an equally red sword from his back. What's going on? I asked. Abaddon's attempting a coup. We cleared the area just in front of the throne. Lucifer stepped down. The council stood back. I saw Lilith standing on the steps with a malicious grin across her face. So, little Abaddon is all grown up and thinks he can take the throne. Lucifer sneered as the two circled each other. Someone has to bring the strength back to this place. Abaddon's sword was smaller than Lucifer's. It wasn't double-bladed. It was just a simple broadsword. Abaddon went on the offensive. He moved in what would have been a blur, unleashing a fury of strikes at his father. Lucifer dodged each one with relative ease, before sending a dropkick into Abaddon's chest that in turn sent his son flying across the throne room. Lucifer went skyward and came down hard on top of him, the burning hot point of his sword leading the way. Abaddon barely rolled away in time as the obsidian cratered from the impact. Abaddon got on his feet, swinging his sword hard at Lucifer's face. Lucifer ducked under it and backhanded his son, who again went to the floor. Why doesn't he finish it? I asked Quintus. He's toying with him. No matter what happens, we must not interfere. This is a Kahenian problem. And if Lucifer loses? Maxis asked. Then it becomes an us problem, the horseman said. Lucifer still had the upper hand over his own son. Abaddon was in a desperate fight. Or so it seemed. Abaddon wildly slung his blade, but Lucifer parried and blocked every blow. Abaddon stopped swinging for a few moments as he tried to catch his breath. Lucifer stood there with a smile. As powerful as you are, I'm still your king. And even though you're a treasonous little bitch, I'm still your father. And Daddy always wins, Lucifer said as he stormed forward. Abaddon only smirked. Lucifer came at him fast and hard. But Abaddon was ready. He parried Lucifer's first few strikes almost effortlessly. That was when I realized he had lulled his own father into a sense of security. He had taken advantage of Lucifer's own pride. Lucifer's strikes became more wrathful as he grew irritated. Why won't you stay still? He growled. It was at that moment that Abaddon vanished and reappeared behind Lucifer. His sword slashing in an upward motion, taking Lucifer's sword arm and left wing in one bloody slice. The look of shock that arose across Lucifer's face was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Abaddon followed it up with a slash to the back of Lucifer's leg that sent him to his knees. Abaddon only looked down at him. His blade to the former king's neck. I caught a glance at Lilith. The demon queen was beaming with malicious hatred and joy at the same time. It hadn't quite dawned on me yet, but looking back, I think this whole thing was planned. Lilith knew what she was doing. "Long live the new king!" Lilith roared. The Kahenian council cheered in response. Quintus looked at me, then snapped his fingers. The next thing I knew, the four of us were back on the beach. Abel took a deep breath as he turned to Quintus. "What do we do?" asked Quintus. "We have to shut down the Kahenian door permanently. It will take time though," Abel replied. "We don't have time. Abaddon's probably gathering the Kahenian host as we speak." I took a deep breath. It was then that I realized what was going to happen. Gehenna was going to invade. Millions would die. "What about heaven?" asked Quintus. "They won't deploy their forces unless Kahenian forces arrive on Earth. Even then, millions will still die. We can prevent that if we shut the door." "But you need time," I said as I swallowed hard. "I have a spell, but it takes around 5 hours. The portal must remain open for it. You know it's complete when the monolith stops glowing white. But I must say, it's something I can't ask of you." Maxis and I made eye contact. We both knew what the other was thinking. If we stayed, we would die. But if we didn't, we'd probably still die. At least this way, we'd save lives. Maxis nodded. I took a deep breath as I turned to Quintus. "What's our orders?" Maxis asked. "Hold the fucking door." We spent the next 3.5 hours setting up our defenses. 5 of our cohorts formed an orbis formation around the monolith, while the others set up defensive positions just outside. It was a simple setup, yes, but we didn't have time to create an elaborate plan. We had 5,000 super soldiers, with shields, spears, and swords ready. The lightbenders held the door itself. We all knew we were about to die horribly. We were terrified, but we also knew what our lives were buying. Quintus didn't give us a speech. He didn't have to. Not much was said, other than planning our mission. Maxis and I had both our sentries in a testudo. Solaris and Crixus did as well, while Quintus sat on his horse just behind us with a mirror next to him. We waited like this for a good few minutes, before the blood-red water ahead of us began to stir. My eyes went skyward as something appeared on the horizon. A shadow in the red haze. Something massive flew over us. I breathed in the frigid air. There really wasn't any hope here. "A scout," Quintus grumbled as he turned to Amir. Amir aimed his spear at the shadow. The tip ignited yellow as a beam of white burning energy excited the tip. The shadow yelped in pain as it came crashing down hard. It hit the ground maybe 100 feet in front of us. The beast was large, maybe as big as a modern-day bus. It looked like a massive locust. "A dead scout," Amir said. "You know you don't have to stay, right?" asked Quintus. "And miss this fight?" "Once Abel finishes the spell, your teleportation cubes won't take us out of here," Quintus said. Amir shrugged. "I am aware. Just like I'm also aware that you have the power to teleport yourself away at any time, but you're choosing to stay with your men. Tell me, Quintus, why couldn't you teleport them all back to Earth once the door is shut?" "It would take all the energy I have just to send one back to Earth, and we'll be lucky if they landed on the right one. I'm afraid this is a one-way trip. Everyone here knows it." I thought about his words for a second. What did he mean by the right Earth? What did Lucifer mean when he said the phrase multiverse? I didn't know the term then. At that moment, it was just a fleeting thought. Lucifer was probably dead, or worse. That was when the first of the Gehenian army came marching out of the water. They didn't travel by boat. They came up from under the crimson waves. Hordes of those white-skinned demons wearing obsidian armor and wielding long-jagged pikes. I could hear Augustus take a deep trembling breath next to me. I exhaled through my nose. Just based on what I could see on the beachhead, Gehenian forces had to have outnumbered us 10 to 1. Then, the ground began to rumble beneath our feet. Several creatures emerged from the black sand. Some were dog-sized spiders, some horse-sized scorpions, and some elephant-sized locusts. They came forth from all around us. Then, Abaddon himself, surrounded by his unholy council. They seemingly appeared ahead of our army. Abaddon calmly stepped forth with his arms spread wide. As he approached, I noticed that Asmodeus had Lucifer chained at the neck. Quintus rode his horse to the front line to greet Abaddon.
"Quintus!"
Abaddon shouted.
"We need not do this. All your men don't have to die. You don't have to die. Surrender, and I'll spare some of them." "Surrender? And let you invade Earth, Prime? I think not."
Quintus barked.
Gehenna needs suffering souls so it can survive. Earth Prime has souls. Souls uncorrupted by alternate timelines. It's not fair that only heaven has access to them. You can have them when they die,
Quintus replied.
Only the bad ones. They suffer well down here, yes. But
Abaddon smiled a wide, almost sadistic grin.
Nothing suffers like an innocent soul.
Quintus drew his sword. Abaddon smirked at this, then turned to his forces.
"Kill them all! Leave the general to me!"
With that, the entirety of Hell's Legion descended upon us. Our cohort was hit hard by a mixture of spiders and white-skinned demonic infantry. Our shield held at the Studa formation for maybe 20 seconds before an obsidian pike made its way through one of the cracks and skewered the man next to me. The man fell down into the black sand. As he did so, a giant black spider found its way into the hole. Augustus was quick to ram his sword into its abdomen, sending a foul-smelling green and red goop everywhere. But that was just the start of our troubles, as a massive red demon came down hard right in the middle of our formation, causing it to completely shatter. He landed right on top of Augustus, pinning him to the ground underneath his shield. Several of my men attacked, all who were batted away by the demon's massive axe. Augustus struggled, but he wasn't strong enough. We had all found ourselves in the midst of a massive melee yet again. Except this time, we were outmatched. I charged the red demon head-on, trying desperately to save my friend, only to watch in horror as my friend had his head separated from his shoulders. I came to a sliding stop mere feet away from the demon as it turned to me. The winged beast smiled. I roared as I reared back and threw my pylon as hard as I could. The point found its way in the thing's eyeball, skewering its head like a kebab. The demon fell as I pulled my sword and turned. Several of my men were being disemboweled by massive insects, while several more were being slaughtered by the demonic infantry. Blood and entrails were everywhere. A hand suddenly grabbed my shoulder. I turned to see Solaris covered in blood and gore. His shield was gone, as was his helmet.
Retreat to the Opius! He shouted, right before a massive stinger went through the side of his head. His blood splattered across my face as the massive scorpion pulled his body over and began devouring it. I took off running, only soaring glances at the chaos that had consumed the other centuries around me. Everyone had very quickly been overwhelmed. The front line wasn't a fight. It was a massacre. I made it to the Opius, where the soldiers led me through the line. Amir was waiting for me. He too was covered in blood, as were Maxis and Crixus. The Lightbenders were doing well to keep some of the Gainan forces back with their beams of energy, while what was left of our legion stayed on the defensive. We knew it wouldn't last long enough. "How much time do we have left?" I asked Maxis. The man shrugged. I could see the monolith behind him was still glowing white. I knew the remaining 3 horsemen were hard at work. I turned back to the battlefield. Abaddon's forces was coming at our second line. Quintus appeared on his hands and knees next to Maxis and I. Max knelt down to him. He coughed up blood as Maxis helped him up. "How much time do we have?" asked Maxis. "Another half hour." He coughed. "You think we can last that long?" I asked. Quintus looked ahead of us, where Abaddon stood in front of our line, his massive army and the corpses of our own at his back. Lilith walked up next to him with a malicious grin. That was when all of our dead soldiers began to stand back up. I groaned under my breath. Omega Revenants. Revenants who were just as fast and skilled as we were. The air was silent around me. Abaddon knew he couldn't lose this battle. He stood ahead of his army again, with his arms spread wide. "A last chance, horseman." Quintus limped his way through the shield wall that was our line. "Fuck off!" he spat. Abaddon nodded, then turned his attention to us. "Legionnaires, this is your last chance. You can either live and be our prisoners, or die and join my army. Your choice." I looked around, not knowing of anyone here who would actually consider it. Some of the men looked at each other. We'd all seen our friends get ripped apart. We knew that we were in for a similar fate. "Come on. This doesn't have to be a difficult choice. You can live through this. I know most of you are alone. No family, no land, no friends. We'll give you your own kingdoms after our conquest. You all can live like kings. All you have to do is put down your weapons and pledge your loyalty." The offer sounded good. I'll admit that. But to my astonishment, no one moved. Then, something came. A voice from right next to me. "Romans, for whom is our loyalty pledged?" Maxis boomed. Then, everyone proclaimed in unison, including me. "For the ninth!" Abaddon's face faltered a bit, as the still chained-up Lucifer let off a wheezy laugh behind him. He turned to Lilith, who rolled her eyes before backhanding her husband. "Fine, die as you wish," Abaddon sneered. Lilith roared as the Revenants charged in, our own soldiers coming for our blood. "Pile 'em!" Quintus commanded. The first 4 lines in our circle launched their spears into the Revenants. This did an immense amount of damage. Several Revenants fell. The rest collided with our shield wall. Quintus had teleported next to Max and I. "Hold there. It won't be long before." Quintus was interrupted by a red beam of energy hitting him square in the chest. Maxis, Amir, Crixus and I all turned to see Lilith, who had used her black tendrils to vault herself over our line. She landed ahead of us, her top 2 tendrils aimed at our line that was now behind her, and unleashed 2 red beams of energy that cut through it like a warm knife to butter. We all readied ourselves for a fight. One of the black tendrils pointed at me. I instinctively raised my shield as another red beam of energy came my way. I was lucky the shield held. The beam only knocked me to the ground. Crixus didn't have his shield on him anymore. His body was cut into at the waist. Maxis managed to duck under and charge her, while Amir used his spear to send a yellow beam of energy into Lilith's stomach. This did little but make her angry though. She didn't exactly have time to complain, as Maxis was on her. He must have been faster than she was expecting, because he dodged several strikes from her tendrils before he shoved his burning blue sword into her throat. The look of surprise in her eyes was almost priceless. Her body slumped down into the black dirt. "You just killed Lilith," I said as I got to my feet. "I killed one of her bodies down here. She's got more," he said. Quintus reappeared next to us. "That hurt more than it should have," he said. The opening in our line quickly filled with revenants and demonic infantry. Amir motioned for his lightbenders to fill the gap. They did as told. The melee that ensued was ferocious. They were unarmored. I admired their bravery, but they fell quicker than my own sentry did. It wasn't long before the second line was practically overrun. The 4 of us found ourselves fighting and walking backward toward the monolith. I can remember killing a few massive spiders and even more revenants. It was during this retreat that Amir took a pike to the stomach. Maxis, Quintus and I were maybe 20 feet from the monolith. Our lines all but collapsed around us. Quintus had summoned a massive spiked club that he used to bat everything that crossed him. He hit a locust in the face with it at one point, and the beast exploded. Guts and goop rained down everywhere. A few seconds of killing later, we were all that was left of our own forces. We were surrounded. Our backs were to the wall, both literally and metaphorically. But, much to our relief, the monolith's edges had started turning black. The light was fading. Abaddon's forces stopped charging us. Abaddon landed ahead of them, landing right in front of Maxis. He grabbed him and launched him behind himself with one hand. Maxis flew so far that I lost track of him. Abaddon turned his attention to me and sprang into action, only to take a club to the face. I stood in awe as Quintus and Abaddon engaged each other. Quintus was battered, bloodied, and exhausted. But he didn't quit. He hit Abaddon hard, but Abaddon seemed invincible. I wasn't sure what to do. There was no real way I could help. I just stood with the portal closing behind me. Abaddon ducked under a ferocious blow from the club and slashed the general's stomach. Quintus dropped to his knees, his eyes directed at me. I exhaled, not really knowing what would come next. Abaddon looked up at me, his face full of rage and fury. Quintus flashed me a bloody smile. "For the 9th," he said, before raising his hand and snapping his fingers. The next thing I knew, I was standing at the base of the monolith on Earth. Or so I thought. When we had left Earth, there was still an entire encampment of lightbenders and the other 3 horsemen.
But now, the valley was just barren. That, however, wasn't on my mind. Not yet. I fell to my knees, tears already running down my face, my body aching and covered in blood and guts. I'd survived, and I wasn't sure why. I'm honestly still not sure. I wept for what felt like hours. Then, I heard the voice. Marcus? Marcus Octavius? I looked up to see a woman standing over me. A woman with clothing on that I didn't recognize at the time. But now I know it was jeans and a leather jacket. She smiled at me. Who the hell are you? What happened to the other horseman? I asked. She took a deep breath. They're where you left them. On Earth Prime. Earth Prime? Did Quintus not teach you guys about multiverse theory? Figures. Anyway, Marcus, you're in the wrong timeline. Normally, I'd take you back to where you belong. But I actually need your help. I was more than a little confused at this, as most people would be. My help? Who are you? I won't ask again, I said. The woman's smile faltered a bit. I am one of Father Time's keepers. My name is Janus. No, please listen. I don't have much time. Ironically. I pulled myself to my feet. You said you needed my help. Why would I help you? I asked. Janus took a deep breath. You know that feeling that's in the pits of your stomach right now? That aching? All your brothers and friends are dead. You're back to where you were when you joined the Legion. Alone and now lost in an expansive universe. And why? Because the devil's son grew a bit too ambitious? Tell me, Marcus, how would you like a chance at revenge? My journey with Janus and her hell hunters is a story for another time, though. I'll tell it if enough of you want to hear it. The multiverse is a big place. My journey to get back to an Earth even remotely resembling the one I came from is a long one. Now, I'm here. Over 1,000 years later, typing away on a computer. I've lived a long life. Longer than I deserve. There are nights where I consider ending it all. I've tried a few times. I've also tried almost every drug in the known universe to stop the constant flow of nightmares that haunt my sleep. But the Omega Potion is effective. I'm not sure if it's luck or fate that's kept me alive this long. There are times where I ponder my youth. Times where I remember my lust for glory. That burning in my chest for the heat of battle in service of Rome. It's gone now. Human wars are also petty and pointless when you think about what's really out there. I'm not saying the warriors who fight in them are evil or stupid. But there are bigger things in the universe than humanity's wars. And all my brothers died to keep us safe from them. All of them. And not a single one expected a thank you or a medal or even a glorious parade to honor their sacrifice. They knew they would be forgotten. I should have been forgotten with them. But I'm still here. Still fighting. I'm not sure what else the universe has in store for me. I guess I'm just gonna have to figure it out. What do you know about the multiverse? How many universes do you think are out there? Thousands? Millions? Billions? An infinite number? The truth is that we don't know. Now, before I get ahead of myself, I better reintroduce myself for those of you that don't know me. My name is Marcus. I was formerly a soldier in the 9th Roman Legion from Earth Prime, before it fell at the hands of Lucifer's second-born son, Abaddon, in the Battle of the River Styx. I recently posted here about my experience in a story called I Served in the 9th Roman Legion, after which I found myself on an alternate Earth where I was found by a woman called Janus. Janus is what we call a keeper. It's a complicated job that involves making sure the multiverse doesn't collapse in on itself. I could go on about the rules of the multiverse all day. For instance, time moves differently in different universes. In one universe, the year could be 167 AD, and in the next, it can be 2039. Yeah, the multiverse is weird. But it all starts and ends with Earth Prime. Earth Prime was the first Earth. It will be the last. Actually, that particular universe was the first universe entirely. I'm only using Earth as an example to keep things simple. That particular Earth is very sought after by various supernatural forces. Anyway, Janus traverses the multiverse using a ship that has the ability to poke holes in the very fabric of reality. I won't bore you with the science because, truthfully, I'm not sure how it works. I barely scrape by with the knowledge I have most of the time. The ship isn't large, probably around the size of an RV. I can remember the first time I set foot on it. I was horrified. It honestly isn't what you'd expect. Unless you were expecting a literal chrome-colored flying saucer. Keep in mind, I was born in 125 AD. I've never seen a car before, or a truck, or a machine of any kind. I pulled my burning neon blue sword out the moment the engine sprang to life. Janus laughed and told me to calm down. She explained that it was similar to a boat, but instead of floating across the water, it moved across space and reality. I didn't even know how to comprehend what she was telling me. So, she showed me. Personally, I'm from the actual Earth Prime. When the second horseman teleported away from Gehenna, I ended up on Earth 264. That Earth was in the year 320 AD. We hovered over what looked like a massive army of Greek hoplites as they marched on what I recognized as home. The Greek soldiers were marching on Rome herself. Hoplites and sentries clashed in the streets in a glorious display of blood and carnage. I found myself being made strangely uneasy by the sight of the battle. It's currently 380 AD. Notice anything strange? I thought we had conquered the Greeks, I asked. On Earth Prime, yes. On this Earth, the Greeks had help. Why? I asked. The Greco-Roman gods were a lot more hands-on, she said. I turned and looked at her with a raised brow. Right as a massive blue bolt of lightning came down on top of the Romans. Several bodies were charred. Several more were blown to pieces. Then, out of the lightning emerged a man in white robes with a white beard. a man I recognized from the stories and fables. Jupiter? I asked. They call him Zeus. He's less of a rapist on this earth. There was a peace treaty between the Romans and Greeks, brokered by Zeus himself. But the Romans had Alexander assassinated. We watched Zeus spend roughly 15 minutes decimating the Roman lines. Computer, what's the most likely outcome of this timeline? Janus asked as she looked at a screen next to her. The screen morphed for a few seconds. Looks like the Greek gods conquer most of the planet. I guess instead of the Axis and allies, we get the Greek and Egyptian gods in World War II, she said. Did you just say World War II? As in, there are two of them? I asked. In most timelines, yes, she said. Couldn't you stop them from happening? I asked. Changing the timelines off of their natural course is against the rules. We're not time travelers. The Keepers only intervene if something or someone from outside of said universe changes something. Also, once it happens in a universe, it can't be changed. Then, her expression went serious. I just want to be clear on that right now. I can't go back and save your brothers. A lot of people think we can time travel because we're Father Time's keepers. We can't. But like I said, I may be able to offer you vengeance for their deaths. How? I asked. The universe is a big place. You're not the only one who wants to kill Abaddon or Lilith. You just don't have the means. Janus was interrupted by an alarm going off on her screen. She very quickly turned to it. Shit. What? I asked. She put a headset on and started typing. This is Keeper Janus. We've got a code 3 on Earth 2132. Infectious parasite from the outside. Outside? I asked. Outside of the multiverse. When we arrived on Earth 2132, the year was 1916. This was one of the faster moving timelines. But if you were on this Earth, you wouldn't know it. Time seemed normal there. Janus hovered her craft over a bridge where 3 men were dumping a body that was wrapped in a cloth into a partially frozen river. What are they doing? I asked. Computer? Janus said. The assassination of Grigory Rasputin. A monotone female voice replied. Who? I asked. Grigory Rasputin was a Russian mystic and self-proclaimed holy man. He is best known for having befriended the royal family of Nicholas II, the last emperor of Russia, through whom he gained considerable influence in the later years of the Russian Empire. I have no clue what any of that means, I said. He was a priest of sorts that held influence over an emperor, Janus put it bluntly. And what's he got to do with the outside? I asked. Janus piloted the ship a bit closer to where the body was now floating downstream under the ice. Computer, scan the body. On the screen nearest Janus, a 3D model of the man's body appeared. It looked fairly normal. Except, there was a gaping hole where his genitals used to be. Well, that's not good, Janus said sternly. Where are his? I asked, doing my best not to freak out over all of this new technology around me. Computer? Asked Janus. In this timeline, Rasputin's genitals were castrated and placed in a glass jar on the orders of Russian Grand Duchess Tatiana. However, the computer glitched a few times. Oh, you've got to be kidding me, Janus said as she slapped the side of the screen. What? I asked. That's the anomaly, which is why the computer brought us here. What are you saying? We have to find the penis? I could hear Janus exhale as she rubbed her temples. Yep, we have to find Rasputin's penis. Our first order of business was tracking down the Grand Duchess. The computer found her a few miles outside of the palace. The ship was there in an instant, almost like it had teleported. We found her inside of a hotel room, disrobing a military uniform, one that I'd later learned belonged to a lieutenant in the Russian Chevalier Guard. "There she is," Jaina said calmly as she stood up from her chair. "What are you doing?" I asked. "I gotta go get the penis," said Janus as she pulled a device that I would later learn was a gun from her jacket. "Stay here," she ordered before walking off. A few seconds later, she was in a room with Tatiana. The woman looked very surprised to see her. I couldn't hear what was said, as I was inside the ship watching from the window, but I could see the concern in the Duchess' face. She nodded towards the dresser, where the penis sat in a sealed glass jar. Janus turned towards it, but the moment she did, everything went to shit. Several spider-like legs erupted from the sides of the appendage, shattering the glass. "Fuck me," I muttered as the hit mutated into a massive eyeball. I was honestly terrified for Janus' safety. The eyeball looked at her. Janus said something to the Duchess before she fired her pistol. The penis jumped just in the nick of time, shattering the window and falling down into the snow. I looked at it for a second before the eyeball popped out. I think I visibly flinched. "Extra-dimensional presence detected. Deploying countermeasures." The ship's voice rang out. I sat straight down as the vessel began to move. The penis was fast, about as fast as a rabbit, but the ship's countermeasures were effective. I'm not sure where from, but the ship fired what looked like a small arrow that slammed into the thing's back. It very quickly went limp and fell into the snow. About 20 minutes later, the penis was staring at me from a small glass box. It had tried escaping several times, but every time it made contact with the wall, it was pumped full of electricity. It took me a moment to take in just how big this thing was. It was easily 10, maybe 15 inches. Jane stood beside me, her arms crossed, and an irritated look on her face. "And I thought I'd seen it all," she said. "What happened to this thing?" I asked. "It's a parasite. It latches on and replaces an organ, very similar to the tongue-eating louse, except this parasite infects sentient beings and adds them to a Monus collective." "What?" I asked. Janus exhaled. "Okay, I keep forgetting that you're just a Roman legionnaire, and your knowledge of the more modern scientific world is a bit lacking. Here, let me help you with that." A few moments later, I was being placed into a metal chair. Janus was putting a large helmet on my head. "What is this?" "It's like a crash course in knowledge. It'll keep you up to speed on, well, the basics of interdimensional travel, normal timelines and whatnot, basic modern math, science, history of different dimensions. That, and I threw some firearm instruction on there as well." "Firearm?" I asked. She took a deep breath. "Yeah, where we're going, you're gonna want some of that." She clicked a few buttons on her keyboard. "Oh, and Marcus, this is gonna hurt worse than anything you've ever experienced in your life." "But I've been to hell," I said. She smiled. "I know." She then flipped the switch. The pain that was fired through my brain at that moment in time was borderline unbearable. She didn't lie. It did hurt worse than anything I'd ever experienced. But the knowledge that came with it was vital. I learned all about the rules of the multiverse, Father Time, Amonu, the basic history of several popular universes, including the one I'm writing this in. I learned about machines and computers. I learned how to operate most weapons in the multiverse. I also learned where the Keeper's home is. It's a base located on the moon of Earth Prime, out of sight, but always watching. That was the interesting thing. I learned all about the Keepers. Father Time is a cosmic being, I guess, one of a group called the Primordials. He can't control time travel or anything like that, but he can control how fast time moves in almost all of the multiverse, aside from Earth Prime. He uses these other Earths to predict the future in Earth Prime, as Earth Prime is the center. I'm sure you're wondering what makes it so important. Let me explain. If you're a citizen of another Earth or universe, when you die, your soul doesn't go to heaven or hell. It goes to the next Earth where you're still alive, and so on until your consciousness merges with your Earth Prime counterpart. Once your Earth Prime counterpart dies, then you enter the afterlife. Like I stated, everything begins and ends with Earth Prime. But I'm sure you're wondering, how does that work if Earth Prime's timeline is ahead of another Earth's? Well, Earth Prime's timeline moves slower than all of the rest of them, as far as we know at least. There are no timelines behind Earth Primes. As far as the future goes, most universes don't make it out of the late 1990s. We don't know the future of Earth Prime. But, by our estimates, no Earth has made it past 2072. That's when we think Earth Prime will end. I'm sure you're wondering what Janus meant when she offered me a chance at vengeance. Well, let me explain a bit. Janus herself is from Earth Prime. She was on Earth during the First Gehennian War. She saw Enoch march humanity's forces into battle. She was recruited by the Keepers when after she was abducted and experimented on by Cain and accidentally sent to an alternate Earth, one in which the dinosaurs never went extinct. The experiments made her immortal. So, she got to see humanity on this Earth grow alongside the dinosaurs, which wasn't easy. It took a while to build a civilization, but they eventually did. Dinosaurs took the places of most livestock and pets in society. Instead of horses, chariots were pulled by raptors. Then, a Gehennian legion led by the then Prince Abaddon invaded. This Earth fell within days. She lost her entire family again. Janus only survived because a keeper who was logging the event found her and realized she was in the wrong timeline. Janus has spent most of her career looking for a chance at revenge. She saw me as an opportunity, someone who she knew had to hate Abaddon as much as she did. She was right. The only issue was that we had no way of actually killing him, that we could find at least. After our ordeal with Rasputin's penis, Janus brought me to the Keeper's headquarters, which just happened to be a massive base on the dark side of Earth Prime's moon. Janus teleported us inside the hangar. Upon exiting the ship, we were greeted by an entire fleet of hundreds more ships just like it. The hangar itself was high-tech. Describing it now, the best thing I could compare it to was a science fiction movie. Janus walked me into the control room where several keepers sat and stared at 3D projected screens. The room itself was massive. There were rows upon rows of keepers. "How many keepers are there?" I asked. "I've never asked," she replied. She led me up the center aisle. The walk seemed like it took forever, but we eventually found ourselves at the end of the room, which led into a small office. She knocked on the door, and it opened. A bearded man sat, sipping a drink and watching another one of those 3D screens. One that depicted something I'd recognized immediately. The battle I'd fought in not a week prior. He eyed me as I entered. "Janus, what have you brought me?" he asked. He was exactly where you said he would be. The man rubbed his white beard. "So, the battle went as expected then?" he asked. "Down to the survive..." Janus stopped herself before continuing as she glanced at me. I was about to question her when I myself was cut off by him. "So, Abaddon has been named King of Gehenna, probably at Lilith's behest, which matches up to what I predicted as well. And heaven has done nothing," Janus added. "Of course not. There was no invasion of Earth Prime. They don't meddle in the affairs of Lucifer and his family. Speaking of, what happened with him? Asked Janus. The bearded man hit a button, and his screen showed an image of the now one-armed Lucifer in a cage next to Abaddon's throne. He'll be in there until Abaddon gets bored with him. Janus took a deep breath. So, what now? You wanted me to get Marcus. You said we'd have a chance to go after Abaddon. What is it? The man smiled as he rubbed his beard. The Sword of Enoch, if you can find it. That may be one of the only weapons that will kill him. But I must warn you, the future is always changing, free will and all. Finding it won't be easy. I'll upload what information I have on it onto your ship's drive. Also, we captured a parasite from the outside. It attached itself to a Grigory Rasputin. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that? Asked Janus. The old man raised an eyebrow. Have you run scans through any of the other timelines? Usually when Amonu takes an interest in a soul, that interest reaches across the multiverse. Janus shrugged. I hadn't really thought about it, with the whole Cohen hell going on. The man rubbed his beard as he took a second to think. Abaddon can wait. He won't be attacking Earth Prime anytime soon, thanks to the horseman and your friends, he said, looking at me. Figure out this parasite problem first. Once you're done with that, then we can talk about the sword. If Amonu gets inside the multiverse, there won't be anything left to fight Abaddon for. We can't put anyone else on this? I feel like my time would be better served on the Abaddon case, asked Janus. The man smirked. Your time is best served where I deem it. Trust me, everything will work out. My keepers exist to ensure the multiverse survives. In order to do that, we must take care of the most pressing threat. That isn't currently Abaddon. Janus took a deep, irritated breath before turning and walking out. It was at that moment that I realized that we'd been talking to Father Time himself. Janus didn't say another word. She turned and started to walk out of the room. I stood staring at the old man, who smiled at me. Let's go, Marcus, Janus said. Janus led me back to her ship, where we found the penis watching us closely. Try not to stare at it, she said as she sat down. I sat in the seat next to her. Where are we going now? I asked. Computer, run a scan for all timeline anomalies involving Rasputin. Scanning, the computer replied. Janus took a deep breath. Let's find out. The computer scanned for a moment as we sat there silently. I thought about what Father Time had said about Amonu. If it got into the multiverse, there wouldn't be a multiverse. Now, for those of you who don't know what Amonu is, let me explain what I learned from the migraine helmet. When the multiverse was created, the leader of the primordial beings, a figure called Yahweh, helped birth life into existence. The details on how or why have been debated for millennia, but when Yahweh bestowed self-awareness, some of the other primordials protested, the leader of them being Amonu. You see, all of the primordials played a hand in creating life. They all loved life. But Yahweh wanted life to have what we call free will. He and Amonu argued. Amonu didn't want sentient life to have free will, for fear that they would use it to destroy each other rather than live in harmony. Yahweh said it wasn't the primordial's choice to make. Their job was to create it, to let it grow and prosper on its own. Life without free will isn't life. It isn't genuine. Amonu's response to this was to try and corrupt Yahweh's creation, to show how bad the idea of free will was. He started with Lilith, who then corrupted Lucifer when he was sent to remove her from Eden. She also was the one who sent the serpent that tricked Eve into eating from the tree of life. Amonu was banished from the multiverse for this, existing now on the outside of all reality. But just because he's banished doesn't mean he's powerless. He's still a primordial. He can still gain influence among sentient beings through various means. Most involve a piece of him being summoned in some kind of ritual, which is how we get the parasitic organisms that come from the outside. The computer came back with the results of the scan a few seconds later. Anomalies in 2 universes involving Grigori Rasputin, Earth 4243, and Earth 5130. The computer said. Janus took a deep breath and looked at me. Take us to 4243 first. With that, we found ourselves in another universe. Earth 4243. The year was 1921. The ship was hovering outside of a large brick mansion. Where are we? I asked. Somewhere in the French countryside. Why? I asked. Computer? This is the location of the cult of Rasputin, said the computer. Oh, a cult. You don't think they worship his? I started. Jane sighed as she stood up. Let's go, Marcus. We've got work to do. I'd never used a firearm before. It was light compared to the swords and shields I trained with. Don't get me wrong, I still had my sword on me. The firearm I had was a standard issue plasma rifle. It was a sleek futuristic design that could fire over 1,000 times before needing its core reloaded. Janus was at point with her pistol. We had found ourselves in a dark hallway. The whole mansion had been empty and dark, aside from one room at the center. That's where the computer had detected signs of life. As we approached cautiously, we could see the torchlight flickering in the room. We could also hear the chanting. I had fought a few cults in my time with the Ninth, one being a group that used to sacrifice their women to an Egyptian alligator god called Sobek, so this wasn't anything new. I was prepared mentally. No one noticed as we came to the doorway. There were maybe 20 people in the room, all facing an altar where a robed priest stood holding up a jar that had this universe's Rasputin's penis inside of it. That was when I noticed the naked woman on the altar. The man was chanting something as he pulled the member from the jar. I aimed my rifle at him. Drop the penis, commanded Janus. The whole room fell silent as they turned to us. That was when the parasite made its move. The penis mutated in much of the same form as the last one. Its sharpened legs dug into the now screaming priest. Shit, Janus barked as she fired her pistol. The priest took a plasma round to the face and fell backward. I looked at Janus as the cultists fled in terror from the room. Why'd you kill him? I demanded. She waved her hand for me to shut up. I did so, right as the priest sat back up, his face bloody from the plasma bolt, but in the place of the hole were several small black tendrils. What the fuck? I shouted as I raised my rifle and opened fire. My plasma rifle blew several holes into the priest. He stumbled backward with each shot, but he didn't go down. More tendrils appeared in his wounds, these ones larger. What is this thing? I asked. It's what happens when one of the parasites infects you. We have to kill it. Janus sneered. How? I asked. The man was almost a mash of slimy black tendrils and blood now. I could see the lower half of his face, or what was left of it, smiling at us. Ship, anomalous parasite located. Infectious stage 4. Deploy countermeasures. Just then, the ship came crashing through the wall to our right as it deployed a hail of fire. The creature let off an ungodly screech as the flames engulfed it. The air in the room was scorching. The creature crumpled into a heap of ashes. I kept my rifle on it though. The room went silent aside from the low humming of the ship. Janus and I both cautiously approached the flames. The naked woman was still laying on the altar. She was out cold though. Ship, do a scan of the woman, said Janus. The scan must have been quick, because Janus lowered her weapon. Okay, area's clear, she said. Just like that, I asked. She shrugged. Yeah, just like that. Around an hour later, we were both sitting in the cockpit of her ship. I was staring at the penis parasite we'd captured originally. I told you not to stare at it, Jaina said from behind me. I know, it's just, why haven't we killed this thing yet? I've been using it to scan for more anomalies of similar nature. Keep in mind, we still have another one on Earth 5130. I sat back in my chair and took a deep breath. All of this had been a marvelous distraction from the events I'd gone through merely 2 days prior, in Earth Prime time at least. Speaking of, that's the time that the Keepers use, EPT for short. Remember, all things begin and end with Earth Prime. We arrived on Earth 5130, this one in the year 1944. On most Earths, this was right in the middle of World War II. Our ship arrived right over an American unit that was pinned down behind a thin brick wall, gunfire making their cover smaller. Is this, I started, one of many Earths, World War II, except in this timeline, Russia has been taken over by a... Oh shit, Jaina said. Don't tell me, he's missing his cock, I replied. My eyes caught a young soldier cowered down behind the wall after one of his buddy's hits was blown off. An image flashed through my mind. I was suddenly there again, the cold chill biting me, blood splattered everywhere. I was watching Augustus's hit being cut off. I can remember taking a shaky breath. I'm unsure if a tear ran down my cheek. The next thing I knew, Janice's hand was on my shoulder. Marcus? She asked me softly. I came to and turned to her with a fake smile. She had a concerned look on her face. Marcus, I can do this part on my own. I'm fine, I lied. No, you're not. I can...
Keeper Janus, this is Keeper Royce. Permission to board.
A voice called over the speaker. Janus's concerned face morphed to one of confusion. Royce? The hell is he doing here? She wondered out loud as she clicked a few buttons on her keypad. Who is Royce? I asked. Permission granted, she said before turning back to me. He's... Royce was teleported just behind us before she could finish that sentence. He seemed to be a younger man, maybe slightly younger than my 25 years at that point in time. But like everything else, looks are deceiving. Captain, to what do we owe the pleasure? Janus asked. Royce wore a dark leather trench coat and black clothing underneath it. I could see that he had a plasma rifle similar to the one Janus had given me, slung across his back. He rubbed his beard. This timeline's fast, he said. Father Time's got it moving around 1,000 times faster than Earth Prime. As he does with most, she said. Janus, while you guys were taking care of the anomaly on Earth 4243, 30 years passed here. The anomaly has gone from a level 4 to a level 10. You know what that means? He asked softly. No. We should have teleported straight to the anomaly. Father Time gave us the order. We can fix it. Not a level 10. I could see Janus's eyes falter a bit. That was when I looked back at the battlefield, when I noticed what the soldiers were getting shot at. I stood up from my chair. Janus? I started. Janus kept arguing, but she hadn't noticed it yet. Janus, I said sharply. She turned around to see what I was staring at. I could hear her audibly gasp. The soldiers exchanging fire with the American troops. They weren't soldiers. They were people with tendrils-like growths all over their bodies. The ones that didn't have guns had axes or knives. The ones that didn't have those had their hands. There was an entire horde of them in the city. I'm sorry, Janus. It isn't your fault, Roy said softly. Janus took a deep breath to calm herself down.
Shit, she barked. I know. We can't let it spread anymore. The demon seed should be going off in around 10 minutes. Demon seed? I asked. It's a black hole device that sends things to the outside. If Amonu's presence becomes too contagious, we send it back. Jaina said. What about all the people? I demanded. They won't be able to hold out. They'll all be gone within the month. Roy said. All be gone within the... We can help them, evacuate them. People don't have to die when you have the power to save them. I barked. Royce took a deep breath. I wish it were that simple, but they don't have anywhere to go. Plus, we can't risk contamination. One spore can take out an entire universe. He said. It's not worth the risk. So, we just killed them? I asked, not really believing what I was hearing. Technically, Rasputin's penis killed them, he replied. I wanted to protest, to do or say something, but I think deep down I knew he was right. I knew about sacrificing to save the many. Still didn't mean I agreed with it though. I slumped down in my seat. Royce looked at his watch. Welp, look at the time. 2 minutes. He was then teleported off Janus's ship, leaving us in silence, watching as the lone remaining soldier, the coward, was swarmed by a bunch of tendrilled monsters. Let's go, I said softly. Janus piloted the craft past the Earth's atmosphere, not stopping until we were at what was considered a safe distance. We made it with a few seconds to spare. It's hard to accurately describe what a demon seed does. The wormhole opens up. Most of the planet is sucked up, but not very quickly. It's like a vacuum picking up clumps of hair. What the gravity well doesn't get, the black planet-sized tendrils do. I assume that they belong to Amonu himself. They wrap around the planet and yank it inside. I can remember wondering why he doesn't unleash more parasites with the wormhole being opened. I guess he tries, but it all gets sucked back up in the portal before he can escape. I didn't press for details because I didn't care at that point. I just wanted to take a nap. I think after the shock of everything, Janus and I needed a minute to breathe. We arrived back at base, and Janus showed me to my quarters. It was just a single studio apartment in one wing of the base. It had a bed though. I'd never laid on a bed like that before. The fanciest thing I'd ever slept on was a cot. I'll be completely honest. The place made me feel like a king. But I was tired and sorrowful. I laid down and went to sleep. That, however, didn't last long. I almost immediately found myself in another nightmare. This one watching Maxis be tossed into the Kahenian skies by Abaddon himself. He turned to me with malicious hatred in his eyes. "Why did you survive?" he asked. "What makes you so special?" I woke up to a knock at my door. I got up and groggily walked over to open it, only to be standing in surprise when I found Father Time himself staring at me. "Hello, Marcus," he greeted. "Hello, Mr. Time, I guess," I replied. "May I come in?" he asked. I let the old man inside. He walked in and very calmly sat down in the chair that was next to my bed. "Janus says you performed well on Earth 4243. Although I wouldn't expect anything less from an Omega soldier, especially one of Quintus's. I'm only here cause I'm curious. Have you given any thought to staying with us?" I took a second to think about it. Janus did promise me a shot at Abaddon. Father Time smirked. "She did. But I'm wondering how long you're willing to wait before taking that shot. Janus has already waited 250,000 years.
You seem to be pretty adept at predicting things. How long do you think it'll take? I asked. Marcus, my predictions aren't always correct. I can only analyze the data I'm given and tell the most likely outcome. Right now, the data says you may have to wait a while. May? I asked. He took a deep breath. I say may. You'll have an opportunity soon, but if you take it, you won't like the outcome. He said. Let me guess. We go after him and die? I asked. Father Time just put his hands on his knees. If you take the coming opportunity, the most likely outcome is that Abaddon lives and goes on to conquer Earth Prime. And if I don't, you're going to have to wait almost 2,000 years. Earth Prime years. And that's for just an opportunity. You don't know the outcome of that one? I asked. Father Time just chuckled. Huh, I wish I could tell you. That far ahead in time is really up in the air. Depends on what you do with the choices you have now. And have you gone over this with Janus? I asked. Father Time shook his head. Janus is stubborn, but she's loyal. She'll understand. I thought for a minute or two. Part of me wanted to go anyway. Call it suicidal idealization. Maybe survivor's guilt. Part of me wanted to die. Part of me embraced the thought of death. But it would mean nothing if it didn't work. I needed a surefire way to go after Abaddon. You said something about a sword, I asked. The Sword of Enoch? Yes. That won't be found for another 400-ish years. And not by you two. So what then? When I get the opportunity to go after Abaddon, I say no? I asked. Father Time exhaled. I'm saying you're going to have to make a choice. Make the right one. A few hours later, I was awoken to another knock on my door. This time, it was Janus. She had a tablet in her hands. I think I have something, she said as she handed it to me. On it was an image of a familiar face, one I had seen only a few weeks prior. Cain? I asked. Unfortunately, he's got something called the Philosopher's Stone. I know you've heard of it. I have. What about the Sword of Enoch? I asked. The data Father Time gave me has it not appearing on Earth Prime for another 400 years. Now, according to our intel, Abaddon's going to be on Earth 1317 in 4 days. If we can get the stone by then, we can use it to vaporize him. I don't think that's a good idea, I said, remembering what Father Time had told me the night before. What do you mean? I took a deep breath. Father Time showed up at my door last night. He said something about our chances of beating him soon being poor. Janus gave me a confused glance. I took a deep breath. Look, I want him dead as much as you do, but I think it may be best to wait for a sure thing, and not a gamble, I said. I could see Janus's face falter a bit. It could work, she argued. It could, but I don't think it will, I said. Janus only stared at me. I think deep down she knew I was right. She'd been waiting for so long. But I also knew that Father Time had come to me for a reason. Well then, what do you recommend we do? She asked as she crossed her arms. We wait for an opportunity. A good opportunity. How long will that take? She asked. That was when the alarm went off above us.
Keeper Janus, Marcus Octavius, please report to the control room.
A voice called out. The walk was tense. When we got there, Keeper Royce was waiting for us. He was with another keeper. Janus, Marcus, this is... Head Keeper Argyle? Asked Janus. Argyle was a tall and well-built man. He was also the oldest and most powerful keeper the organization had. He rubbed his beard as he looked at us. The room was tense. I got the sense that they were both worried. "Father Time has left," Argyle said sternly. "Left?" asked Janus. "Yes, he left. We don't know where he went. He also left us orders," said Argyle. "What kind of orders?" asked Janus. Royce raised a brow as he pulled up his tablet. "Agent Janus, you are to take Marcus to Earth Prime and recover the Philosopher's Stone. And Kane." "Why?" I asked. Royce eyed me. "You remember Earth 5130? He asked. "Yeah?" "The Rasputin from that universe somehow got off planet before the demon seed went off. We think he may have made it to an alternate Earth." "You think?" asked Janus. "Well, therein lies the problem. The Earth he made it to is one controlled by Kahinian forces. One you're familiar with, Janus." "Shit," Janus said. "What do you mean shit?" I asked. "Earth 1317, which is why Father Time predicted Abaddon would be there. If an Amonu-infected Rasputin gets into Gehenna, there's not much that could stop the spread," she said with an annoyed look. "Have we coordinated with Heaven on this?" Royce asked. Argyle nodded. "They're sending an agent. We've also been in touch with the Kahinian representative." "I thought they worshipped Amonu down there," Janus mumbled. Argyle looked at her. "They haven't worshipped Amonu in millennia, and you know it." Less than an hour later, the Keepers had most of their forces mobilized. It was odd seeing so many of their ships in the air at once. Janus and I arrived on Earth Prime, her ship hovering just outside of a familiar cave entrance that was several feet off the ground. The ground was still burnt and littered with decayed bodies. Flashes of the fight with Gwen's undead army flashed through my brain. "You think he's still here?" I asked. Janus was silent, watching the entrance with a calm expression. That was when a familiar figure crept toward the cave entrance. The red-headed, bearded man that I'd met just before my trip to Hell. Merlin. "Someone is," I said. Janus landed the ship. Merlin met us at the base of the walkway. "Centurion, I thought you'd all been killed," he said. "We were," I said. I could see his face falter a bit. "My apologies. What can I do for you and your friend?" "This is one of Father Time's keepers," I said. "I know. I recognize the ship. Kane and I have dealt with their kind before. What I'm wondering is why you're with them," he asked. "We're trying to stop a threat. We need Kane's help." Merlin smirked at me. "They care about the threat now? Where were they when Gehenna was threatening to invade?" "The Keepers don't interfere with Kahinian business. They don't threaten free will," said Janus. Merlin smacked his lips. "Tell that to the Revenants Lilith created. Those are soulless automatons, nothing more." "That's your excuse?" Merlin chuckled. "How many lives have been lost while your Keepers sit idly by and watch? Tell me, Keeper, were you the one that logged the battle that killed his brothers? Did you watch them all die?" I looked at Janus, whose eyes went straight to the ground. I could feel my heart skip a beat or two. "You were there?" I asked softly. I was the one who logged the battle. I told you, we don't get involved with Kahinian business. My orders were to pick you up after it was over." "Why?" I asked. "Father Time thinks both the Primordials and Heaven have underestimated Abaddon. He thought you would prove useful." I wasn't sure how I felt in that moment. Deep down I'd known the truth. I'd known ever since we stood in Father Time's office. But the flashes of my brothers being decimated and her just fucking watching from the safety of her ship made my heart flutter. I took a deep breath. It doesn't matter right now. We chose to make that sacrifice, I said. What matters is that we see Kane. We have to stop this thing. Merlin crossed his arms. He turned and looked up at the cave opening, where Kane stood with his arms around the red glowing stone. Centurion, do you know what it is the Keepers plan to do with this? He asked. Vaporize Rasputin's penis? I asked in response. I could see Kane smirk. Rasputin, he's not born on this earth yet. I'll have to make sure he doesn't live to become a Monu's pawn like Lilith was. But still, the version of him you face now has become more than just a pawn. He has become a vessel. And you, Janus. It's been a while. I could see Janus take a slight step backward in fear. Her eyes were wide. That was when I remembered Janus had been experimented on by this man. I had completely forgotten. This whole thing must have been nerve-wracking for her. Oh, Janus, how I've missed you. I never got the chance to finish what I started. Kane took a deep breath. But that is the old me. I don't like hurting people anymore. Janus looked uneasy. You have to come with us, she all but yelped. I know, fate of the multiverse and whatnot. If I say no, heaven will send him. I'd rather not have to deal with him. Not again. Kane ended up boarding our ship, while Merlin stayed behind. It didn't take him long to notice the living penis that was watching him from its glass prison. Is this what I think it is? He asked. You've traveled the multiverse. You know. Janus replied as she got into her pilot's chair. I watched as Kane examined it. He held the stone tightly. So why not use a demon seed on Earth 1317? I asked. Because we don't know how he got there. We need to find this parasite and eliminate it. We can't burn it this time. It's grown too powerful. So we used the stone, I asked. Per our instructions. We arrived at Earth 1317 at dawn. Several of the Keeper ships had landed on the edge of a cliff that overlooked what would have been the sea, if one could call it that. The water was crimson. It's hard to properly describe the feeling this place gave me. It was eerily similar to the feeling I'd gotten when we traveled to Gehenna. Hopelessness. The sky in this place seemed to have a charcoal haze, almost like it was always about to storm. I wondered to myself what the Gehennians had done to it. I can remember staring off the cliffs into the ocean. The crimson waves danced below me. See what your brother's lives saved Earth Prime from? A voice said from behind me. I turned to see Kane. Then I looked back to the ocean. Merlin said you dealt with the Keepers before. What did he mean by that? I asked. The Keepers aren't a new organization. They're only slightly younger than I am. Merlin and I have traveled to many worlds in the multiverse. We've seen many things, the best and worst of humanity. They came after you because of your travels? Yes and no. When I was taken by Lilith as her vessel, she used me to worship Amunu. He was her god, her guide. I honestly don't know what was worse, hearing her voice in my head or his voice responding. But nevertheless, I did their bidding for a time, until I broke free. During that time, I'd had several encounters with the Keepers. I've killed several, but that was before I broke away from the Queen of Hell. Kane took a deep breath. The Keepers aren't hostile towards me anymore. However, they do not like Merlin and I going on our little escapades, he said with a soft laugh. I'm guessing Father Time had something to do with that, I said. Kane shrugged. Thought time vexes me. I do not know what his plan is. But to risk the stone being this close to Kahanian forces, the threat must be massive. A few minutes later, Janus and I were standing in front of Argyle, Royce, and a man with 2 massive white feathery wings on his back. I recognized him from the stories Quintus used to tell us. He was an angel, heaven's representative. Cain had stayed on Janus' ship. Marcus, Janus, this is... Argyle started. My name is hard to pronounce in any human tongue. You may call me Victor. The angel interrupted. I looked him up and down. He had power to him, power that seemed to radiate. He also seemed to have a challenging effect on the very realm itself. When I stood near him, all the things that I'd felt in this place seemed to melt away. The power of heaven, the power of raw and unadulterated hope was overwhelming. And this was but one being. Victor is one of heaven's many angelic generals, said Argyle. The angel cast his eyes upon me with an almost pitiful stare. You're one of Quintus's? I took a deep breath. Quintus bestowed me with my power and weapons. I'm sorry for your loss. He was a fine general, Victor said. Yeah, I said solemnly, as my mind pondered why heaven just left us to die on the river Styx. Victor seemed to read my mind. If we could have intervened, that doesn't matter right now. I cut him off. We've got work to do. Victor nodded respectfully towards me. I turned to Argyle. What now? Asked Janus. We're still waiting for the ambassador from Gehenna, he said. And who would that be? She replied. Argyle only exhaled. That was when the stench of sulfur entered my nose. I could tell Victor had noticed as well. His hand calmly went to the silver handle of his sword. I saw his blue eyes narrow as they found their target. I turned. My heart jumped into my throat. Rage filled my very bones. My blood boiled at the sight of him. The newest king of hell himself. The fucker who killed my brothers. Abaddon himself stood there with a smug grin on his face. Hello there, he said. I thought you said we would be seeing a representative, not the fucking king, Janus growled. Aw, is that any way to greet an old friend? After all, you're the reason we got here. I eyed Janus. What does that mean? I asked. Abaddon's eyes shot to me. His face lit up with joy. You? I remember you. I can't believe you survived. Quintus must have really liked you, using the last bit of life he had to teleport you out of Gehenna. My hand shot to my sword, only for it to come to an abrupt stop as a cold hand caught my wrist. I looked down at it. The cold, dead hand. My eyes followed it up to its wrist, then to its armor. Its blackened and blood-stained surface was familiar. It was custom Roman armor, made for someone I knew. My eyes were afraid to look at his face. I knew Abaddon had the ability to resurrect the dead as revenants. Go ahead, look at your master, Abaddon whispered. This is cruel, Victor bellowed as his hand removed the dead hand from my wrist. I'm the king of hell. I never leave without my royal guard, Abaddon sneered. It was then that I looked up at his face. Quintus's eyes had been sewn shut, his lips as well. The stitches weren't gently put in either. Most of the wounds were still bleeding. My blood ran colder. I looked up at Abaddon. I'm going to kill you. Maybe not today,
Maybe not tomorrow, but one day, I'm going to. Marcus, Argyll interrupted. I stayed my tongue. Argyll turned to Abaddon, who was still smiling. Quintus teleported next to him. All parties involved know just how serious the situation is. We need to find this Rasputin and anyone he may have infected before he can get to Gehenna. I know not why you worry. Earth Prime's precious horseman made sure we couldn't march our armies onto its shores anyway. If the Hellspawn can't get through the gate, one of Amonu's vessels can't either. Abaddon said sternly. Lilith can. She can possess her old body. She can straight up teleport there. You don't need a door. Neither does Lucifer. Isn't that right? Said Victor. Abaddon rolled his eyes. Daddy isn't going anywhere. Victor raised a brow. Did you kill him? Abaddon's jaw lowered. No, I cut his wings off. Regardless, Gehenna has access to every other Earth in the multiverse. We can't let them be taken either. Abaddon rolled his eyes as he inhaled. There are pockets of humans still alive on this rock. You should start there. Since I'm sure none of you want me walking alongside you in battle, he said as he eyed me. We'll be at the gate. Feel free to call out if you need me. Abaddon smiled as he and Quintus teleported away. Argyll turned to Janus. Has your ship scanned the planet for anomalies? He asked. Janus nodded. It's doing a good job of covering itself. It's powerful, said Royce. Can we locate the humans? Asked Victor. Computer, scan the planet for non-demonic life forms, Janus said. Several smaller circular drones separated from Janus' ship, flying in different directions. It will take a while, but we'll find them, Janus said. Argyll nodded as he turned to Royce. Have the other keepers do the same. My mind was still screaming at seeing Quintus again. Like that nonetheless. He still had his powers too. When Abaddon had said that there were pockets of humans still alive, he'd been exaggerating. There was only one settlement. It was a castle in what would have been the Amazon rainforest had this planet gone the course of most. One city with an estimated 10,000 people inside of it. Our ship flew over it. We were only scouting at this point. Life for the humans on Earth 1317 was rough. It had always been rough. From man's arrival to their conquest of the dinosaurs, to the Gehenian invasion that caused their downfall. It was even worse now. Like I said, they were all condensed in a single city. A city that was about 3 miles across and surrounded on all sides by massive walls. The buildings were decrepit. Most were made from cracked and uneven stone. The area was right in the middle of a desert. I found myself wondering why Abaddon hadn't taken the city yet. As if reading my thoughts, Janus turned to me. Abaddon needs the humans. Gehenna itself feeds on pain and suffering. Why kill most of the planet then? I asked. Janus sighed. Because Abaddon's a psychopath, Cain stated from behind us. No, Janus replied. When I was here, during the conquest, Abaddon wouldn't kill most of the people. This isn't Earth Prime. Their souls would only go to their next Earth's counterpart. They're useless to him dead. Gehenna runs on suffering, so he'd march his prisoners to the gate, to Gehenna, and make them suffer there. Of course, they'd die eventually, but not until he had his fun. Janus's voice was somber. When we entered the city, the plan was simple. Janus and I, as well as the other agents on the ground, would search for Rasputin. Once we found him, Victor would engage, while Cain worked a spell to eliminate the threat. The city smelled horrible, like a mixture of sulfur and death. Janus and I found ourselves in a market, examining the people. Most wouldn't dare look us in the eyes. We didn't even try to blend in.
Their clothes were dirty and ashen. Above all, the citizens of the city looked tired. My heart ached for them. "What kind of life is this?" I asked in a whisper. Janice didn't answer. She only kept moving. The city was crowded. I kept my hand on my sword as I moved behind her. We moved through the city for hours. Eventually, we came across a small wooden shack where we met Royce. "Anything?" he asked. "No," Janice said. "It's like looking for a needle in a haystack," Royce said. Janice took a deep breath. I looked at Royce, then back to the people. Royce seemed to know what I was thinking. "It's horrible, isn't it?" he asked. "That's an understatement," I replied. "It's gonna get a whole lot worse if we don't find what we're looking for." It was then that we heard the god-awful screech. Then a crash. I could hear Argyle's voice on the device on Janice's ear.
"We found him. We need backup."
The three of us sprinted towards the commotion. There, we found the roped figure of Rasputin with the keeper's throat in one hand. Argyle was on the ground near him, a very visible wound on his shoulder. Janice and Royce both opened fire with their rifles. The bolts of plasma did little but bounce off of the man. I pulled Argyle to his feet. Shadows loomed overhead as the ship surrounded our position. Rasputin dropped the man to the dirt as he looked around. That was when I noticed none of these people seemed to change what they were doing. They were all oblivious to us. I turned to Janice and Royce, who'd both stopped firing their rifles. Rasputin then turned his attention to us and smiled widely.
"You,"
he said softly. Realizing that my rifle wouldn't do shit, I pulled my sword from my hip. Rasputin's eyes were drawn to the burning blue blade.
"You're from Earth Prime,"
he said. "You're not supposed to be here," Royce replied.
"We have you surrounded."
A thunderous voice boomed from above us. I looked up and saw Victor in all his glory, his sword out and burning white. Rasputin laughed. Then, every single person in the surrounding area came to a complete stop before turning to look at us, their eyes all black as night. I felt a chill ran up my spine. Royce and I both turned to look at them. "What's happening?" I asked. "It's a trap. He's infected the whole fucking city," Royce replied. "Why didn't our scanners pick up on it?" asked Janice.
"What do we do?"
asked Royce. I tightened my grip on my sword. "Survive," I said. Victor came down hard towards Rasputin, whose back exploded with a mass of black tentacles as the two engaged in combat. I didn't have much time to watch as we were set upon by the civilians of Earth 1317, each one sprouting tendril-like masses on various parts of their bodies. The next few moments were a blur. I was lucky that I could move gracefully enough to avoid the creature's tendrils. My burning sword met with their flesh. I cut several down before Argyle ordered us to retreat. The whole city had become a battle between the keepers and the infected. We eventually found ourselves held up in a small stone structure and surrounded. Royce covered the doorway, while the creatures waited for us outside. "Computer, lock onto my position," Janice said into her earpiece. "Now, come get us." My heart was pounding at this point. I'd seen some weird shit in my time with the Ninth, but this was ridiculous. The moment was made all worse when Royce's voice called out. "Why aren't they attacking?" he asked. "Who cares? The ship's here," Janice said. That was when we were suddenly teleported back into the ship. I found myself looking through the windshield and out of breath. The flashes of plasma rifles coupled with the smoke made the hellscape look even more desolate. I turned to see Janus and Royce standing in silence. Then, I turned back to Kane, who was sitting there chanting with the stone in his lap. Then my eyes caught Argyle, who was standing at the small glass box that contained the alien penis of a Rasputin from another Earth. I turned back to the carnage below us. That was when I caught sight of Victor. Rasputin had further mutated. His form was now almost incomprehensible. I couldn't make out any human features, aside from his legs, which held up a torso that was now just a mass of tentacles around a massive mouth where his abdomen used to be. Victor was powerful, unleashing a volley of slashes that managed to cut some of the tendrils off. But they were growing back faster than he could cut them off. The angel found himself being overwhelmed. "He can fight this thing, right?" asked Royce. "Kane, we need you to hurry up," I said as I turned to him, only to have my heart jump into my throat yet again. "Shit!" I called out. Argyle had taken the penis out of the container and it bonded with his already infected form. A black tendril was erupting from the wound on his shoulder and had made its way around Kane's throat. I moved into action with my sword, lopping the tentacle off, while Kane grabbed the part that was on his throat, causing it to combust. Janus and Royce both opened up on Argyle, but he mutated fast, faster than we could have comprehended. Tendrils were flying everywhere, and I couldn't cut them off fast enough. That was around the time something hit the ship from the outside. Everything after that is a blur. The ship went down. I know that. The next thing I knew, Janus was pulling me out of the wreckage. My head was bleeding. I still had my sword somehow. We were on the ground. "What happened?" I asked. "The ship went down." My world was still spinning. Janus helped me to my feet. "Where's Kane?" I asked. I looked up to see Kane, kneeling with the stone in his arms, Royce's body below him. "He's alive, but he's weak," Kane said. I looked around at the empty street ahead of us. At this point, even the sky was empty, aside from the charcoal gray haze. I also noticed something else. The sound of battle was gone. "Why is everything so quiet?" I asked. "Argyle fucked our teleporter," Janus said. "Where are we?" I asked. "The place where the war ended," Janus said. I looked around at the ruins around me. This place was once a massive city, one that would have reminded me of Rome. Now it was in ruins, just like the rest of this fucking planet. I got to my feet. "Kane, can you send us back?" I asked. Kane smiled at me. "Of course, but first tell me, why fight to save a world with no one left in it?" "To save the rest of them," I said. "Is the spell ready?" asked Janus. Kane sighed. "It will be," he said as he lifted his hand to snap his fingers. He snapped. But we found ourselves in the exact same position. Kane's eyes grew wide as he turned to look at me. "What?" I asked. Then came the horn. The one I'd heard a million times. The one that used to bring joy and happiness. The one that meant help was on the way. The one that saved me countless times. My blood ran cold. Did you really think I was going to let you leave with the one item in the multiverse that could break the spell on my gate? That voice said from behind us. I turned to see Abaddon standing ahead of us, Quintus behind him. Then, the entire 9th Roman Legion all made revenants by that mad bastard. I gritted my teeth and readied my sword. "Oh, Marcus, you don't have to die. Just give me the stone," Abaddon said. "I'd rather not," I said. Janus stood beside me with her gun raised. Abaddon only smiled at us, It was easy, teleporting Rasputin here, luring the keepers, the stone, pulling your ship from the conflict.
You did all this?
I asked. Eberron shrugged. I need the stone. Now give it to me. You can lick Neptune's creamy ballsack. Eberron sighed. Quintus, he said. Quintus vanished from beside him and was suddenly in my face. Janus tried to turn with her gun, but he caught the barrel and yanked it out of her hands before kicking her to the ground. All of this happened before I could even get my sword up. When I did, I found Quintus's hand at my throat and my feet off the ground. His grip was icy and like stone. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't even think straight. I tried to struggle, but the horseman's strength was absolute. I watched as Eberron calmly walked towards Cain, who stood his ground with the stone tucked under his hand. Cain, what happened, baby? You were Mom's favorite toy. She would have destroyed me when she had her fill. Cain growled. Eberron laughed. You know, Mother. She's never got her fill. I still found myself struggling against Quintus.
Quintus, don't.
I gasped. My vision started to get blurry. That was when a bright flash of light just about blinded me. I found myself on the ground. Eberron had been tossed into a building. Quintus was now storming toward Cain with his club ready. Cain, however, was levitating off of the ground, his eyes glowing white and the stone glowing bright red. Quintus made it a few steps from Cain when Cain's hand shot out. Quintus was pulled straight into Cain's grip.
This isn't your true form. Remember who you are, horseman.
Cain all but commanded. There was another flash of light. Then Quintus dropped to his hands and knees as Cain stood over him. I shot to my feet.
What did you do to him?
I asked. In order to maintain his horseman abilities, Eberron didn't let his soul leave his body after he was killed, so I just restored his body. Janus started to get to her feet behind me. She was gripping her ribs. I could see Quintus starting to stand up.
Quintus?
I asked. He turned to me, his eyes and mouth no longer stitched together. He actually looked semi-normal.
Marcus?
He asked. The amount of emotion that came over me in that moment is indescribable. It was like a child reuniting with a deceased parent. I wanted to hug him, but the moment was cut short.
Kill them all!
Eberron commanded the revenants of the Legion as he freed himself from the rubble. I looked at Cain.
Can you bring them back?
I asked. No, Eberron took their souls. He said sternly. We can still end this now, Jaina said. She's right, replied Cain. I can use the stone to kill him. I readied my sword as the Legion marched in on us. You remember what Father Time said? I asked.
Who cares? He's right there.
Janus barked. What do you think, Quintus? I asked, remembering Father Time's words to me. Quintus looked at Abaddon, who was pulling his sword off of his back. Quintus turned to me. Your call. I was about to open my mouth when I heard the voice from Janus's comm device.
This is Keeper Grey. Victor is down. We're deploying a demon seed. All keepers evacuate.
I only chuckled at this. As I did so, the wreckage of Janus's ship moved slightly. We all turned as an oily black tendril burst out. Time seemed to slow as I tried desperately to gather my thoughts. I could stay and fight. I could try and avenge my brothers. There was a slight chance we could pull it off and die along the way. I glanced at Quintus. I'd at least gotten something back from this experience. Eberron's forces, my former brothers, were closing in fast. I could see their dead eyes as they approached us. Then, it hit me. All this time I'd been feeling sorry for myself, not minding the idea of dying. But how could I honor what they gave their lives for if I sacrificed my own? If I died and I failed to kill them, their deaths would be for nothing. "Take us home," I said as I turned to Cain, who snapped his fingers. The next thing I knew, we were standing back at the base of the cave, where Father Time stood waiting for us next to Merlin. He smiled widely when he saw us. I see things went terribly, but given the circumstances, it was best case scenario. "Did the demon seed kill him?" I asked. Father Time raised an eyebrow. "No, he teleported away with his royal guardsman." I could hear Janus groan behind me. "Don't worry yourselves. You will get your chance at him, at some point. But before you do, there is something you should know." That was when Victor appeared next to him, seemingly out of nowhere. His white wings were speckled with blood, his face covered in cuts. He seemed surprised, yet pleased to see Quintus. "I told you before that Kahanian business wasn't necessarily the Keeper's problem. Well, it is now." I could see Janus straighten up in the corner of my eye. "I've been doing some digging, examining the earth in which this anomaly appeared, with Rasputin's, nasty bits. As it turns out, in each of these timelines, he's been given a book by all of our favorite Demon King. A book with the power to summon parasitic organisms from the outside. But he's rigged said book with a spell that causes it to teleport from universe to universe after it's been used." "Oh no," I heard Quintus mutter. "Book? What book?" I asked. "It's an ancient book called the Necronomicon, one that was written by Lilith herself whilst possessed by Amonu. It's one of the most dangerous items in the multiverse, and it must be destroyed. I'd thought Lucifer had it locked in Gehenna's vault, but I guess with the regime change." Quintus stated. "It's a multiversal threat?" asked Janus. "Yes, and so much more," Father Time said as he knelt down over the still unconscious Royce. He touched Royce on the forehead, and the man gasped for air. "So what now?" I asked. Father Time looked past me and at Janus. "I'm putting you in charge of a special division. One that's primary focus will be Gehennian threats. Marcus, you're invited to stay if you wish. Your task will be to find this book before it can unleash all hell on the multiverse." I could see Janus kind of smile. This decision pleased her. I looked over at Quintus, who nodded at me. I turned back to Father Time. "What do we call this new unit of yours?" I asked. Father Time smirked. "Hell Hunters." I served in the 9th Roman Legion once. The things we did and the battles we fought never haunted me. Not until the Battle of the River Styx, where I watched every single one of my brothers die, brutally. It wasn't until after the battle was over After I was spared by our General Quintus, I met Janus. She taught me about Father Time and his keepers. I worked with them for a few hundred years, safeguarding the multiverse. My first mission involved hunting down a man whose penis had been possessed by an extra-dimensional parasite. Of all the things that happened during this mission, the most notable was us managing to resurrect Quintus, the second horseman himself. This part of the story happens around 400 years later. At this point, Janus and I were part of a group of keepers called the Hell Hunters. Janus was in charge. I was the second in command. We had two other members. One was a lightbender called Ryder. She was the daughter of an angel that we'd worked with on Earth 1317. An angel whose name is too long or difficult to pronounce, so he called himself Victor. Being half angel made her more powerful than the other lightbenders, which is why Victor asked us to recruit her. The other member of our team was a literal werewolf called Gunter, although he perfected the term Hound of God. We had been tracking, or trying to track, the Necronomicon for maybe 400 years. After the incident with Abaddon, we'd come up with nothing but dead leads. It had been a long journey. We'd faced many demons and parasitic creatures from the outside along the way. The fighting was easy. It was the easiest part. I can remember the day we got the call. A transmission from Keeper Royce that there was an anomaly from the outside on Earth Prime. That we were being sent in because it was an exact match for the book. Ryder had only worked with us for maybe 5 years. It was nice having a powerhouse like that on our side. I sat next to her in the cockpit of our ship when Janus approached us from behind. "We've got the coordinates. Heading there now," she said into her comm device. I looked over at Ryder, who tucked her blonde hair behind her ear and smirked at me. I hit the buttons on the console and teleported the ship. The next moment, we were on Earth Prime. The year was 499 AD. We found ourselves hovering over a castle in Britain. Our cloaking device was on, so the people below couldn't see us. That, and it was almost midnight. "We're here," I said. "Alright, the energy signature came from this quadrant. Intel says, down below the king of these lands is a man called Arthur. His kingdom is currently at war with an extremist cult called the House of Orioles. They're led by a witch that calls herself Morgana." Janus said. "Morgana? Isn't that one of Kane's students?" asked Ryder. "No, Kane's been in Africa for the last 40 years. Morgana is Merlin's student, or was. Maybe we should pay Merlin a visit then," I said. "That's why we're here," she said. We set the ship down in the woods outside of the castle, where we found Merlin waiting for us. His arms crossed his chest. I was first down the ramp. "Centurion?" he said sternly. I nodded at him as my team exited behind me. "What can I do for you?" he asked. "Scanners picked up an anomaly matching that of the Necronomicon in this area. You wouldn't happen to know about that, would you?" I asked. I could feel Janus staring at him as she stopped right next to me. Merlin exhaled. "In here I thought you were here for the Sword of Enoch," he said. "The Sword of Enoch?" Janus asked. "You found it?" "I didn't. It was bestowed upon our young king by its guardian." "The sword has a guardian? I didn't know that. Did you know that?" I said, looking at Janus. "No, it wasn't in our archives." "Calls herself a few different names. Nimue, Uriel, among others. She even renamed the sword." Flashes of Abaddon flew through my mind, followed by Father Time's words. Another 400-ish years. I'd forgotten all about the sword. Now, here it was, all out in the open. "Well, unfortunately, we're not here for the sword," Janus said. "Good. Megan, you can come out now." The bushes behind him moved. Out came a young dark-headed girl that couldn't have been older than 14. "And who is this?" I asked. "My newest student." "Was she waiting in the bushes to ambush us?" Janus asked. Merlin only smirked. "Come now, I'd bet Arthur wants to see you." Arthur was older than I was expecting. The man couldn't have been younger than 27, maybe 28 years old. He sat on a wooden throne. There were several knights standing around him, all fully armored and covered in a mixture of dirt and dried blood. He had a thick golden beard and long messy hair. He sat there lost in thought when Merlin led us into his throne room. "My lord," Merlin announced as he approached us. Arthur looked up at us. "Is this them?" he asked. "Father Time's keepers," said Merlin. Arthur smirked as he looked Janus up and down. "I prefer their other name, Hell Hunters. Have you come to aid us in our struggle?" "That depends," Janus replied. "You're here looking for a book?" asked Arthur. "Not just any book, one written by Lilith herself," replied Janus. "The Necronomicon. Rumor has it, it's what my dear sister is using to bolster her forces." "Morgana Le Fay?" I asked. Arthur glanced at me. "Yes, she has created quite the force. Most are revenants, of course. That is what we've been fighting over the last 3 months?" he asked as he looked towards Merlin. 5 months, corrected Merlin. "Where is she?" I asked. "In a castle, surrounded by an army, with an intent to release the earthly body of Lilith," said Merlin. What?" asked Janus. This was quite a startling revelation. Our files on the earthly body of Lilith were extensive. It was the body she was born into. Well, born into is a strong phrase. She was created into this body in the garden as Adam's first companion, until she started communicating with Amonu, corrupted Lucifer, and then tried to kill Adam. She was cast out, sent to the realm that would become Gehenna or Hell. While in Gehenna, she was exposed to Amonu's corruption on a greater scale. He instructed her in how to use magic. It was in the bowels of Hell that she wrote the Necronomicon. Using his forbidden knowledge, she teleported back to Earth. She and Lucifer waged war on humanity and heaven. At least until a human called Enoch banished her from her human body and hid it away in an unknown location. A location said to be warded to all hell from supernatural forces. I'm sure you're wondering, why did Enoch not just kill Lilith's human body? Well, blood magic is a fickle thing. You see, when Lilith and Lucifer began their unholy union, they were both worshipping Amonu. They made love under an altar to the dark god. Their intention was to create Amonu's perfect vessel. They did. But during the pregnancy, Lilith came to the realization that she enjoyed her free will. She had the child, but hid him away. She hid him somewhere and masked him with a blood magic spell with her own blood. The child, Dagon, was the most powerful being ever created up to that point. And if he truly became Amonu's vessel, he would be a threat to the entire multiverse. But none of that is important. At least not now. Lilith couldn't come to Earth without possessing a human. She had possessed Cain before. I wondered if she had possessed Le Fay. What it ultimately came down to was that we needed to find Le Fay and kill her. We also knew that if Lilith was after her old body, that this situation could have potentially world-ending consequences, which meant we needed to speak with the horseman, which was something I was tasked with, given my history with them. The hardest part about getting an audience with the horseman is, well, finding them, as it turned out. The task was given to Gunter and I. The girls would stay behind with Arthur and determine a course of action with Le Fay. I'm not entirely sure what Janus was expecting from the horseman. Maybe another army. I wasn't sure. I hadn't kept up with Quintus since our last encounter with Abaddon. I'd seen him in passing only twice since then on varying assignments. Gunter and I took the ship. I assumed that if the situation was bad enough, the horsemen were probably aware. I was piloting while Gunter fiddled with a knife behind me. "Where are we going?" he asked. "We're scanning the area for any teleportation spells," I said as I leaned back in my chair. "Why?" asked Gunter. As if on cue, my screen lit up like a Christmas tree. An energy signal had appeared in a nearby tree line, then reappeared inside the ship. I chuckled under my breath as I turned. I was expecting to see Quintus, not the third horseman, or horsewoman, I guess. She stood behind Gunter, nearly making him jump out of his boots. "Centurion," she greeted. "Horsewoman," I replied. "Amara is fine." The woman still looked as she did the last time I'd seen her. She had long dark hair and a greenish tint to her otherwise white skin. "I was expecting Quintus," I said. Amara smiled. "I know. You still have a lot to learn, Marcus. His shift doesn't start for another 101 years, give or take a few months." "Well then, you're exactly the one I've been looking for," I said. "Are you here because of LaFay?" she asked. "You could say that. You know our assignment. The book." "Ah, yes, the Necronomicon. And what do you think I can do about it?" "Have you no Omegas?" asked Gunter. Amara looked at him with a raised brow. "I do. He's currently indisposed." "Indisposed?" I asked. "I shall explain later. Let us get back to the Camelot. Arthur and I have much to discuss." A little while later, I found myself sitting in the courtyard of the castle with Gunter. It was crowded, more crowded than I expected. We'd also been chaperoned by an older tall-ish knight called Sir Gawain. He stood with us and watched as we examined the crowd. Everyone looked exhausted, dirty, and disheveled. Gawain sighed. "People all around have been displaced by the dead. They come here for protection. It's a damn shame too. We don't have enough food to last us the winter," he said. "All the more reason to get on with finding LaFay," said Gunter. I looked at him, then Gawain. I wondered what Amara, Janus, and Arthur were discussing. Probably a plan for us to infiltrate the castle. "Finding her is easy. Getting to her is the problem," said Janus as she approached with Amara at her side. "What do you need us to do?" I asked. Janus smirked. "She's got a blood magic spell over the castle she's in. Only she can take it down. From what Arthur tells me, she only does this before she moves her forces." "That makes things easy," I said sarcastically. "Have faith. There are other ways to win this fight," said Amara. Janus explained that although LaFay was trapped in the castle, the House of Orioles was everywhere. They were a cult that worshipped LaFay herself and maybe even Lilith as well. She said that there were priests everywhere, and that there were rumors of one having taken refuge in a village south of where we were. Arthur had been debating sending a group there to go after them, but they had been dealing with attacks from LaFay's forces and didn't have the manpower. "So we're going?" I asked. Janus smiled. "You and Ryder will be escorted by Megan." "Escorted?" I asked. "Megan is from said village. Get there and find the priest," said Amara. "Then what?" I asked. "The priests get in and out somehow. We need to know how," said Janus. I nodded. Ryder and I met with Merlin and Megan a little while later. I'd say it was jarring working alongside a 14-year-old. Then I realized I was 15 when I joined the Legions. When we approached the duo, Merlin had his hands on Megan's shoulders as he spoke softly. "Your mother would be proud." "I know," she said. He smiled and turned to us. "If she gets hurt, I'll kill you both," he said. I smirked and turned to look at Ryder. Ryder took a deep breath. "I believe you," she said. With that, we headed out. Megan snapped and we found ourselves in the middle of a forest. The sun was starting to come up, so the sky was a grey-blue color. "Where are we?" I asked. "The village is about 3 miles straight ahead," Megan said sternly. She wasn't lying. The village was at a clearing just beyond the woods. We made our way to the edge of the tree line, being sure to stay low so nobody would see us. The village was smaller than I expected. Way smaller than I expected. It was crafted from maybe 10 wooden shacks and a stone church in the center. When we arrived, there was a commotion going on at the opposite edge of town. We stuck to the tree line as we moved around for a better view. We watched as the crowd jeered and booed some poor soul that was on their knees atop a crudely crafted wooden stage. Next to him stood a tall man of broad build, wielding a massive double-sided axe. Then, there was a bald man with scarlet robes to his other side.
"This man claims there is but one god,"
the robed man growled. The crowd roared in anger.
"He claims the one true God is more powerful than ours. But his one true God doth not grant him immortality. He must die for eternal life after living a life on his knees."
He turned back to the man.
"You doth not have to suffer. Give yourself to the house of Orioles. Give yourself to the Queen Mother."
He took the man's face in his hands.
"And she will grant you eternal life, free of servitude from your tyrannic god."
The man laughed.
"Just in service to her. No thank you. I'd rather die for my god than serve one of Lilith's half-baked cultists."
The scarlet priest turned back towards the crowd.
"He refuses,"
he boomed. This was met with various boos and jeers that very quickly turned to cheers when the executioner with the massive axe lifted it into the air.
"What is the sentence for insolence?"
asked the scarlet priest. The executioner brought the axe down hard, chopping the man's head off with one swing. It bounced off the stage and into the cheering crowd.
"Fuck, he's one of those,"
I said. "What do we do?" asked Ryder.
"Getting him alone would be a start.
I take it the village isn't big on travelers," I replied. The priest walked off the stage and towards the church. I could see the look in Megan's eyes. I remembered that this place used to be home for her.
"How long has it been?"
I asked. She popped her jaw before turning to me. 2 years, she said softly, before hesitating. "Merlin warned me. He said those exposed to the Necronomicon can have an effect on people." "Your parents here?" asked Ryder. "No, they died when I was young. Merlin took me in." Ryder and I looked at each other. Megan took a deep breath. "He went inside the church," she said. Knowing that we probably wouldn't be able to sneak through town without attracting some unwanted attention, we elected to wait until nightfall to head towards the church. That was easier said than done, however. It would have been nice if we could have just used our ship's cloaking device. But according to Megan, the Scarlet Priests of Orioles would have been able to detect it, as blood magic seemed to be their specialty. This also rules out us teleporting straight into the church, so all we could do at that moment was watch and wait, which we did. Things were quiet for a few hours. It was maybe midday when another commotion began at the church. A crowd began building at the front chapel door. A chant was started in some demonic language that I wasn't versed in. I could feel my chest shudder a bit. The doors to the church opened, and out stepped the Scarlet Priest. Only now, he had several runes carved into his forehead. "What the fuck?" I heard Megan say from next to me. The priest raised both of his hands. Both his eyes suddenly started to glow a faint red. "My loyal subjects," he said in a voice that sounded almost feminine. "La Fey is communicating directly through him. I didn't think that was possible." Megan started. "It, of course, isn't possible for a magic practitioner to take over someone's body. No matter how powerful they are, they're still human. which was why my eyes widened as I very quickly pulled my sword from its scabbard. "What is it?" asked Ryder. "That's not LaFay," I growled under my breath. "It has come to my attention that a witch has teleported among you. Go forth, find her, bring her to me." The townsfolk dispersed, abruptly going into a frenzy that began with them turning their homes inside out as they searched for us. I could see Megan kicking herself from out of the corner of my eye. My mind very quickly went into survival mode. "Stay low," I said as I turned to Megan. We started back through the woods. It didn't take long for me to hear voices following us. I wasn't sure if they could track us themselves or not, but when I heard the phrase, "release the beasts," I came to a quick halt. "Beast?" I wondered out loud. I tried to listen closer. That was when I heard the snarling, then the barking. I could smell the sulfur in the air. My mind reeled back to my time with the Ninth, to that first night as a little boy, so desperate to prove himself a man. I gripped my sword tightly as I used my other hand to pull my shield from my back. "We cannot outrun them," I said sternly. "Outrun what?" asked Ryder. "Hellhounds." A howl echoed throughout the woods around us. I steadied myself and ignited my neon blue sword. Ryder pulled her short sword from her back, and it ignited a bright white color. We stood our ground for a moment. "I can teleport us away," Megan said. "No," I replied. "What? Why?" "We need them." I didn't get to finish my sentence as a massive black wolf came barreling out of the brush straight for me. I raised my shield just in the nick of time. The beast slammed into me. But unlike the first time, I didn't fall. The creature's head snipped and snapped at me from the top of my shield. I sank my sword into its throat. Another hellhound charged from the brush at Ryder, who moved swiftly, sidestepping and cutting the hound in half with one swing. I knew that wasn't it though. These things usually traveled in packs of 3. I could hear movement ahead of us, but it didn't sound animal-like. And it didn't sound alone. Several men emerged, led by the Scarlet Priest as he rode atop the last hellhound, his eyes still glowing crimson. He looked down at me. "Centurion," he greeted in a feminine voice. "Lilith," I greeted in response. My, how did you know?" "Not many demons have the balls to possess a live human. A violation of free will and all," I said. The Scarlet Priest laughed. "He worships me, as do your former brothers." I wanted to step forward and relieve this priest's head from his shoulders, but I stayed my hand. The possessed priest noticed this and smirked. "Do you want to hear how they screamed as we tortured them?" He was about to continue when Megan stepped forward and launched a torrent of flames at the hellhound. They hit the beast in the face, causing it to buck backward, which sent the priest falling back into the dirt. The creature ran away. The men around us attacked, but they were, well, mere men. We cut them down in seconds before turning our attention to the unconscious priest. "Grab him," I growled. A few moments later, we were standing in front of Janus and Amara, the priest still unconscious on the ground. "That wasn't fun," I said as I wiped someone's blood from my face. "He was possessed by Lilith," Ryder cut in. I could see Amara exhale. "That is unsurprising," Amara said. "Oh, really?" I asked. "Tell me this, why is Lilith possessing priests in random villages?" "Because she and LaFay are conducting a war," said a male voice from behind us. I turned to see Arthur approaching with Merlin at his side. Megan went straight to Merlin and hugged him. "That still doesn't answer my question. Why wage a war? Why now? What does she want?" I asked. "Does it matter? It's Lilith. What does she always want?" asked Merlin. Power, replied Janus. Amara stepped forward and squatted down next to the priest before touching him on the forehead. The priest started to float as Amara's eyes went wide. Lilith's definitely been inside him, she said. Ew, I heard Megan reply. Amara grunted, almost like she was in pain. No, she said. We all looked upon her. No, she cried more urgently as she suddenly backed away. Her eyes shot up to Arthur, then to me, then to Merlin. She wouldn't dare. What? Asked Merlin. She wants access to the tomb, Amara said. The tomb? No one knows where it is, said Merlin. She does, but she can't get in. Not without. Amara's eyes went to Arthur's sword. Hence the war, I said. Arthur's sword, the sword of Enoch, aka Excalibur. A blade blessed and forged by Yahweh himself, and bequeathed to Enoch to drive off the forces of Gehenna in the first Great Gehennian War. Enoch, the man who drove Lilith from her original body and forced her essence down into hell itself. He locked her body away in a place that no one would find it, sealed off in a tomb that has been lost to history, said to be warded to hell from supernatural forces, warding that can only be unlocked by a sword. I need to confer with the others, Amara said. What shall we do in the meantime? I asked. Protect Arthur. LaFay is going to make a move, and soon. Oh, and Amara snapped her fingers. A man suddenly appeared ahead of us. A bearded man in black medieval armor that was made from the same metal as mine. He had a glowing neon blue longsword in one hand and blood across his face. This is Sir Stapleton. He is an Omega soldier. Stapleton put his sword away and exhaled. Why was I taken from the battlefield? He asked with a concerned look in his eyes. Amara looked at us. I'll be back, she said before vanishing. Stapleton turned to me, looked me up and down, and chuckled. You're the Centurion Quintus was telling us about. I raised a brow. You know Quintus? Stapleton smirked. I do. I served under him during his last shift. Able before that. So you're not Amara's? I asked. Technically no. Come have a drink. We've got a lot to talk about. I learned a lot from Stapleton. He had been helping Arthur's knights fight LaFay's forces for a few months. Before that, he'd helped quell a handful of small matters for Quintus, and Abel before that. We talked for a few hours. It was strange talking to another Omega soldier again. It almost felt like speaking with one of my brothers in the 9th, if ever so slightly. I also learned that the Order of Light had built a temple in Rome, that in my absence, I had missed the birth of Abel and Amara's son, Paul, a child of 2 horsemen, one that grew up to be immensely powerful, one that would meet that very evening. I'd also learned that Stapleton had originally been one of 20 Omega soldiers created by Abel, 19 of which had been killed in various battles and wars throughout the ages. The dead included Stapleton's younger sister. He got really solemn when he talked about her, chugging his entire drink. He also mentioned that his sister was engaged to Abel and Amara's son for a time. Not much else happened before I was called into the ship by Janus. The sun was falling in the sky. Janus sat at a console watching a holographic screen. On it, I could see a horde of revenants surrounding a castle. They weren't moving, just standing and waiting. For what? I didn't know. She's not going to get the sword by just sitting there, I said. Janus smirked. Is it bad that I almost wish she'd do something? Bored? I asked. Yeah, but I guess it's better than chasing parasite penis monsters, she said. Don't say anything about that around Gunther. He loves chasing penis monsters, I replied. I heard that. Gunther's voice sounded off from the ship's entrance ramps. Janus took a deep breath. Here's an update. Scanners on the drones haven't found any trace of the Necronomicon. That doesn't mean it isn't here, I said. It most certainly is, but we need hard proof, not word of mouth. Lilith being here should be proof enough, I said. Janus nodded. The situation has Father Time's attention. Heaven's too. But outside of the horseman, Heaven won't intervene unless you're dealing with Lilith directly. Blah blah. What else is new? I asked. Janus smiled at me before turning and looking at the castle on the screen. We need a way in. I looked at the castle for a moment. It was large, with high stone walls in a circle surrounding an even higher building in the center. The castle would have honestly been easy to infiltrate, had it not been for the blood magic shield that LaFay had placed over it, especially since we had a ship. But it was all for naught. I was about to speak when a horn suddenly bellowed from nearby. Janus raised her eyebrow as she went to typing on her keyboard. The footage on her holographic screen showed a sight that made my chest flutter. There were revenants on the move, shambling down a road that led straight to where Arthur's castle was. They must have been maybe a mile away. There were hundreds of them, if not thousands. Shit, I grumbled. Strap in, Janus said. I got to my seat, Gunther and Ryder both entering the ship and doing the same. Janus piloted. The ship suddenly shot out of the tree line. I got an overhead view of Camelot. It was bigger than LaFay's castle. It was extravagant though. It had 2 sets of walls. The outer walls were made of stone and maybe 50 feet high and loaded to the brim with archers. The inner walls were also made of stone. They were around 20 yards away from the outer walls and maybe 10 feet higher. Inside the inner walls sat the keep, which was a drum-shaped building that was connected to a church on one side and the main hall on the other. The whole thing looked easily defensible. The problem was, the castle was surrounded by the rest of the city that sat outside the walls. We cloaked the ship as it flew overhead the village. I watched as Gawain and Stapleton herded civilians through the wooden gates on the walls. The people were in a panic. The horde grew closer and closer. I could see Merlin as he led several mounted knights and footmen out into the road that led into the village. The footmen were all armed with pikes and spears. He lined them up at the front with the mounted knights and cavalry behind them. Their forces must have numbered maybe 600 footmen, and half that in cavalry. I could feel myself tense up as the archers on the walls let loose a volley of flaming arrows that rained down onto the horde. Some of the dead fell. Most didn't. Merlin had the footmen organized, their pikes and spears held out ahead of them. Merlin himself was in the front on horseback. I watched as the cavalry formation split into 2, each side flanking the footmen. Another round of arrows rained down onto the corpses. The revenants were even closer now. Merlin stepped off his horse and raised both his arms. I remember this one. A wall of flames arose from the ground. He pushed forward, and the fire consumed, scorching the corpses as they charged in. The fire only stopped when it reached the back of the corpses' lines. Fuck me, I could hear Janus say from next to me. There honestly weren't very remaining corpses, maybe about 100 or so, all of which were quickly ridden down by the incoming cavalry. I turned to Janus. It was very evident that they had dealt with this before. We landed amongst the carnage. Glad you could join us, Merlin said as I walked down the off-ramp. It seemed like you people had it covered, I replied as I looked past them at the soldiers, who all seemed oblivious to our presence. I would have thought they'd have some adverse reaction to our ship. I guess when you spend most days facing the impossible, some things just don't seem as mind-blowing. A test of our defenses, Merlin said softly as he walked up next to me. I had already figured as much. I was about to reply when a voice called out. Help! Help! A woman screamed frantically as she sprinted from the gate. I pulled my sword as I turned to Merlin, who nodded and snapped his fingers. We were both teleported just ahead of the woman, who came to a screeching halt.
It's inside!
I looked past her and into the open gate, where several men with spears were suddenly set ablaze. My eyes grew wide as my heart fluttered. The men screamed for their lives as they burned. I took off in a mad sprint forward. That was when I heard the screech. It was high-pitched and sounded mad as hell. I wasn't sure what to expect when I passed through the gate and into the castle. That was when I saw it. The creature. It was a massive spider, unlike any I'd ever seen. This thing had to have been the size of a house. I had fought giant spiders in my time with the 9th. Never any this big. It looked like a black widow, but with 2 scorpion-like pincers, one of which it used to cut a spearman in half. I readied my sword and shield as it made eye contact with me. The thing's eyes were burning red. "How did this thing get in?" asked Merlin as he strode up next to me. I didn't care at that moment. It was there and needed to be taken out. I started to charge when the creature suddenly turned away from me. It then proceeded to fire out a wad of fiery rope in my direction. I got my shield up just in time as the fiery goop slammed into it. The creature was fast, however. It was already on me. I barely managed to roll underneath his pincer. Merlin tried to set it ablaze with a fiery tornado, but the attack did little but piss it off. It turned towards him and screeched. That was when a plasma bolt slammed into its side. A big one that could have only come from one place. The ship hovered overhead. The spider screeched again before turning and trying to set it ablaze. That was when I made my move, sprinting on one of the creature's legs and hacking at it with my sword. The leg came free in one swing, but it also pissed the thing off as it whacked me with its claw. I was sent sailing across the courtyard and into a nearby wall. I grumbled under my breath as I got to my feet. Janus fired another plasma bolt at the beast, but it ducked under it and made for the inner wall. The ship gave chase, firing bolt after bolt at the creature. But the rounds did little to no good. Its skin was thick. The spider made the other wall in a flash and began its climb. I looked above it, where a figure stood in black armor, his broadsword glowing blue. It was Stapleton. The spider roared at him. He didn't move. 2 archers appeared on the wall next to him. One I recognized as Gawain. The other I hadn't seen before. They fired their flaming arrows, but the arrows did nothing. Stapleton then leapt off the wall, plunging the broadsword into the spider's face. The creature roared as it fell from the wall, taking Stapleton with it. They hit the ground with a loud crash. I took off again, running as fast as my sore body would take me. I found Stapleton getting to his feet as the spider's body twitched next to him. Merlin appeared next to me. "What was that thing?" I asked. "I don't know," Merlin replied. Another screech rang out, followed by more screams, sending a chill down my spine. I turned just in time to see an inky black spider leg crest the outer wall. The creature that came over this time was far larger than the one before. Whereas the last was as big as a house, this one was easily 3 times that size. I watched as it used its claws to yank the archers from the outer wall. I could see the ship turn and unleash a volley of plasma bolts into the spider. Again, it did nothing. The ground suddenly shook. Chaos was unfolding behind me as the civilians were trying to get through the gate to the inner wall. I looked to the front gate, where a 3rd spider was fighting with some men on horseback. Then, a 4th spider was behind it. This place was turning into a bloodbath. "Shit!" I could hear Stapleton grumble.
What do we do?
Janus asked on comms. That question was answered when the loudest horn I've ever heard echoed across the evening air. I turned to see the panicking crowd suddenly part. As the king himself marched out, with Gawain on one side and a much younger knight on the other. The king was wearing a silver-colored breastplate over a chainmail shirt. He pulled a sword from his hip. The sword from his hip. The sword of Enoch. Excalibur. This got the attention of all the creatures, specifically the large one, which had completed its trip over the outer wall and was coming full speed for him. My heart danced in my chest. Arthur said something to the knights next to him. They both took a step back as he marched forwards. The creature was almost on him. I was maybe 50 paces away. I was about to run to him. Arthur suddenly dropped to his knees and plunged the sword into the ground. The blade began to glow in an almost similar manner to Ryder's, or mine, but it wasn't glowing white or blue. It was an emerald color. The spider took another step when the ground under it suddenly shot up. A massive spike made from rock and earth went straight through the beast's midsection, showering the whole area in blood and guts. The other spiders didn't relent. They'd made it through the front gate. Arthur was in the third. He got to his feet and readied himself. He, however, didn't have to fight, as a flash nearly blinded us. There was a loud crack like thunder. When my sight came back to me, I was staring at Amara and the first horseman, Abel. He was accompanied by the fourth horseman, William, and a teenager. The teenager who I assumed was the son of Abel and Amara, Paul. Abel winked at me as he turned to where both the smaller spiders lay dead, their heads bashed in by Quintus, who stood there with his club hanging over his shoulder and a smirk on his face.
Holy shit,
I could hear Jaina say over comms. The whole courtyard was now silent. Arthur walked straight up to Amara. Quite the entrance, my lady. You killed the big one, she said with a smile. What news have you? Arthur asked. Amara's smile faded as she turned to Abel. Hello, Arthur, Abel greeted. Horseman, Arthur greeted in response. By this point, the whole group was standing around them. Lafay intends to use your sword to bring Lilith to Earth. For obvious reasons, we cannot allow that, Abel said. What's the plan? I asked. The attacks won't stop, not until we destroy Lafay. That, however, is easier said than done. We must draw her into the fray, said Quintus. And how do you intend to do that? Asked Stapleton. Abel sighs as he looked at Amara. Bait. From there, we made plans. Arthur knew Lafay wanted a sword, as did the horseman. So the plan was to use Arthur as bait. We would, accidentally, let the Scarlet Priest escape. Once escaped, he would undoubtedly tell Lafay that Arthur was taking a group of knights to deliver something of the utmost importance to a small town a few miles west of us. The bet was that Lafay would then move her army towards the town. That was where the Hell Hunters came in. Lafay would have to lower her magic barrier in order to move her army. We would use this opening to pilot our ship right to our front door. It was a gamble, yes, but we didn't have much of a choice. A few hours later, I was sitting with Janus, watching the Scarlet Priest fall face first into a creek as he tried to sprint through the woods. We both found ourselves cracking up laughing. I think Gunther even cracked a smile. Everything was in motion. Now all we could do was wait. There came a point where Gunther went into his bunk area on the ship, which left Janus and I alone together. She sighed. I'd lived with her, worked with her, been around her for 400-ish years at this point. I recognized that sigh. What's wrong? I asked. How many demons have we killed? She asked. You can't kill a demon. You can just send them back to hell, I replied. Janus rolled her eyes. It was now my turn to sigh. Over 1,000. You ever wonder if it's enough? She asked. I turned to her with a raised eyebrow. Enough? Enough? Enough to make a difference? I chuckled under my breath. How many Earths have we saved, Janus? I asked. 247, not including Earth 0052. Those guys in tights did most of the work. I groaned. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm still convinced there was some kind of fever dream. But that isn't my point, Marcus. When does it end? She asked. When we kill him, I replied. Abaddon, she said under her breath. Don't tell me you've let it go, I said. Janus sighed. I've waited millions of years to kill him. Marcus, I'm tired. I exhaled. What are you saying? You want to quit? No, but I do want a break. A break? I asked. Father Time once told us that we'd have to wait 2,000 years for an opportunity. That was 400 years ago. We have time. We? I asked as I turned to her. My eyes stared straight ahead. I never really thought about taking breaks. Not since my brothers died. Not since we resurrected Quintus. Not even since the 9th. My life had been combat for centuries. Combat and loss. Janus was like family to me. I was to her as well. She was like a sister to me. Marcus, you can't tell me you've never thought about having a family? A wife? Kids? She asked. I chuckled. Truthfully, up to that point, I hadn't. I mean, maybe once when I was younger. But after joining the 9th, I just accepted that something like that wasn't in the cards for someone like me. An alarm went off on Janus's console. She sat up and looked at it. We could see the drone feed. The priest was standing at the castle, LeFay's fortress. The doors were opening. I took a deep breath. This was where it began. That was when a massive black tentacle arched from the fortress door and snatched the man up. What in the fuck was that? I asked. The console came to life. Demonic presence detected. No shit, barked Janus. We spent the majority of the night checking our weapons and equipment. It would be the 4 of us, plus Megan going in. It was while we were checking our weapons that I learned a bit more about the war taking place. There never was a sword in the stone, but as some of you may know based on the legends, Morgana Le Fay was Arthur's half-sister. That may be the one thing they got right. That and Lancelot's affair with Arthur's wife. But I'll get to that in a second. Arthur told me the story. He was a child when his father, Uther, was killed during a coup. Arthur only got away with help from Merlin and his then protege, Le Fay. Merlin taught both Arthur and Le Fay in the ways of mystic arts, the same way he himself was taught by Cain. They were all practically family until Arthur turned 14 years of age, when he found himself in a place called Avalon after accidentally messing up a teleportation spell. It was there that he met Nimue, or Uriel, who bestowed upon him the Sword of Enoch. This of course made Le Fay jealous. According to Merlin, Le Fay worked and studied harder than any protege he'd ever trained. He said that she would figure out spells he hadn't even taught her. It pained her to see Arthur chosen, and then crowned King of Britannia. It made her wrathful. She began practicing darker spells. Her hate boiled even hotter when Arthur met his wife, Guinevere. That was around the time she started hearing whispers. Lilith's voice, no doubt. Le Fay started practicing all sorts of demonic stuff. One such skill she picked up on was necromancy. Another, one far less magical in nature and far more dangerous, was the ability to manipulate people. Particularly one of Arthur's youngest knights, Lancelot. She told Lancelot that the queen desired him, that she needed him to fill her carnal urges. One night, while Arthur was away, Lancelot snuck himself into her room. It was dark. and Guinevere had been drugged by LaFay with an elixir of some kind that made her believe that Lancelot was the king. What happened next was awful. LaFay stowed into their room and, upon catching them in the act, killed them both. Arthur returned to not just the news of his wife cheating on him, but her death as well. Merlin only figured out the truth when he heard LaFay talking to herself in her sleep a few weeks later. She escaped before anything could be done, but not without killing most of Arthur's knights single-handedly. It was a difficult story to hear, but I was no stranger to tragedy. Arthur left in the early hours of the morning as planned. He was on horseback, accompanied by Stapleton, Gawain, Merlin, and his knights. They marched into a town called Camlin. We left on our ship, eventually finding ourselves cloaked and hovering just outside of the castle while we waited. It was strange seeing all those revenants just standing still. It seemed like we were waiting there for a while. When it did happen, the gate in front of the castle lowered. Out walked the priest, only he wasn't the same as he had been. The man was missing half of his face. He'd been turned into a revenant and sent to lead our army. They moved out quickly. We didn't waste our opening. Janus piloted the ship right over the castle. I looked down in the courtyard between the tower and the wall. It was empty. It was also quiet. I'm going to drop you guys off here. We exited the ship via the ramp. By we, I mean Megan, Ryder and I. Gunther and Janus would stay airborne for the time being. I can remember the air feeling cold when my feet touched the dirt. It reminded me of the Nine's last stand. This place felt evil. There was also something off about this place. We carefully made our way to the building in the center. The place looked a lot smaller on the monitors. Marcus, scans of the place show a large complex constructed underneath. It's like a labyrinth, Janus said into my earpiece. We were almost to the building now, when there was a sudden rumble. The ground suddenly gave out beneath my feet. I found myself free-falling for a split second before I hit something hard with a thud. I looked up into the night sky, where a trapdoor suddenly blocked out the moon overhead. I found myself in a pitch-black darkness. Ryder? Megan? I called out. I pulled my gladius and ignited it. The blue light penetrated the darkness around me. I found myself staring into two inky black eyes that were roughly the size of dinner plates. I couldn't make out the size of the creature in the dark, but I knew what it was. I had smelled dragons on the other Earths before. I fucking hated dragons. I hurriedly got my shield up as the creature opened its mouth. The next thing I knew, the whole cave was illuminated by dragon fire. There was a sudden thunk. The flames went from hitting my shield to burning the ground to my left. I looked over my shield to find Ryder standing there with her swords raised. She eyed me. Then, a torrent of flames hit the dragon from the other side. I could see Megan standing there with rage in her eyes. It was only then that I could take in just how massive it was. The beast was maybe 25 feet tall and around 60 feet long. It had a lizard-like body with sharp talons on its feet. Its scales were an oily black, and instead of wings, it had a mass of dozens of black tendrils, each with a spiked barb at the end. The creature glared at Megan before a tendril went sailing towards her. She dodged it, while Ryder went skyward, burying her sword into the dragon's neck with a squelch. The dragon roared loudly as it began to squirm. Ryder was thrown off, but her sword was still inside of it. I charged in hard, slashing at the creature with my sword, whilst using my shield to deflect tendril strikes. Megan was hurling fireballs to my left. The beast swung at us with its clubbed tail, but we both dodged it. I did a forward roll under it, finding myself underneath the beast's belly before thrusting my burning blade upward as hard as I could. The dragon let out a shrill cry. I was bathed in hot crimson liquid as the dragon went limp and fell to one side with a thud. I fucking hate dragons, I growled. Ryder laughed. You say that every time we fight one. Do you people know how hard it is to get a hold of a daughter of a Tiamat? A voice sounded off from my right. I turned quickly with my sword raised. A woman stood there, clad in red robes with some runes written on her arms and forehead in what looked like blood. Megan was passed out at her feet. Ryder only stepped next to me. The cave was suddenly re-illuminated by torches on the walls, flickering to life. We knew who the woman was. We all knew we were in danger. I looked behind her. I could see revenants gathered on the stairs from which she'd come. "Dragons are a stubborn bunch," she continued. "Even if you get one, they tend to be less than cooperative. That is, unless you have a direct link to their grandmother." "She's just a child. Let her go," I growled. LaFay raised a brow and looked down at Megan, then back to me. "Oh, Marcus, I was too when Merlin plucked me from my mother," she said. That made my blood run cold. How did she know my name? What? Did you think I didn't know the multiverse-renowned hellhunters were meddling in my affairs? Did you think I didn't know you were coming? I've been waiting for you. "I thought you wanted the sword," Ryder asked. "Oh, I do, but that's been taken care of. All the revenants in the world couldn't contend with the 4 horsemen," I barked. "Oh, but the 5th one can." It took me a second to realize what she'd meant. But before I could say anything next, the attack began. I readied myself for what came next. The onslaught of corpses swarmed us. Had we been out in the open, our chances would have been better. Had Megan been awake, we would have fared better. Had this not been a trap, we would have fared better. We must have cut down dozens, but we were outnumbered more than 100 to 1. LaFay had vanished along with Megan. "Janus, we need extract!" I shouted. The cavern we were in rumbled again. The ceiling collapsed, and a blinding white light came hurtling through and slamming into the swarm ahead of us. When the light faded, we found ourselves looking at the back of a white-haired angel that had decimated the revenants. "Father?" Ryder asked. Victor turned to us with a serious expression. "Ryder, the council will punish you for saving us," Ryder replied. "You're my daughter. Damn the council," said Victor. Ryder was just about to reply when Janus's voice came onto comms. "Marcus, we're inside the main building. There's no book here. Scanners indicate that LaFay has disappeared." "She took Megan," I said. "Shit. We need to get to Arthur, I think." My sentence was cut off as I was suddenly teleported away. The next thing I knew, I was standing in the midst of a destroyed village. The air smelled of smoke, death, and burnt flesh. I looked around. Quintus sat on a stump with a shocked look in his eyes. There were dead bodies everywhere, and even fewer living ones. My eyes met Ryder's. "What happened?" I asked as I approached Quintus. He looked up at me. "Abel's son, Stapleton, they killed Arthur." His voice broke for a split second. "They killed Amara." That sent a chill up my spine. A horseman dead. That was a feat that was nigh impossible. "How?" I asked. "Abel's son. He and Stapleton took the sword." I remembered the teenager. I didn't think anything of him when I first saw him. He looked like a younger version of his father, albeit a bit paler. I also thought about Stapleton. The knight was Abel's chosen. What would make him make such a rash decision? "What of LaFay's army?" asked Ryder. I could hear Janus's ship landing close by. They hit us from all directions. It was one hell of a battle. It wasn't until they pulled back that we realized what had happened. Gawain said as he walked up next to a limping Merlin. "I take it LaFay was waiting for you," Merlin said as he eyed me. I took a deep breath. I was about to have to tell this man even more horrible news. But before I could open my mouth, "Megan's been in communication with me. LaFay is making her way to the temple," he said. "Communication?" I asked. She's established a psychic connection through a spell. It's an old trick. LaFay shouldn't be privy to it, but it works. Quintus got to his feet, his eyes on the entrance to a small wooden building ahead of us, where Abel stepped out in his full black and gold armor. He had a long black scythe in one hand. Abel didn't say a word as he snapped his fingers. A white horse suddenly appeared ahead of him. It snorted as he brushed his hand along the side of its face. "Abel?" Quintus said softly. I followed Quintus closely. Abel looked at Quintus and sighed. "I brought Paul into this world. I gave Stapleton his powers. Their betrayal is on me. Every life they help take is on me. I'm going to go and make it right," Abel said. "Not without us," William replied from the doorway. It was then that I could see Amara's corpse. It had been laid out on a table alongside Arthur's. She'd been stabbed in the heart, while Arthur had been stabbed in the stomach. The look of betrayal was still plastered on both of their faces. I could hear Janus approaching us from behind. "We won't beat LaFay to the temple," Abel said. "Doesn't matter if we do or not. Enoch's wardings are complex. Even with the sword, it's not going to be easy to get in," Merlin said. "How much time do we have?" asked Quintus. "Not long." We spent the next hour or so regathering our gear. Janus and Ryder contacted the Keeper base. They requested backup. Given the circumstances, I wasn't sure it'd be enough. Royce approved this, of course. We didn't get the fleet this time. Just Royce and a team of 12 exterminators. I guess I haven't written about exterminators yet. Those are the Keeper's shock troops. After the incident involving Rasputin's penis destroying an entire Earth, Father Time came up with the idea for a special response unit, one strictly designed for combat situations. What separates them from your regular Keepers, you may ask? For one, their gear. These guys were outfitted in bulky suits of cybernetic armor, with heavy plasma blasters and energy shields. They were also cybernetically augmented themselves. They were Father Time's knights. Once we gathered everything and everyone, we got set to make our way towards Lilith's tomb, which was in a location unbeknownst to most beings in the multiverse. But Abel knew where it was. Some small island in the Atlantic called Avalon. We arrived via Janus' ship, which transported myself, Ryder, Merlin, Gawain, a few knights who wanted revenge for Arthur, who also wouldn't stop touching shit on the ship. We landed at the rendezvous point, where we found the 3 horsemen waiting for Royce, Cain, and strangely enough, Victor and 3 other angels, Raziel, Rain and Aguilar. As it turns out, Heaven wasn't a fan of the sword being taken. They were even less amused by the culprit, Abel's son Paul. During the trip, I familiarized myself with Paul based on Keeper files. We didn't have much to go on. He ranked high on our class system for power, being at a level 9. The class system didn't really matter to me much though. It wasn't always a good metric for power scaling. I will say that the most powerful beings on there was Abaddon at a 12, Dagon at a 13, and Amonu at a 15. I guess 15 is the highest threat level you can achieve. The island looked large from the sky, with a thick green jungle surrounding a singular mountain that looked to be made of a black stone and covered in vegetation. Cain and Abel stood a distance away from everyone. They seemed to be having a private conversation. Cain was speaking, and Abel seemed to be listening. Quintus stepped next to me. They haven't seen each other in a few thousand years. Not since Cain killed him, I replied. I could hear Quintus inhale. What's the plan? I asked. There's a fight to be fought. The tomb is just a few miles into the jungle. We can't teleport there because it would give away our position. Quintus nodded. From there, we would have to move on foot. Janus walked next to Gunter and I. It was hot outside. The air was humid. The jungle, however, wasn't nearly as thick as I'd expected. but it seemed like a lot of it had been trampled. LaFay and what was left of her army, no doubt, which explained why everything was so damn quiet. I could see Ryder walking next to her father ahead of me. The angels and her had taken point in our column, followed by the horsemen, then us with Royce, then Gawain and his knights, then the exterminators. The angels led us cautiously. We walked until we reached the mountain, where I very quickly realized that what we were looking at was not a mountain at all. It was a massive obsidian pyramid. Only, it had been there for so long that it was now covered in green plants, other than the massive triangular doorway where LaFay had marched her forces inside. We all gathered at the opening, staring into the black void. "This is the tomb?" asked Gawain. "It's the largest structure ever built by humans," replied Abel, as he planted his scythe in the ground and turned to us. "Lilith's body is at the center. Keep your eyes up. Stay sharp. Who knows what LaFay has waiting for us?" he said. I can remember thinking that was a pretty bad speech, but then I realized that Abel probably didn't have much to say because he was grieving. I started to wonder how that felt, to lose someone you loved. Don't get me wrong, I loved my brothers in the 9th, but it wasn't a deep and intimate love. We weren't out here having Greek orgies. I then thought of Janus. She'd asked if I wanted a family. Why would I? I was an immortal being. Anyone I loved would surely die. It wasn't worth it. Abel was first into the darkness, followed by Quintus and William, then the angels. I approached the structure cautiously, my hand reaching out and grazing over some of the obsidian that was showing through the vegetation. My mind suddenly flashed back to the battlefield. I was standing on the black sandy shores of the river Styx with my sword in one hand. Maxus was shouting to my left as Quintus slammed his club into a demon to my right. I was looking up into the face of Abaddon himself. He only smiled down at me. I was suddenly yanked away from my vision by a hand on my shoulder. "Careful, Centurion," Cain said softly. I looked at him for a second. He seemed a bit different from the last time I saw him, but I just couldn't for the life of me understand why. He smiled. Then it hit me. He'd always seemed so sad before, almost meek. But now, he seemed almost lively. The warden can play games with the mind. "Here," he said as he tapped me on the head. "This should help, but I'm not 100% sure it will. Enoch was the most powerful human magic user in history." "Then why is he dead?" I asked. Cain only laughed at this. "Whoever said he was dead?" Cain asked before turning and walking into the darkness that was the pyramid entrance. I looked up at the structure. It reminded me of the Kahinian Capitol building, which shot an icy pang of fear down my spine. I put it aside and continued moving forward. Janus stood waiting for me. We entered the darkness. I ignited my sword for illumination. The angels in the front did the same. "You still smell like dragon guts," Janus said softly. "Yeah, that tends to happen when you shower in them," I replied. "You couldn't shower on the way over here?" asked Gunther. "Is it that bad?" I asked. "I have enhanced smelling," he said. I rolled my eyes. We'd found ourselves in a long hallway with a high vaulted ceiling. I could see ahead of us that it emptied into a large corridor. I wasn't sure why at the time, but it made my heart flutter a bit. We reached it after a few more seconds of walking. This area was well illuminated. It was also massive, maybe the size of a coliseum. I eyed Janus, then looked up at the wall furthest away from us, where I could see differing doorways of various heights and positions along it, some were even as high as 50 feet off of the ground. We walked through the corridor cautiously. That was when we realized that all of the walls were covered in doorways. It was almost like some kind of bug hive. It wasn't until we got up close to the furthest wall that we realized that they weren't doorways. There were holes. Holes that looked like ones you'd find in an ant mound. But therein lay the problem. What could do that to solid stone? The answer to that question came in the form of a screech. Abel stopped and threw a fist up. Our whole column came to a stop. The exterminators fanned out with their rifles aimed. Janus pulled her plasma pistol. Gunther only chuckled as he fished a knife from his jacket and started cutting into an apple that he'd fished from his other pocket. "What is this?" Victor asked. "I'm not sure. Those holes are new," Abel replied. "New?" asked Quintus. "Well, newer. I haven't been here in over 1,000 years." Then came the smell. I readied my sword and shield. I recognized that smell. It was all over me. Dragon. But there was something else there. Something else I remembered. My eyes widened as they shot to one of the holes, where one of those damned spider creatures began emerging. My eyes shot to another spider creature, then another hole. A dragon emerged from this one, then another dragon emerged from another hole. These were the holes from up high. The holes on the ground were even worse. Swaths of undead began to emerge, all being led by Paul himself, who wielded the sword of Enoch in one hand. "Hello, Father," Paul greeted. Abel approached him, his scythe in one hand, his black cloak almost flowing behind him. "I'm sure you're angry," Paul said. "Anger doesn't even begin to properly describe how I feel about you right now," Abel said. Paul laughed at this. "How you feel? That's funny. Look at you, Abel, first of the horsemen, Death himself, protector of the human race, and steadfast in his duty, standing enraged at his own blood. But have you even considered why I did what I did?" "It doesn't matter, Paul," Abel said. "Oh, but it does. You horsemen who walk around so high and mighty, serving at the behest of heaven, treating all those who work under you like they're expendable." Paul's eyes shot to Quintus, then to me. "Have they told you about the other Omegas they created? Have they told you why it was so easy to turn Stapleton?" I could see Quintus step forward with a tight grip around his club. "I was in the 9th, boy. I was there," I said. "Oh, but the 9th was just the start. Tell him, Father. Tell him about the hundreds of Omegas who died under your thumb. Tell him about how expendable he is. Tell him how you left my beloved to die to a horde of Sobek's children." I could see Abel's grip tighten. "She did her duty," Abel growled. "Every single one of them did their duty." "Is that what you call wasting their lives?" "And what is it you're doing, boy? Throwing your lot in with Lilith? Do you know the monster you're helping?" Victor boomed. Paul turned to him and smiled. His sword ignited green. "Kill them all," he commanded. The horde of monstrosities came down on us hard. Plasma bolts mowed down revenants as angels engaged the dragons and arachnids. I watched as Abel and his own son clashed among the chaos. The sword of Enoch was deadly, but Abel was tenaciously skilled. He dodged each of his son's blows before viciously slashing at him with his scythe. It happened so fast I couldn't keep up with their movements. That, and I suddenly had several revenants in my face. Revenants that were pulled off of me by a sudden plasma bolt. I turned to see Jaina standing there with her pistol raised. The melee went on for a good few minutes. Father fought son. I watched an exterminator be ripped limb from limb by 2 spiders. I watched most of Arthur's remaining knights get absolutely obliterated by a dragon, all except for Gawain. Gunther carved up revenants with his knife. Amongst the chaos, Merlin found me and Janus. "We can't stay here," he barked. He was right, of course. We didn't have time to waste fighting these things, but the swarm was relentless. A dragon suddenly appeared behind Merlin, but was interrupted by Quintus bashing its head in with his club before he turned back to us. "Follow Cain. We'll fight these things off," he ordered. Merlin led us, Myself, Janus, Gunther, Ryder, Gawain, and Royce and 2 of the exterminators through the chaos and straight to Kane, who was waiting by one of the doors. I turned around to get one last look at the battlefield, where I watched as Abel raised his scythe to get the killing blow on Paul. But Paul and the sword vanished altogether. Abel didn't react, other than turning and butchering a massive arachnid that was charging him. We made our way down another hallway, Kane leading us the whole way, until we finally came across something else. Another corridor, this one with a statue in the center. I stopped and looked at it for a moment. The statue crafted from marble and was of a man wielding a familiar-looking sword as he used it to slice off a demon knight's head. "Enoch," I said. "His defeat of Samyaza," Kane said. "We're almost there." When we found Lilith's resting place, it was a small cubic structure in the middle of a vast corridor. It had a single door and was crafted from the same smooth black stone as everything else. Royce took point with his rifle raised. Merlin and Kane walked behind him, followed by the rest of us. The doorway led straight to a stairwell. We found ourselves staring at the back of LaFay as she stared down into a black circular pit. Paul was next to her with the sword in his hand. Alongside him stood the zombified Scarlet Priest. "All right, back away," Royce barked. The Scarlet Priest was the only one to look up. "Look who made it," the priest said with Lilith's voice. Paul turned to us. "Where's Megan?" barked Merlin. The priest's gaze went to the wall, where a revenant had a knife to Megan's neck. Merlin grunted under his breath. LaFay still had her back turned towards us. "Paul, would you kindly?" Paul handed her the sword. "Remember the terms of our deal," he said before looking at us. He smiled at us for a moment, almost like he was studying us. Royce had his weapons trained on him. "Okay," he said before snapping his fingers. The next thing I knew, I was standing outside the structure, as was Kane, Janus, Gawain, Gunther, and Ryder. My eyes went up as I heard someone clear their throat. Standing on top of the structure was Stapleton with his sword over his shoulder. Paul was on the ground directly below him. I could hear the plasma fire from inside the structure. "So," Paul started. "Who's first?" "We have them 6-2, Gawain growled as he readied his sword. That was when I noticed something large move in the darkness behind Stapleton. I could smell it again. The shadow took a step forward, revealing itself as its red eyes began to glow in the darkness. The biggest dragon I'd ever seen stepped forth, causing the ground to tremble. "No," I heard Kane mutter. "Oh, yes, uncle. Behold, the daughter of Lilith, the scourge of the shores of Babylon, the first dragon, Tiamat," Paul boomed. The dragon was easily as big as a blue whale, with a lizard-like body and 2 massive bat-like wings. Its head was the size of an 18-wheeler, and its mouth was lined with teeth that were almost as tall as I was. "How did it get that in here?" Gunther asked. "Does that really matter right now?" asked Janus. We were outmatched and we knew it, but we weren't gonna go out without a fight. Kane engaged the dragon, dishing out a plume of black flames that made the dragon screech loudly. Paul vanished from ahead of us, and then reappeared right next to Janus, grabbing her by the throat and launching her into the statue. Gawain charged forward towards Stapleton, his sword raised. Stapleton easily sidestepped his sword strike and buried his glowing blue blade deep into Gawain's side. Stapleton's eyes met me. He started to step my way when he suddenly had to block an incoming blow from Ryder's glowing sword. My focus was now on Paul as he had Janus by her throat. I was about to charge when Paul was suddenly tackled to the ground by Gunther. Paul very quickly got to a knee as he looked at Gunther with a hint of shock in his eyes. None of us would have been able to even scratch him, but somehow Gunther had knocked him down. "What exactly are you?" he asked. That was when Gunther ripped his shirt off. His bones and muscles started to pop and conform as patches of gray fur began to grow across his body. I hadn't seen Gunther transform in a long time. It was always disturbing. But when he took his wolf form, well, Paul's face contorted into a smirk. A hound of God. Impressive, he said as he readied himself for a fight. Gunther growled and snarled as he charged in, swiping his claws in a blur of motion. But Paul easily dodged him before placing a few well-timed punches into Gunther's ribs. Gunther stumbled backwards. Ryder had Stapleton on the ropes, their glowing swords meeting in a brilliant display of skill and speed from both parties. I was actually about to assist Gunther when I caught Janus as she limped towards me. "Get back downstairs," she ordered. I turned and booked it back towards the structure. She was right behind me. I could see Cain actually holding his own against Tiamat, teleporting around so she couldn't get a solid hit on him. We made it back into the structure. Arriving at the top of the narrow stairs, I started to walk down, when there was a sudden squelch. Something wet and warm hit the back of my neck. I turned to see what it was, then nearly fainted. Paul's arm had erupted from Janus's chest, her heart in his hand, and a sinister smile across his face. I roared as she fell to the ground, bringing my sword down hard onto his head. He simply caught it and kicked me down the stairs. I was dazed in my landing, but I could still make out my surroundings. Royce was unconscious on the floor. Merlin was battling Lilith in the Scarlet Priestess corpse. The exterminators were both dead. I looked up at Paul, who stood over me with my own sword in his hand. "You're gonna die," I groaned. Paul only laughed at this. He raised my sword to strike, when he was suddenly hit from behind by a mass of black fur. He fell to the ground, dropping my sword as he did so. I scooped it up before turning back to find Lilith holding Megan hostage, as Merlin readied a fireball. Megan had tears in her eyes. "Let her go," Merlin commanded. I could see LaFay now hovering over the closest edge of the pit, with the sword of Enoch glowing its emerald color. Her back was towards us as she chanted her incantation. Gunther was still fighting with Paul. I took off in a full sprint towards LaFay. I guess Lilith noticed this as the Scarlet Revenant raised a hand towards me, unleashing a wall of flames in my direction. I raised my shield and charged through it. This gave Megan the opening she needed as she teleported away from Lilith's grasp, which itself left an opening for Merlin to set the possessed corpse ablaze. I continued my sprint, leaping across the opening and slamming my shield into LaFay's back, causing her to go careening into one of the walls of the pit before falling into the darkness. I myself had to grab onto the opposite ledge. She dropped the sword, and it landed on the furthest edge. I pulled myself up and back over, where I found the charred Scarlet Priest standing over me. "Do you have any idea what you just did?" Lilith's voice boomed as it brought a knife down on me. I rolled to one side as I kicked the thing's legs out from under it. It fell to the floor as I shot to my feet. We locked eyes one more time. I readied my sword. "You want to know what your brother's screams sound like?" Lilith's voice asked. My mind flashed back to the Battle of the River Styx, then to the Gahinian throne room, where Lucifer and Eberron fought, where Eberron had initiated a coup at Lilith's behest, a coup that was responsible for the fate of my brothers. My face contorted in rage. I grabbed what was left of the scorched cloak. "For the 9th, I growled before I cut the thing's head off. I turned back to see Merlin and Gunther both being disabled by Paul, while Megan helped Royce to his feet. I made my way back around the pit as to pick up the sword of Enoch, but Paul was suddenly in front of me. Shit, I barely got out before Paul grabbed me by the throat and lifted me off my feet. "Look at you, the favorite of Quintus, the only Omega soldier in history to choose his own path. Yet here you are, about to die for another one of the horseman's wars.
fuck you, I growled as I hit him over the head with my sword. He smiled again, before turning and launching me into a nearby wall. This knocked the wind out of me. I'm pretty sure it broke a couple of ribs too. Paul scooped up Enoch's blade and turned back to me. Then, he was suddenly sent flying through the air by one of Merlin's spell. I wasn't sure which one it was, as I was woozy yet again, but it sent him over the pit, through the wall, and into the next room. Merlin stumbled forward, watching the hole he'd created with the horseman's body closely. He only stopped at the edge of the pit. Megan had gotten Royce to the stairwell and turned towards us. "Let's go," she shouted. I staggered to my feet. The ground suddenly rumbling didn't help. Merlin ran over to me and started to help me up. "Let's go, Centurion," he said. I got up, using my shield to balance myself, when suddenly, there was a cackle. This one from the pit. Merlin and I turned slowly, as a black tendril emerged from the darkness and made contact with the ground around it. "Oh no," I muttered when the realization hit me. We'd been too late. Another tendril emerged, then another, then another, then they lifted her up and out of the darkness. Lilith herself. The monster of monsters and queen of hell, now loose on earth. Her hair was raven black, and her skin pale. Her eyes were an inky black color, and she had a strange black coloring on the skin surrounding them. She smiled widely at Merlin. "Oh yes, it is good to be home," she said, as one of her tendrils shot out and wrapped itself around Merlin's neck. He tried to struggle. He shot torrents of flame and attempted to free himself with his telekinesis. I think he even tried to teleport. But it was no use. She pulled him in close. I tried to charge in with my sword, but I was still dizzy. I made it 2 steps and fell. What she did to Merlin next still haunts me. I can still hear Megan's screams and taste the irony in the air. One of Lilith's tendrils found its way into Merlin's forehead, but it wasn't deep enough to kill him. Then she activated some kind of energy beam from it, which peeled the skin and muscles from Merlin's face. I tried to get to my feet, but Lilith's 4th tendril knocked my feet out from under me. "If Cain won't serve me anymore, I guess you'll have to do," Lilith said as she reached out with her hand and ripped his skull out. I could hear Megan's screams. Now it was Royce pulling her up the stairs while Gunther got me to my feet. We made it back to the corridor, where Tiamat and Cain still fought vigorously. I found Ryder laying against the structure, clutching a deep gash on her side. Stapleton was nowhere to be found. We were hardly in a position to move, but we knew Lilith was coming up those stairs any second, and we had too many wounded. I could hear the footsteps coming up the stairs. I gathered what strength I had and pulled my sword and shield up. Royce readied his rifle. Gunther growled. Only Lilith wasn't the one who stepped out from the doorway. It was Paul, with Enoch's sword still in his hands and a crazed look in his eyes. That was when Lilith came bursting through the roof of the structure, LaFay wrapped up on one of her tendrils. "Kill them, Paul! Kill them all!" she laughed. LaFay gave off a weak smile before snapping her fingers. She and Lilith vanished. Paul turned to us. It was at that point I pretty much resigned myself to my fate. I wasn't going out without a fight though. I waited for Paul to make his move. He certainly didn't disappoint, charging head first into our group. The only thing that stopped him was the man that appeared ahead of us. The man with the scythe on his back, who was drenched in blood. Paul came to a sudden stop as Abel's hand caught him by his throat. He tried to cut the hand off with the sword, but Abel caught it almost effortlessly, snapping Paul's arm in the process. "You killed your mother," Abel said. I'll kill you too," Paul replied. "I'm sorry, Paul. Whatever I did to you, I'm sorry."
Abel suddenly slammed Paul into the ground hard before picking up Enoch's sword. "I hope you find peace," Abel boomed as he raised the blade and brought it down hard, beheading his own son with a single swing. I could hear the angels and horsemen fighting Tiamat behind me. Abel dropped to his knees, then turned to look at me. "Did Lilith escape?" he asked. I nodded. He looked down at his son's body. "What have you done?" he asked before looking up. "Cain, it's time to pull out," he shouted. He snapped his fingers. Then, I found myself standing on a beach looking up at the pyramid, as it now floated above the island. "What the?" I asked out loud, before it suddenly shot off into the sky. I would later learn that the pyramid flying off was a fail-safe spell placed by Enoch in case Lilith ever escaped. The only problem was that LaFay had broken all the warding that prevented them from teleporting away. The pyramid would end up landing, of course, on one of Saturn's moons. The next few days were hard after we went back to the Keeper base. We had to deal with the loss of Janus. I drank a lot. Ryder had to take me to my quarters more than once. A funeral was held for her, of course. Father Time would take the moment to describe her as one of the greatest keepers he'd ever had. It was a nice sentiment. Quintus came to visit a few times. He kept me up to date on things. Megan and Cain were traveling. Camelot was being run by a knight called Tristian. They hadn't been able to find Lilith or LaFay, which meant the book was still out there. Abel had vowed never to take another Omega soldier. I guess he blamed himself for Stapleton and his own son's betrayals. I did a lot of thinking in those days, mainly about what came after. Don't get me wrong, I was going to find a way to destroy Abaddon for my brothers, but strangely found myself thinking about starting a family, about having someone to love. But I couldn't bear the thought of losing someone like that. Nevertheless, maybe Janus had a point. Maybe it was time for a break. I spoke to Father Time about this one morning. He told me to take all the time I needed. He told me he'd already figured that events weighed heavy on my mind. He said he would put Royce on the Necronomicon case. With that, I left the Keepers. I built a small shack in the middle of a forest in northern Britannia. I stayed there for maybe 6 months, passing time reading, fishing, and hunting. Until one rainy night, there was a knock on my door. I opened it to find Ryder waiting for me. She was drenched. She entered my house and sat down next to my fire. I must admit, I was a little shocked that she was standing there. We stood there for a second looking at each other. "Quiet place you've got here," she said. "I guess so," I replied. She looked at me for a second. She looked just as tired as I was. "Not that you're unwelcome," I started. "I am curious as to why you're here," I said. "I just wanted to check on you. It's been 6 months. We haven't had any leads on the book. Not much has changed." I know. I watched the reports as they come through. That part was true. I'd been allowed to take a ship down here. I did spend a moderate amount of time in it. "I know," she semi-whispered. I didn't want you to be alone." I took a deep breath as I sat down next to her. She leaned her head on my shoulder. "I miss her too, you know," Ryder said. "Yeah." I woke up the next morning to Ryder cooking some kind of stew over the fire. It smelled delicious. She smiled when she saw I was awake. "I hope you don't mind. I saw you had some rabbit in your storage." "I don't mind at all," I groaned as I got up. We ate breakfast and spent most of the day together. It was nice spending a peaceful day not by myself. We didn't do much. I walked with her to a nearby creek. We talked a bit about Gunther, who was now second in command of the Hellhunters task force on the Royce. I inquired about what Ryder's position was. "Don't know. I'm taking a few months off," she said softly. It got quiet between us. The stream flowing was the only sound that could be heard. I could see in her eyes that she wanted some kind of assurance from me. I understood. I did. The four of us had lived and fought together for years. Now Janus was just gone. She had tried to find some normalcy and move forward, but couldn't, which was why she was here. There was a village a few miles outside of the forest, which was where we went next. It was a larger village. I'd only ever been there a few times to trade rabbit or deer pelts. It was an unassuming village, very basic for the time period. We just happened to arrive during some kind of commotion at the center of town. We were both in shock when we saw the priest in the scarlet robes screaming his sermon. "The House of Orioles accepts you. The House of Orioles can give you eternal life," he boomed. "We need to call this in," Ryder whispered. I nodded. We'd both been wearing thick cloaks. We'd kept our hoods on. We started to make our way out of town, arriving at the edge of the village, where we found two more men in red robes, beating the absolute hell out of some poor girl with their clubs. I found myself walking towards them before I had any coherent thoughts, slamming the first one's head into a nearby wall, while Ryder grabbed one by his face. I could smell the flesh cooking as she'd use her raw, light-bender powers on him. He screamed loudly. The girl curled up into a ball when I bent down to pick her up. She seemed to shrink beneath me. It's okay, I said. "No, the bishop will kill me," she screamed as she scrambled backwards. "Marcus, we need to go," Ryder said from behind me. The two of us made our way out of the village. We eventually made it back to my shack. My ship had been hidden in a cave just a few hundred yards away. Ryder went for my comms equipment. "This is Keeper Ryder for base. Do you read me? Does anyone copy?" "Ryder, this is Royce. We just encountered a bishop from the House of Orioles. How do you want us to proceed?" I could hear Royce sigh through the comlink. "We are aware that they're operating, but if you can't confirm the presence of the book, if Lilith didn't take it, there isn't much that can be done on our part," Royce replied. Ryder nodded. I understood, of course. People chose to follow that cult. It would be their undoing. But it was their choice nevertheless. The keepers couldn't do much about it. There were only two of us. If we were to investigate, we'd have no backup, unless we could prove the House of Orioles had the book. "What do you want to do?" Ryder asked me. We spent the evening discussing solutions and possible plans. I had taken the liberty of gathering weapons and storing them at my shack. It was just a precaution. Once night fell, we retired for the evening. I had set out a place for me to sleep on the floor, so I could give her the bed. We talked for a bit. She told me she was glad she came. I'm glad she did too. She got close to me and hugged me. It was strange that such a powerful being felt so frail in my arms. I hugged her for a moment before looking down into her eyes. They were bluer than I thought. I wasn't sure what happened next. All I knew was that she initiated the kiss. Then from there, things took one turn. Then another. Then a few hours later, we were waking up together in the same bed, to the sun rising through the forest. I looked at her for a moment as she began to wake up in my arms. And, for the first time in a long time, I felt something I hadn't since before. My whole journey began. Peace. Life was never meant to be fair, was it? If anything, being immortal has taught me to cherish what I have when I have it. Because you never know when it can be ripped away from you. I fell for Ryder despite my better judgment. I think she did the same for me. Maybe it was grief that brought us together. Maybe it was destiny. Whatever it was, it ended. Like everything else, it ended. I woke up one morning and stared at her for a moment. She smiled at me as she sat up. It had been about 3 months since we'd encountered the Scarlet Priests in the nearby village. We had thought they couldn't find us. We were wrong. That was when we heard that voice. That fucking voice. "We know you're in there," the bishop sounded off. I took a look outside the window. The bishop was flanked by more than 20 other people. Some were Scarlet Priests, some were villagers. All looked extremely unhappy. "You maimed 2 of my brothers. There has to be absolution," the bishop continued. Both Ryder and I had taken cover by the window. "Do you have a plasma blaster?" she asked. "Under the floorboard." Ryder grabbed it as I pulled my shield from the corner. The men outside were all armed with various melee weapons. I honestly wasn't expecting them to be much of a fight, until the building shook violently. There was a loud thud. Then another. Then another. There were massive footsteps coming towards us. I grunted under my breath as Ryder aimed the rifle from the window. "They've got a Jotun," she said. "Where in the hell did they?" The giant stood large enough to where his head almost crested the treetops. Its eyes were locked onto us. Ryder fired her plasma rifle at it. The bolts did little but cinch its skin. It bellowed loudly as it took 2 long strides and kicked the shack, right where I'd been kneeling. I awoke underneath a pile of wood and splinters. I wasn't sure how long had passed since we'd been attacked. But I knew one thing. Ryder was gone, as were our assailants. I tried to scramble to my feet, only to be met with a sharp, searing pain in my leg. I looked down, where I discovered the bone was sticking out of my calf. I fell to my back. Then I realized that my left arm was broken too. "Help!" I called out. "Quintus!" I screamed. "Somebody!" I wasn't sure how long I lay there, unable to walk, feeling completely useless. It was evening when the keeper ship passed overhead. I chuckled under my breath as it landed. The next face I saw was that of Gunther, who commanded the medical team that picked me up. It was as they loaded me onto the ship that I managed to grab a passing Royce by his arm. "Ryder?" I asked. He couldn't even make eye contact with me. That was how I knew something had happened. Something horrible. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. The bishop had Ryder beheaded. I wasn't there to see it because I'd been unconscious. Victor, the angel that was also Ryder's father, had himself an episode afterwards and killed everyone involved. He'd been put on leave for a while. I was in recovery for months. When I could finally walk again, I was told by Gunther and Royce that during their investigation into the House of Orioles, they discovered something. Lilith was no longer on Earth Prime. She'd gone to another realm entirely, Jotunheim, which was why we'd been attacked by a giant. Gunther explained that they were coordinating with the Asgardian Pantheon to try and figure out more information on that front. That, however, wasn't the news they wanted me to hear. That news came in the form of the location of the Necronomicon. It had been left in LaFay's hands. LaFay was still on Earth leading her cult. LaFay had taken residence at a stronghold in what would one day become Siberia. Now me, I was eager to go after her. I had some rage to vent, and she was the perfect target. Gunther and Royce wanted revenge as well, which made planning easy. LaFay's stronghold wasn't like the castles she'd taken cover in before. No, this one was a series of caves. An expansive series of caves, in the middle of an ice-covered wilderness. Royce piloted the ship over the cave system. We'd gotten ourselves an entire squad of about 12 exterminators. We landed in the frozen wilderness about 2 miles from the cave entrance, which was in the side of a cliff overlooking the area. I guess LaFay was expecting visitors, because the moment we exited the ship, we were set upon by 10 to 15 revenants, which were gunned down by the exterminators. We continued on foot, Royce piloting the ship overhead. We made it to the mouth of the cave to find LaFay waiting for us with the book in her hands and a smile on her face. "If it isn't what's left of the Hellhunters," she said. "Give us the book, or we'll kill you," I shouted from in front of the exterminators that had their weapons aimed at her. I had every intention of killing her anyway, and we both knew it. She tilted her head as she smiled at me. "Centurion, do you think the House of Orioles will end with me? We are many. We are everywhere." "I don't care. I'll kill you all," I said as I motioned the exterminators to open fire. Plasma rounds filled the air as the sounds of the guns rang out. I could even see a few of the ship's bolts fly at her. Dust and smoke filled the air around her. When it cleared, she was gone. I growled as I gripped my rifle tighter. "Did you really think it would be that easy?" she asked. I looked up. She was now standing at the top of the cliff. I aimed and fired. She raised one hand and stopped the bolt mid-air, then clenched a fist. The exterminator next to me barely got a grunt out before his armor was suddenly crushed around him. She had reduced him to the size of a bowling ball. My eyes widened. It was at that moment I'd realized just how outmatched we were. She was exponentially more powerful with the book. She'd killed 2 to 3 more exterminators before we all opened fire on her at the top of the cliff. She vanished again. I felt a tap on my shoulder. My heart fluttered as I turned to face her. I'd already been sent hurtling in the cave beforehand. I bounced across the rocks and ice before skidding to a stop. LaFay decimated the exterminators in seconds before turning to a snarling noise and finding an already transformed Gunther. "Nope," she said with a smile as she snapped her fingers. She teleported Gunther away. I know not where to, but he was gone. Then she turned her attention to Royce's ship. He fired 2 rockets at her that she blocked mid-air and caused to explode. She then snapped her fingers. Royce was suddenly suspended in the air before her, clutching his throat. The ship went into autopilot, staying stationary for a moment before deploying a sonic noise that made my ears shriek. LaFay clutched the sides of her head for a moment, dropping Royce to the ground in the process. Royce pulled a pistol from his belt and shot LaFay in the stomach. She clutched the wound and then used her telekinesis to rip the gun from his hands and then send him careening back into the forest. The ship deployed the sonic noise again, but this time she reached toward it and made a motion as if to pull it down. Her telekinesis powers did the trick, yanking the flying saucer from the sky and sending it into the tree line. I could feel the rumble as it fell. She stood there for a second, unsure if the ship was actually down or not. I got to my feet and yanked my sword out. It ignited blue. LaFay turned to me and smiled. "Oh, Marcus," she sneered as I was suddenly yanked into the air by an unseen force. I strained a bit, but I couldn't move. LaFay looked down at the plasma wound in her stomach, then touched it. Her flesh had a hole that went in her stomach and out her back. I could actually see the ground through the other side. She said some incantation, and I watched as it regenerated. "That's better," she said. I growled as I strained more. She lifted a hand to silence me. "Ah, I still need you. Well, your blood. I'm all out of Stapletons. Can't really get more when Aberon has him running missions in Greece." "Fuck you," I boomed. "Flattering, but I prefer the company of women," she said. "What do you need his blood for?" a familiar voice asked from the mouth of the cave. I looked up to see a figure donned in a white cloak with a hood over his face. LaFay turned and froze. Then she raised a hand and summoned a wall of black flames in his direction. The white cloak vanished and reappeared in her face, his hand snatching her by the throat. "I asked you a question," he boomed as he pulled the Necronomicon from her belt. "Oh, Omega?" she strained. The figure then snapped her neck and dropped her to the floor before turning to me and taking off his hood. "Victor?" I asked as he pulled me to my feet. Victor exhaled as he turned back to LaFay's corpse and touched it on the forehead. LaFay gasped as she sat up, only to find his blade at her neck. "You had my daughter killed," he growled. LaFay smiled. "I didn't give that order. You think I'm stupid?" "If you didn't, who did?" LaFay shrugged. "The bishop, the humans, the beings you so often defend." Victor grumbled. LaFay looked at me and then Royce as he limped in. "Where did you send Gunther?" I asked. LaFay raised her hand to snap, but before she could, Victor's hand shot out and grabbed her by the wrist and snapped her arm. To LaFay's credit, she didn't cry out. She definitely had tears in her eyes though. "I sent him to the next planet in the solar system." Royce put his hands to his earpiece. "Gunther is on Mars. Can someone go get him, and then us?" We ended up shackling LaFay. Some keepers came and picked her up and took her in their ship. Royce took the Necronomicon in a separate ship. I was supposed to go with him. Before I did, however, Victor rested a hand on my shoulder. "I know you loved her almost as much as I did, if not more," he said softly. I took a deep breath. "Her soul waits for me in heaven, right?" "They both do," Victor said softly. This made my heart shoot up into my throat. I wanted to cry. I'd known, sensitive hearing and all. "Was it?" I started to ask. "It was a girl." I exhaled softly. That reminder was all it really took. LaFay had said the House of Orioles had people everywhere. I was gonna hunt them down. I was gonna kill them all. I knew it wasn't something the keepers could help me with. They had the book and LaFay. They were going to interrogate her for information on Lilith, particularly why she was going to Jotunheim. And that's where I left things with the keepers. I roamed around the world for the next 1 to 200 years, hunting the House of Orioles. By the time I'd finished with them, I'd killed over 1,000. I hadn't run into Gunther, Royce, Quintus, or even Victor during this time period either, although I know Victor was active. Once the work was done, I decided to settle down for a bit. I did so in France. I stayed in my keeper ship mostly, but I ended up building a small house out in the countryside. That was when I met another woman, Marcella. She was beautiful, and we got along great. I still found myself thinking of Ryder most nights, about my brothers. I was checked out for a good few years. I married Marcella when I knew it wouldn't last. It was a selfish thing to do. We had several children together. 2 girls, Janus and Ryder, then a boy, Maxis. I'd come home one morning after hunting with my son. I remember hearing voices in our kitchen, familiar voices. I turned the corner, and there sat both Abel and Quintus. Marcella had tears in her eyes, but a smile on her face. They told her everything I had denied her. My knees went limp when I saw them. Quintus smiled as he stood up. "Marcus?" he greeted. "What is this?" I asked. "We just wanted to meet your family and speak with you." My first thought, admittedly, was that Abel was going to try and recruit my children for his wars, which was something I was adamantly against. I think Abel picked up on this because he took a deep breath. What you've done is dangerous, Marcus. Your children have inherited your power and will undoubtedly be targets of dark forces. We're here to warn you and to give them tools to protect themselves. Why? I asked. Because your bloodline reeks of destiny. A voice said from the other end of the room. I turned to see Father Time standing at a window watching the girls play. How so? I asked. Father Time shrugged. My visions of the future are quite vague when the pieces aren't on the board yet. As more pieces come into play, it becomes clearer. Your children, or maybe your children's children, and so on, have roles to play in the cosmic balance. I took a deep breath. They must be protected, said Quintus. How? I replied. There is a Lightbender temple not far from here. Go there when you're in need of help. They have ways to contact us, said Abel. We talked for a bit longer. Quintus and I caught up on various things. Lilith had come back to Earth Prime a few times, but she had a tendency to vanish before anyone could get to her. Stapleton was still in hiding, but the rumor was that Abaddon was courting rogue gods for his cause and using Stapleton to recruit. William was the one on watch currently. He had created a few Omega soldiers to do his handiwork, but I would never meet them. The horseman left my children swords and armor that they would grow into. It was crafted from the same material as my equipment, which made it deadly to most supernatural threats. Marcella was upset with me, for good reason, but she didn't stay that way. She was actually happy our children would get to live longer than average lives. She would eventually pass away at the age of 47 due to an illness. Maxis and I buried her near a pond on our property. My children wouldn't inherit my immortality, but they would age slowly. They all looked in their 30s in the late 1400s. I remember this because we'd all gone our separate ways. My son wanted to go on adventures. I knew I couldn't stop him if I tried. Ryder and Janus would go traveling, keeping their hits down best they could. I traveled to a few different worlds with my keeper ship, one being an alternate Earth that was currently in the year 1999. I'd go there ever so often to, strangely enough, go to the movies. I was actually watching this universe's version of Deep Blue Sea when I got a notification. When I arrived back on Earth Prime, I found Ryder waiting for me at the Lightbender temple that had been close to our old home. Its Grand Master at the time was a skinny man with a bushy beard called Pierre. When I arrived, I found Ryder with a massive gash across her side. Pierre was having his medics treat her. The wound didn't look dangerous, but it gave me cause for concern. What happened? I asked. I had a run-in with someone, or something. I'm not sure what it was. What do you mean? I asked. I was traveling through a small part of Transylvania, protecting a caravan from revenants. Something else attacked me. Lilith? I asked. She shrugged. No. What did it look like? I asked. Nothing you ever taught us about. It was pale like the moon. It was fast too, ungodly fast. It moved in a blur. I took a second to think. In the Americas, there was talk of a similar creature called the Wendigo, but they weren't indigenous to Transylvania. Then, another thought hit me. When did this happen? I asked. Last night. How'd you get here so fast? Ryder looked over at one of the Lightbenders. He was a slightly broader man that was a few inches taller than I was. He reached out and shook my hand. This is John, my husband, she said. You're what now? I asked. You got married and didn't tell me? Dad, we've seen each other 3 times in the last 200 years. I did the math in my head. Okay, you could have contacted me. Yeah, well, I didn't know how long it would last. That was around the time that another familiar face showed up, who looked to be in her 20s now, even though she was much older than that. Megan? I asked. She smiled politely at me. "Marcus, you haven't aged today." "What are you doing here?" "I was with that caravan," she said. "Where's Kane?" "I haven't seen them since you finished off the House of Orioles. How'd you kill their pet giant, by the way?" she asked. "With a spear," I said bluntly. I could remember the last night I fought them. They'd hidden themselves in a small castle, and it was pouring down rain. I'd managed to infiltrate the castle, but had been caught in the courtyard by a giant. The fight was quick. It only lasted maybe 15 seconds, but it was brutal as hell for the giant. After some information gathering and some explaining from Megan, I learned that Ryder, John, Megan, and Maxis had all come into the Transylvania area because of revenant sightings. Caravans were getting attacked on the roads late at night, so they decided to investigate. The first night they were down there, they got hit by some revenants. They managed to kill most of them, but Megan needed one alive to try and track down whomever created them. That went a little too well, because right after she did the spell, they were attacked by our mystery creatures. Megan also gave me a clearer description of them. She said that the locals encountered them several times throughout the past few years and had taken to calling them Strigoi. They'd gone back to a tavern where they'd been organizing at, and it had come under attack as well. The attacks lasted until morning. When it was all said and done, half the tavern had been killed. Maxis had stayed behind to try and keep watch on the rest, while Ryder called me and her other sister. I decided very quickly that I needed to go and investigate this, especially if Maxis needed my help. I did just that. Megan teleported her and I to the tavern, where we found Maxis sitting at a table with a cup full of wine covered in dried blood. He'd looked older too. He'd also gotten a scar across his left eye. I stared at it for a moment. "Oh, that?" he asked as he pointed at it. "Dragon." I took a deep breath. "Why don't you kids ever call me?" "We can usually handle problems on our own," he replied. "But not this one?" I asked. Maxis shrugged as he stood up. He pulled a map from a satchel on his belt. It was a map of the area, albeit not a very detailed one. The tavern he was at a crossroads. The air smelled of blood and death. They hadn't done much cleaning either, as there were still bloodstains and some bodies strewn about. On the map, he pointed out that there was an old castle that was maybe 15 kilometers up the north road, saying he thinks that was where the creatures were coming from. I asked him why he thought that, and his answer was simple. The further north we went, the worse the attacks got, until we had to retreat, he said softly. I thought about this for a few moments. The castle was at least worth looking into, so that's exactly what we did. I had Megan teleport the three of us to the woods just outside of the castle. The place was large and built into the side of a cliff. It had obsidian-colored walls around it that had to have been over 100 feet high. We watched it for a bit. The woods around us were deathly quiet, and the smell of death permeated through the air. I could also smell smoke that was coming from a burn pit that sat not 20 yards from the gate. The front gate suddenly opened. Two men walked out with a paper-white humanoid body and tossed it into the pit. Maxis and I looked at each other, and then Megan. It seems as if the castle had a common enemy, but that didn't make them a friend. I stood up. "Stay here," I said. "If I don't come out by sunset, get back to the temple." Maxis nodded. I walked out of the woods. Both the men locked eyes with me. One reached for his sword. I put both hands up. "State your business," one of the men commanded. "I'm just a traveler. I've been running from Strigoi all night." The two men looked at each other. One seemed to look at my sword and shield before whispering to the other. The man's hand left his sword. "Come, the master may want to see you." I was led into the castle. The smell of death was thick behind the walls, as were the piles of Strigoi corpses. The main stronghold had been carved into the cliffside. I was led inside and into a pseudo-throne room, where a man and a woman awaited me. The man was tall and thin, with inky black hair and a pointed goatee to match. The woman was tall and blonde. Her eyes drilled into me as I entered, but the man smiled thinly. "I've been wondering if anyone could make it through the forest. These damn Strigoi have massacred many," he stated. "Who are you?" the woman asked from behind him. The man looked at her. "Carmela, my sweet, you don't have to be so distrustful of everyone who walks into our doors." She stared daggers into him now. "Our guards say he was a survivor of the Strigoi, but do you see any blood on him?" The man looked me up and down and smiled again. "No, I don't. What is your name, stranger?" "Marcus Augustus." The man raised a brow as he turned to me. "Marcus Augustus. That's an interesting name. Where are you from?" "Italy," I said. "Ah, well, my name is Vlad Tepes. I am master of this castle." The name shot a strange chill down my spine. I'd heard it before in history reports of alternate Earths. This man was supposedly a ruthless warlord on most Earths, one who impaled thousands on sticks, one who also was supposed to have died more than a few years prior. I took a deep breath. "I must admit, I've been trying to exterminate the Strigoi, but the work is tedious. I do apologize if your travels went poorly." "What are these Strigoi?" I asked. Vlad smirked. "I know a little about them. They are a nuisance in the night. They don't like the daylight for some reason. Probably because they are unholy abominations." That was when a man in black armor with a matching cloak came out and began whispering into Vlad's ear. It took me a moment to figure out what was so unsettling about him. But when I realized it, the man made my blood run cold. My hand shot to my sword and yanked it out. "Stapleton?" I growled. Stapleton straightened himself up as he turned to look at me. He smiled. "Centurion, is that you?" he asked. "I thought you looked familiar." Stapleton slowly pulled his sword out. I could see Vlad's mouth begin to smirk at the potential for violence. Carmela shot to her feet. "There shall be no bloodshed in the throne room," she bellowed. "Oh, but he is an enemy of the Queen Mother herself. Isn't that right?" Stapleton sneered. "You're a traitor, an insult to those of us who came before you," I shot back. Stapleton's face contorted in fury as he began to step forward. Carmela was suddenly between us in a flash. She had moved in almost a blur, faster than any human I'd ever seen. Stapleton glared at her. "Are you disobeying?" It was then that I noticed I could only hear 2 heartbeats in the room. Myself and Stapleton's. Stapleton's was steady. Mine was going faster than I like to admit. "I said no bloodshed. This one undoubtedly has friends waiting for him outside our walls. If he doesn't come back, we will be attacked. Then everything the Queen Mother put into this place will be folly," Carmela said. Vlad stood from his chair. "If I may, Centurion, you're undoubtedly a skilled fighter. Whether or not you could take Sir Stapleton down is a mystery to me. But you could not kill all 3 of us at once. So please, lower your sword. No harm will come to you. You have my word." I exhaled as I thought for a second. "Why should I trust you? What are you?" I asked. The Queen Mother needed beings with a higher intellect to implement her will on Earth. The Strigoi were effective killers, but lacked the spark of intelligence that endows self-control. Revenants are too stupid to put it plainly. So, she created us, the first vampires. "And what did you mean by her will on Earth?" Carmela answered this time. "Our first task was to destroy the Strigoi, but as you can see, they are numerous. They have a nest to the east of here. My armies have been trying to push into it, but the further we get into the forest, the harder they push back," Vlad added. Stapleton put away his blade and straightened himself up. "This is outrageous, telling our enemies of our slights. What do you expect him to aid us in our struggle?" Vlad smiled. "That's exactly what I expect him to do. We can't have the Strigoi escape our borders." "But the Queen Mother?" "Lilith will understand, and if she doesn't, Abaddon will. After all, was it not under his orders that the forces of darkness blend into the shadows?
was it not he who ordered Lilith into hiding? That gave me pause. The shadows? I thought Abaddon was a conqueror. I could see Stapleton exhale. "This is a bad idea," he said. "Letting the Strigoi take the continent is a bad idea. They're uncontrollable," Vlad replied. "Why doesn't Lilith kill them herself? We know she has the power," I asked. "And risk being captured and placed back into her tomb?" asked Stapleton in response. "She'd at least have some friends this time. Or did the dragons die off?" Stapleton shot me a sneer. My hand instinctively raised my sword again. Carmela growled. Vlad laughed as the doors opened behind me. Another woman walked into the room. This one a carbon copy of her mother, with her father's black hair. "Moria, would you like to see it that our guest is escorted back to his friends at the tree line? They have much to discuss." I looked at Vlad. "What makes you think we're going to make an alliance with you?" Vlad shrugged. "I'm not looking for an alliance. More a truce. There are 50,000 Strigoi in their nest. We know where the nest is. We can eliminate them together, and then go back to whatever we all were before." 50,000 Strigoi? That made my stomach churn a bit. We need an army to kill that many. It started to make sense why Vlad was proposing this truce. Based on what I'd seen of the castle, he had maybe 1,000 soldiers. He also didn't have the creatures in his arsenal that someone like LaFay or Lilith would. Don't get me wrong, I don't trust him at all, but I understood. Moria led me straight to Maxis and Megan. Megan almost burnt her to a fucking crisp. I had to step in between them. I had Megan teleport us back to the tavern, where we discussed a plan of action. Both Maxis and Megan were understanding as to why I didn't trust Vlad. Megan really wanted to kill Stapleton. I did as well, but if these Strigoi were a threat, it needed to be quelled. We spoke with Grandmaster Pierre, and he contacted the Grand Temple in Rome. The Order of Light were in agreement that this was a major threat. Pierre and John would teleport to the Grand Temple to go and speak with the council. I would go to my ship with Megan and make some calls. The first call I made was to Royce. Royce picked up immediately. The video chat was fuzzy for a few moments, but once he got the signal to work, I noticed that he looked tired. Very tired. "Royce?" I greeted.
"Hello, Marcus. It's been a while."
"I've got some information for you, in regards to what Lilith's been up to." I could see his face contort in annoyance. I told him everything, from Vlad to the Strigoi to Lilith being under orders from Abaddon to stay in hiding. I could tell that Royce wasn't surprised by this at all.
"For the past few Earth Prime years, Abaddon has slowed his invasions of alternate Earths down. Or so we thought."
He started. This sent up alarm bells in my head. "What do you mean?" I asked.
"Lately, all of the Earths he's invaded have been in the 2020s, and the invasions happen a lot faster. It's not only large-scale battles for planets anymore. He's influencing their politics. He's causing them to destroy themselves with chemical weapons or nukes before he even gets there. It really puts a damper on our efforts to protect any of the Earths he hits. The Keepers can't protect a world that's already destroyed itself."
I swallowed hard as I tried to think. The vampires could blend in with humans almost effortlessly. They had powers they could be used to influence. I remembered how easily the House of Orioles had swayed entire villages. I remembered hearing rumors that Stapleton was recruiting people for Abaddon himself. "We need to take out these Strigoi, but I'd be remiss if I didn't inform you that these so-called vampires could give us a way to imprison Lilith," I said. Royce raised a brow.
"How do you figure?"
"Stapleton, it seems he's babysitting, which means that Lilith doesn't trust her new subjects. Because
they still have their free will,"
Roy said. I smirked as I remembered the stories I'd heard about her worshipping Amonu. She left her god because she wanted her own autonomy, but she rarely gave it to any of her own creations. Rules for thee, but not for me.
"I'll take this info to my higher-ups. We'll see what we can do. Keep your transponder on you."
I nodded as my screen went black. That was when I'd made my next call. Gunther. After capturing LaFay, he'd gone home.
His father had died, leaving him as the heir to his father's wolf clan. That was about all I knew. That and his clan had had a schism of sorts shortly after the Black Plague. A new wolf had shown up and had corrupted the wolf mutation and made it to where several of the Hounds of God couldn't return to their human forms. That and they couldn't control their bloodlust. It got to a point where Cain had to step in and banish said wolf to another realm. That story I'd partially learned from Megan and partially from Gunther. She'd never seen said wolf. She and William were busy cleaning the corrupted from the English countryside. Gunther didn't need much convincing. He didn't have many wolves left, only about 60, which doesn't sound like a lot, but he quite literally threw hands with a horseman at one point. He'd called them. I'd asked Megan if she could get a hold of Cain. She shook her head. I would if I could, but I hadn't seen or heard from him in over 100 years. I don't know where he is, she said. We were exiting the ship. We were greeted by Maxis and Pierre, who had returned with the entire Lightbender army, which numbered over 3,000. I wondered where Janus was. The High Council approved our forces, said Pierre. Will it be enough? I asked, looking at Maxis. I'm not sure, Maxis replied. I took another deep breath. What of your other sister? I asked. Maxis took a deep breath. I don't know. I haven't seen her in a long time. Not since she went to the New World. I said. I didn't have time to dwell on this. If I knew my daughter, she was probably helping people. We needed to get a move on. Gunther would arrive a few hours later with all of his remaining Hounds of God. They were surprisingly polite for a pack of werewolves. The leaders among us met, which included Gunther, Pierre, myself, Megan, and Maxis. We made our plans. Ryder and John would stay at the compound. I would return to Vlad's castle with Megan and Pierre, while Gunther and Maxis would wait with our forces outside, just in case we were being let into a trap. You see, we were expecting them to try something funny. Lilith wasn't stupid. She wasn't going to be happy about Vlad's little alliance. The meeting with Vlad was tense. We arrived at dawn, using the Lightbender's portals to teleport our small army to just outside his gate. He was seemingly anticipating this, as he was standing at the gate with Carmela and Moria waiting for us. Carmela had an irritated expression. Moria seemed neutral. But Vlad was smiling. He looked almost happy to see us. We approached him cautiously. Marcus, and my wife thought you weren't going to return, he bellowed as he approached us. Where is this nest? Megan asked abruptly. Vlad eyed her for a moment and then smirked at me. Come, we have much to discuss. We made our battle plans that weren't easy because we didn't have any information on the layout of the nest, other than it was an old ruined castle with an expensive underground tunnel system that had been carved by Lilith during her previous stay. What made things even harder was that because Lilith had stayed there, the place had been warded to hell. There would be no teleporting in or out. Our armies would have to march through thick, Strigoi-infested forest in order to reach the castle. From there, we would have to find a way inside and burn them out. Some of Vlad's men used handheld firearms they called the arquebus. They only had maybe 100. Each was loaded with silver ammunition. Vlad had placed these soldiers at the front of his lines in the formation. We made his column march in the front, followed by the Lightbenders and Hounds of God. I flew my ship above, with Maxis and Megan accompanying me. Vlad wanted to come, but I didn't exactly trust him on the ship. We marched at daybreak, which made things easier, as the Strigoi liked to retreat to their nests at night. Vlad and his family were vampires, yes, but not like your typical Hollywood vampires. I'm not sure where the idea that they burn in the sun came from. If anything, they seem a little slower in the daytime. The ship hovered over the columns, scanning the tree line for the Strigoi. We figured they wouldn't have heat signatures, because Lilith typically uses dead flesh to create her monsters. My scanners instead looked for blood or black magic signatures. Imagine my shock when the scanners lit up all over the forest, all over Vlad's column. His entire army was comprised of vampires. Megan and I looked at each other. Maxis scoffed. I don't think any of us were surprised. It was jarring, yes. I'd remembered how fast Carmela moved in the throne room and couldn't imagine having to face an army of these things. Getting into Strigoi territory wasn't hard. The creatures seemed to run from our columns. We got maybe a mile away from the nest when they had actually started to attack our forces. The first attack came from the left side. A Strigoi leapt from a tree and landed on a lightbender, whose friends proceeded to cut the creature to pieces in seconds. This didn't stop the lightbender from getting his throat ripped out. The smell of blood in the morning air seemed to invigorate the Strigoi, because even more attacks followed. The attacks weren't organized in any way whatsoever, more like rabid animals acting on instinct. We reached the outer wall of the castle. Vlad was correct in his intel. The castle wasn't even a castle anymore, just a partially destroyed tower surrounded by what was left of a wall. The ship's scanners tried to pick up the tunnel system.
Error. Warning active. Unable to scan this area.
The robotic voice said. I groaned under my breath. The columns had stopped as Vlad and Pierre approached what was left of the wall. What now? Asked Megan. I don't want to march an army inside until we know what we're dealing with. Don't want to fall through the floor again. Megan laughed softly. I lowered the ship a bit, then used the plasma cannon to blow a hole in the ground right in front of the tower. It was as expected. There was a wide open cavern underneath. One that was even deeper than Edlafay's castle. Everything was quiet. Both armies were still stationed outside the ruined walls. No dragons this time? Asked Megan. Hey Dad, I heard Maxis say. I'd already seen what he was talking about from the corner of my eye. Energy signatures, thousands of them, coming from all directions. Then thousands more coming from the hole beneath us. I could see Pierre below instructing his lightbenders. It looked like they were forming a perimeter. Vlad marched his riflemen forward to the walls, while he put his pikes in a line at the back to halt the incoming assault. I could see the energy blasts from the lightbenders' weapons cutting through the tree line and into the horde that was coming their way. Vlad's troops opened fire on the creatures as they emerged from the hole I'd created. I hit a few switches on my ship's console.
Rapid fire mode activated.
The computer said. I unleashed a volley of hot plasma down the hole. The illumination from the plasma bolts shot a tingle up my spine. There were thousands upon thousands of them coming. It was almost like a wave of Strigoi. I hit more buttons on my console.
Flamethrower activated.
It said. I was now launching a torrent of flames alongside the rapid-fire plasma bolts. They did a surprisingly good job at holding the hole, while the lightbenders and Vlad's forces fought the battle outside the walls. I'm not sure how many we killed in the hole. I know that it wasn't enough. The creatures began emerging from other parts of the ruins. They emerged from the dirt like worms. I hadn't seen one of these things before then. The creatures were grotesque. Their skin was white as milk. Their ears were elongated and their faces bat-like. Their bodies were humanoid and emaciated. They were also fragile, as they relied on their speed and healing factor to get the job done. A single plasma bolt would blow them to pieces, negating that healing factor altogether as their flesh were cauterized. We killed creature after creature, but they just kept on coming. In and around the castle ruins were complete chaos and bloodshed. Then came another signature.
Demonic presence identified.
The robotic voice called out. Megan and I eyed each other. Maxis took a breath. The monitor showed the signature coming from the pit we'd created. Then, suddenly, a red beam of energy slammed into my ship. I pulled up on my steering controls as my shields deployed. What in Neptune's screaming nutsack was that? I asked. Take a guess, replied Megan. I knew what it was. I knew who it was. I just wasn't expecting her to show her face so damn quickly. Lilith came forth from the darkness, her tendrils aimed at the ship. She was riding one of those spider creatures. Fuck, I growled
as the Strigoi were now not the only dangerous creature emerging from the nest. Lilith smiled at my ship as 2 more beams of energy shot out from her tendrils. Again, the shields held. I responded in kind with the plasma bolts, but the blue balls of energy stopped a few feet from her. "We need to pull our forces out," Maxis stated. I scoffed. "Stick to the plan," I said. Megan suddenly vanished from next to me. She knew what her role was. My ship took another energy beam. A spider suddenly leapt for it. It caught a plasma bolt to the face, causing its head to explode. The Keepers had upgraded our ship's plasma weaponry after our last battle with these things. I'm not sure Lilith had been expecting this, because the look on her face was priceless. "She didn't like that," said Maxis. "She's really not gonna like this. Royce?" I called into comms. 15 other ships decloaked in the sky above us. Lilith's face contorted in annoyance as her spider creature retreated into the hole with her on top of it. Royce had come with a small army, deploying over 1,000 exterminators in the woods outside of the castle. Some created a perimeter, while others surrounded what was left of Vlad's army. The ships in the sky launched a bombardment that killed most of the various creatures we'd been dealing with on the surface. I hadn't realized how bloody the fighting outside of the castle had been until we landed. Royce and Gunther approached me. I was fully expecting for them to have taken Vlad prisoner, but the look on Gunther's face was almost one of pity. "You need to see this," he said. They led me outside the castle. Vlad's soldiers had surrendered. Vlad sat bloodied with a corpse in his arms, in a face full of tears. "She wasn't supposed to be here. Why was she here? Get out of my head!" he pleaded. "What happened?" I asked Gunther. That was when I realized who the corpse was. It was Vlad's wife, Carmela. I would find out that Carmela had been killed by several of the Strigoi in the chaos. Megan appeared next to me. "I managed to break most of the warding. Your ships should be able to scan the tunnels now." "Good," I replied as I eyed Royce. Royce put his finger to his ear. "Deploy the drones. Let's bring this bitch in." "No," Vlad called out as he got to his feet. The exterminators raised their rifles at him. Royce signaled for them to lower their weapons. "I'm going to kill her," he said with a crazed look in his eyes. "Why?" I asked. Vlad grabbed the sides of his head. He looked as if he was straining hard. "Get out!" he roared. Megan looked at me, then took 2 steps towards him before tapping him on the forehead. Vlad went limp as he fell backward into the grass. Megan squatted down over him, then touched his forehead again. Her eyes went white and began to glow. We all stood there for a second as we watched her. His memories are strange. Or are these hers? Megan asked. "What do you see?" I asked. A plan. Vlad was left with Stapleton and given orders to take out the Strigoi. But it was never about the Strigoi. Lilith knew Vlad couldn't exterminate them all. Not without help. "What do you mean it was never about the Strigoi?" asked Royce. Lilith planted the idea in his mind. The Strigoi were a big enough threat to get our attention, but not big enough for Horseman or the Keepers to involve themselves. If she could get Vlad to form an alliance, then she could wipe the smaller pieces off the board. The Strigoi were never not under her control. Megan strained. "There's more to it than that. She wanted something. Or someone. She's weak. I can sense it." She strained again. "She knows I'm in his head. She's trying to block me out." Megan suddenly fell forward and barfed up her lunch. Her eyes went back to normal as she looked at me. She smiled. "Enoch, you tricky bastard." "What?" I asked. "It's a spell, one that Enoch placed on her body. He figured she'd get back into it one day. The plan was to trap her inside of it and send her temple into outer space," Megan said. "But LaFay teleported her away," I said.
Megan nodded. Yeah, but she's still trapped in that body. She can't teleport between dimensions, if at all anymore. Not unless she's banished or uses a monolith. So we can trap her? I asked. If we can catch her, replied Gunther. Megan nodded again. We better hurry. Vlad's eyes shot open as he sat up. He turned and looked at Megan. You severed our link, he said softly. Megan nodded. Vlad turned and looked at me. I didn't know she would be here. I believed him, more so because of what Megan said than anything. If the Strigoi were never not under Lilith's control, then Lilith was fully aware that they had murdered Carmela. Not only that, but they had killed hundreds of vampires in the battle. I have to kill her, Vlad said as he shot to his feet and pulled his sword. Wait, I called out. Vlad looked at me for a moment. You can't. If you do, the consequences will be dire, I started. Don't threaten me, Vlad all but hissed. She killed my wife. I understand that, Vlad, but you can't kill her. Her death would open a cage that would end the multiverse. For the sake of your daughter, please listen to me, I said. He looked at me with a tilted head. Then what's the plan? He asked. Royce's drones had picked up on a miles-wide tunnel system that Lilith and her brew had created. It was a vast and complex maze. It was also where she was hiding. We knew we needed to go inside. We needed to go and fish her out. But like I said, we were walking into a maze that stretched miles underground. We split into groups. I took Vlad, Gunther and Royce and a sizable amount of exterminators, while Megan took Maxis, Pierre, the rest of the Lightbenders, and some exterminators. We left more than half of our forces on the surface. The tunnels were dark and sort of narrow. We used the drones for illumination. Gunther and I walked side to side. He was chewing on some kind of tobacco, and I could smell it. So, you had a couple of kids, huh? He asked. I scoffed. He knew the answer to that question. He also knew that Ryder had been 2 months pregnant when she'd been killed. Yeah, I replied. I could hear him laugh softly. It was a sad laugh. I knew because I had plenty of those. I had a few of my own. They died in the schism. I exhaled. I'm sorry, I said. It comes with who we are, Gunther said. It got quiet again as we continued our journey. The only noise was the humming of the drones ahead of us, the smell of decay getting stronger the further we made it down. Royce had found his way next to Gunther and I. He had a holographic image of one of the Strigoi corpses on his wrist. Look at that, he said. At what? Asked Gunther. The Strigoi share 99% of the same DNA as Vlad. DNA? Asked Vlad. Royce turned to him and frowned. This Earth hasn't discovered that yet, I said. This Earth? The hell does that mean? Asked an even more confused Vlad. We, of course, didn't have time to explain the complexities of the multiverse. It seems whatever Lilith mutated the Strigoi with is the same thing she used to mutate Vlad. Ah, so I'm the upgrade, Vlad said. If that were the case, then she wouldn't have tried to kill you, Roy said bluntly. Vlad went quiet. Why is any of this important? Asked Gunther. Because that pathogen is similar in nature to the one that is used to make revenants. It would also mean that. The drone came to a complete stop as the holographic image changed to a reading. Oh shit, Roy said. I looked ahead to see what he was looking at. It was a creature I'd never seen before. It looked like a massive jagged-toothed mouth surrounded by pink flesh. It was barreling straight for us. Royce's exterminators lumbered ahead of us and opened fire with their plasma blasters, but the creature only drew closer and closer. It was 50 yards away now. It wasn't until one of the soldiers fired a rocket down its throat did it stop. The drone scanned it with a blue light. What in Jupiter's electric asshole is this thing? I asked. Royce looked at his wrist. It's a worm, a really big worm,
Probably what made those tunnels, said Gunther. The passageway ahead of us was now blocked off, and the thought of a massive worm coming out of one of the walls and eating us made things feel more intense. I was suddenly scared for Max's. Call it parental instinct if you will. I could sense the unease in everyone around me. I could see one of the exterminators kneel suddenly and feel the ground beneath them. That was when I felt it too. The trembling. That exterminator was suddenly swallowed whole by a worm that came up from underneath him. I took a step backwards as the men behind me all opened fire. I could hear screeches coming from our rear. I turned to see a spider creature leading a horde of strigoi. The exterminators formed lines and opened fire. Their plasma blasts were loud, but they were cut off by the worm that erupted through the side of the tunnel and devouring them. I gripped my sword tightly as I turned and looked down at the hole where the first worm to eat someone had emerged. I turned back to the man I had left. The exterminators were fighting for their lives against the horde, but the fucking worms kept coming. It was dark in the hole. "In the hole!" I commanded before jumping in. Royce, Vlad, Gunther, and a few exterminators plunged into the darkness with me, the drone following behind, trying its best to illuminate our descent. I'm not sure how far we fell, but we landed in water. I'd barely made it to the surface when the drone's spotlight illuminated me. Other than that, it was still pitch black. I could hear my comrades splash down close by. The drone shone lights on them as well. All went quiet for a moment as we gathered our bearings. The water was deep. The drone was maybe 20 feet overhead. It made me wonder just how big that worm had been. That question was unfortunately answered as something splashed to my left. A worm the size of a bus swallowed another exterminator. My eyes widened as I turned and started to swim with all my might. I couldn't see ahead of me, but I swam nevertheless. That was when I heard movement to my left, the whooshing of water. I turned to look, the drone's light guiding my vision. Another worm was barreling at me through the water. I braced for a painful death, but then out of nowhere, a massive crocodile-like creature chomped down on the beast, pulling into the depths. I kept swimming and swimming until I could see something in the distance ahead of me. It was a fire. I swam until we got to shallower water where I could stand. Then we found ourselves on an underground beach, where Megan and Maxis waited for us, both soaking wet with faces full of irate fury. "That didn't work," Megan said. "Can you teleport us out?" "I've been trying. Nothing's working." "Is it warded?" Megan exhaled. "I don't know." The drone scanned around behind them as Vlad, Royce, and Gunther came ashore. "Where's Pierre?" I asked. "We got separated by those worm things." "Where are your men?" asked Maxis. "Dead mostly," Vlad replied. The abruptness was harsh, but he was right. Royce looked at his holographic display. "There's a structure up ahead," he said softly. The drone shone its light on what looked to me like a temple of sorts that sat maybe 100 yards from the beach. The temple was massive and sophisticated. It looked to have been carved into the rock. The best thing I could compare it to is a twisted cathedral. We looked at it for a minute before Megan spoke. "Where are we?" she asked. "This is the temple for lost children, and so lost are you," a voice bellowed from the water behind us. I turned quickly with my sword raised, only for my heart to shoot up into my throat. 20 to 30 Roman legionnaires stood knee-deep in the water. Roman legionnaires with black blades that were glowing a kind of purple color. The cavern we were in was suddenly illuminated when the water caught fire. My eyes followed the fire as it shot up through fountains on the walls and through small waterways that led straight to the temple steps, where Lilith sat on the back of her spider with a host of other spiders and strigoi behind her. The soldiers marched out, but they weren't what had me on edge.
That prize goes to Abaddon, who stood at the front with his double-bladed sword in one hand. "Abaddon!" I growled as my sword ignited. Abaddon smirked at us. "Centurion, it's been a while. I brought your brothers," he said, gesturing to the Roman soldiers. "The ones that survived, at least." "Survived?" I muttered. I thought I was the only survivor. That was when the realization dawned on me. There had to have been more survivors. Survivors that had been trapped in hell for over 1,000 years. Survivors that Abaddon had brainwashed. We found ourselves surrounded. We all knew there was no real way we could win this fight. I resigned myself to my fate. "We're not going to surrender," Megan growled. Abaddon crossed his arms and smiled. "I wasn't expecting you to. But alas," Abaddon exhaled as he uncrossed his arms. "I'm not here to kill you either. In fact, I need something from you in particular." I readied myself. "What's that?" "There's an item in the temple. One my demonic lineage prevents me from retrieving." "So what? Have one of your lackeys get it." "Ah, I would. But here's the thing. I may have corrupted them with demonic black magic, and now, when they walk into the temple, well, they combust like a pig on a spin roast." "Then get Stapleton. I'm sure he'd love to help." Abaddon laughed. "You're funny. Do you not realize where we are? This is the Horseman's first temple. The place Abel himself was revived by Yahweh. The place Abel created the first Omegas. That temple can only be accessed by the Horseman's chosen. Stapleton is not one of those anymore. Whatever it is, I won't get it. I'd rather die," I said. "You will die regardless," Abaddon sneered as he gestured towards Lilith. "But if you want your eldest daughter and her son to survive, you'll do as I ask." "Janus?" I said in a barely audible voice. Abaddon hadn't lied. The horde parted and revealed my eldest daughter sitting there curled around a small baby. It's hard to describe the anguish that washed over me in that moment. This whole thing was a ploy to get me there. Megan had even said so. Lilith was looking for someone, and that someone was me. My paternal instincts kicked in. I wanted to run to her, to hold her, but I was stuck between a rock and a hard place. I couldn't let them hurt her, or my grandchild. I gritted my teeth. "Marcus?" I heard Megan say from behind me. "What is it? The object?" I asked. "I'm so glad you asked," Abaddon said. "It's a necklace with a green ruby at the center. It should be in one of the tombs, along with the remains of an old acquaintance of yours." "What's it do?" I asked. Questions, Lilith's voice said from behind me. She was suddenly a lot closer than she had been. Everyone around me was tense. "Gehenna is owed a soul," she continued. I could see Abaddon slightly wince at this. "The necklace is an anchor for a soul that belongs in hell. That's all you need to know," Abaddon said. "Whose soul?" I asked. Abaddon glared at me. No more questions. Now go inside and get me this necklace so we can be done with this." I didn't want to. I really didn't want to. But it wasn't like I had a choice. Abaddon walked with me, Lilith's horde parting as we approached the temple entrance. My friends and allies were still surrounded as I left them behind. "You're gonna try to kill us anyway, aren't you?" I asked. "You're just gonna have to wait and see," he replied as we reached the end of the steps. The entrance to the temple was littered with charred remains of Roman legionnaires. It was also pitch black inside. I exhaled as I took a step through the threshold. I could hear Abaddon laugh softly when I did so. The moment I stepped through, the waterways that moved along the walls ignited, revealing a long hallway that was carved from the same rock. I cautiously followed the hallway down, until I came to an opening. This opening was wide and cylindrical in shape. There were holes in the walls where decomposing bodies lay resting. Most were armored in various kinds of outfits. I saw a samurai, a Spartan, a Persian immortal, a few knights. And then I saw a familiar body that was less decomposed than the others. It was Amara. I stopped when I got to her. She'd been laid to rest with all the Omega soldiers she'd helped to create. I took a deep, shaky breath as my mind pondered my brothers. They could have been laid to rest here had they not died in hell. Around that thought was when I noticed another body laid to rest. Paul, the son of Abel and Amara, one of the most dangerous beings I've ever faced off with, the one who killed my best friend. Around his neck was a necklace with an emerald ruby inside. The necklace I was looking for. I can remember being a bit stunned as to why he was there. That was when a voice said from next to me, "He was my son. Even after everything, I couldn't let Gehenna have him." I turned to see Abel standing with his hands collapsed together as he looked solemnly at the body. I understood. As a father, even when your children misbehave, you still love them. They want him. I'm not sure for what, but they want him. There are thousands of reasons for that. The horseman exhaled. It wasn't supposed to be this way. It never is, I replied softly. They have your daughter, and her son, and my son. Abel nodded, then snapped his fingers. He was suddenly armored in that black and gold armor I'd seen him in all those years ago. A white horse stood behind him. "Get the necklace, bring it to Abaddon, but don't give it to him. I'll get your kids back." "How?" I asked. Horseman smirked at me. "Did you really think we were unaware of what was going on? We built this place." That was when there was a loud bang. The ground shook, and the sounds of battle began emanating from down the hallway. Abel nodded at me. I reached down and snatched the necklace. He mounted his horse and then vanished. I could see Abaddon waiting for me the moment I stepped into the hallway. I could also see flashes behind him. I could see the annoyance in his eyes. But I could also see what was in his hands. It was Janus' son, my grandchild. My heart fluttered in my chest. We were less than 20 yards from each other. I held up the necklace, which seemed to grow warmer in my hand. "Give me the child," I said as I stopped just before the threshold, still holding the necklace. "Give me the necklace," Abaddon barked. I could see the battle raging behind him. Hundreds of exterminators and lightbenders, led by Pierre, had arrived in the cave. I could see Maxis and Megan fighting Strigoi, while Royce controlled a few drones. I could see Quintus and William had arrived and were cutting their way through the Legionnaires. I could see that my daughter Janus had been rescued by Vlad, of all people, who had engaged Lilith with a sword burning with red flames. It was quite a spectacle to behold. The beach was a bloody melee. My eyes locked onto Abaddon. "Give me the necklace, or I'll kill your grandson," he growled. I took a shaky exhale. Abaddon pulled a knife from his crude black armor and stuck the point to the baby's throat with one hand, while holding the baby by the back of its neck with the other. "Wait!" I barked. Abaddon smiled at me as I held out the necklace. He didn't hear the hoof steps coming behind him up the stairs. Maybe it was because of the battle. Maybe it was because he was so focused on me. I don't know. But he felt the scythe cut his hand off, the hand holding the baby. I dived down, dropping the necklace as my hands caught the screaming child. Abaddon roared in pain as he turned to where Abel sat atop his horse, only to have to dodge a scythe blow that was aimed for his head. I pulled the baby through the threshold, shushing it as I did so. The baby's cries grew softer. I looked out at the battle as it unfolded. Abaddon and Abel were clashing in front of me. Abaddon was more than a match for Quintus, but Abel was a whole different story. Abaddon was struggling. Abel was fast with his scythe. He'd dismounted his horse and carved a few chunks from Eberron's flesh. The only issue was that he kept healing. Even Eberron's arm grew back. My grip on the baby tightened when my eyes shut down to Eberron's originally severed hand. It was forming an arm, almost like it was growing another, almost like it was growing another Abaddon. I quickly reached out and grabbed it, then yanked it through the threshold. It ignited in a black flame that toasted it to nothing. I could see Eberron wince at this as his eyes shot to me, then to Abel, who readied his scythe. He took a deep breath, perhaps realizing that he couldn't win this fight. And even if he did, he'd never make it through the barrier. "Well played, horseman," he boomed, before snapping his fingers. Aberon vanished. Lilith vanished as well, right as she was about to finish off Vlad. The rest of the battle didn't last long. We wiped out most of the creatures with relative ease, aside from the worms, which wouldn't come near the flaming waters. We were escorted back to the surface, after Quintus and I had placed some of the Ninth's bodies in the tomb, of course. It made me wonder just how many of my brothers had survived, and became mind-washed. On the surface, we had a long conversation with Vlad. As it turns out, he just wanted his people to be left alone. As strange as that seems, the horseman agreed to his terms. He requested to be front and center when we tracked down Lilith. Royce was tempted to offer him a spot amongst the keepers, but decided not to, because Vlad had an entire species to look after. I would spend the next few nights speaking with my children. They'd all agreed to come home for a few months, mainly so I could meet my new in-laws and spend time with my grandchild. I'd also learn a lot about what my kids had been up to for the last several hundred years. Their stories were filled with their own heartbreaks and shortcomings, but they all had found purpose. I sat at the window of my cabin one morning, looking out at the woods, lost in thoughts. Maxis was playing with his nephew. Ryder and John were sitting on the porch. Janus was watching Maxis and her son. I noticed something in the canopy ahead of me. It took a moment for me to register what it was. But when I realized it, my stomach dropped. Right as her tendrils fired those damn crimson energy beams. "Everyone get down!" I screamed. I dropped down onto the windowsill. I watched as the beam cut through the side of the house and hit Maxis in his chest. He was dead before he hit the floor. Janus was hit as she dove for her baby. The child had thankfully already been on the floor. I crawled to Janus and grabbed the child. She'd been hit in the stomach and was bleeding out. I tried to look around for my comms device, but I'd left it on my ship. Dad? Janus groaned as her hand grabbed my wrist. "Get Gray." The life left her eyes as her grip went limp. I could feel tears welling up in my own as John kicked in the door with his blaster. Ryder had a plasma blaster and was unloading it behind them. John got me to my feet. "We gotta go," he shouted. I nodded as I picked up the baby and put it in his hands. "Get my daughter out of here," I said, making a choice that I didn't even need to think twice about. John nodded as he grabbed Ryder by the hand and took her out the back. I can remember the look on her face when she passed me. It was full of pure confusion. She didn't know what was happening. I grabbed my sword and shield from the corner, picking it up right as a figure emerged in the front door. A figure I recognized all too well. "Hello, Marcus," Lilith hissed as her tendrils aimed at me. I barely got my shield up in time as the beams sent me sailing through the wall and into the grass next to our house. Lilith stood at the hole with a sadistic smile. Her tendrils aimed at me again. I rolled to one side as the beams of energy carved their way into the earth. I got to my feet, closing the distance as I took a shot at her with an upswipe of my sword.
The sword took a chunk out of her arm. She grunted as she stepped back and slapped me with a tendril. I flew maybe 30 yards and straight into the trees. I got to my feet again, trying to reorient myself. I needed to get to my ship, and fast. Marcus, 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 you owe hell a soul, she boomed. We have a place set aside for you, amongst your brothers. I was running towards my ship, which was stashed around 50 yards from where I'd landed, turning to catch a glance at Lilith, who'd used her tendrils to walk above the trees. She looked down at me with a smile that made my guts retch. I got midway up the ship's walkway when she caught up to me, her tendril making its way around my leg. I swiped at it with my sword, lopping it in half. She hissed. I turned with my shield raised just as she blasted me with another beam from all 3 of her other tendrils. I went sailing backward and into the ship. She was marching up the walkway now.
Demonic presence detected. Deploying countermeasures.
The ship's voice said, as an electric shock suddenly went coursing through Lilith's body. Lilith winced before she laughed at this. I fumbled to the controls. The ship lifted off the ground. All I could think about in that moment was getting this bitch as far away from Ryder and my grandson as possible. The ship suddenly shot into the sky. Lilith grabbed onto the walkway with her tendrils as she went sailing backwards. Up and away we went. I wasn't sure where. Not yet. The ship didn't stabilize until we were over an ocean. That was when Lilith regained her balance, the electric shock still coursing through her. She leveled her tendrils at me again. I got my shield up. This time, I flew into the controls, while Lilith's energy beams cut into them.
Teleportation sequence initiated. Coordinates set. Teleporting in 30, 29, 28, 27.
My eyes grew large as I tried to reach for the controls to delay it, but Lilith had closed the distance, one tendril grabbing my shield away and another wrapping around my neck. Why do you keep fighting when you know you can't defeat me? You're going to die. I groaned as she choked me, my vision blurry and my eyes bulging. For my children, I grunted as my hand found my sword. I brought it whistling down hard and cut off the tendril around my neck. Lilith hissed again, then ducked as I went for a hit. She stepped backwards and aimed her other 2 tendrils at me, but I dove for my shield and headed up. She didn't fire this time, her tendrils coming at me like spikes. I deflected both of them before closing the distance and bashing her in the face with my shield. She screeched. For my grandchild, I continued as I bashed her again. She fell back a few more steps. Now, she was at the still open walkway door. For my friends, for Ryder and Janus. I swung at her with my sword. She sidestepped it, but I bashed her again, sending her down the walkway. The blueness of the ocean was down below us. I stood at the top of the walkway, Lilith's remaining 2 tendrils being the only thing holding her up, and they gripped at the last stair. She was pulling herself up as the ship hovered a mile over the ocean. I looked down at her from the second to last step. She was maybe 10 feet away, both her eyes filled with hatred and bloodlust. For my brothers, I growled. For the 9th. I raised my sword and sliced her remaining tendrils. Lilith screeched as she fell into the ocean. I didn't have time to react. I turned and ran inside just as the computerized voice rang out.
2, 1. Teleportation in progress.
I barely made it to the controls as the ship teleported. The next thing I knew, the ship was in total darkness. I couldn't tell where I was. That is, until I found solid bedrock had fused with my walkway. The ship had teleported underground somewhere. I tried like hell to fix it, for days, but nothing worked. I tried sending a distress call to the keepers, Quintus, anyone who would listen, but Lilith's blasts had fried the circuits.
I thought about my dead children a lot. I cried about them. I wished I could see Ryder again, and my grandson. I dreamt about them when I slept. I'm not sure how long I was in that ship when Father Time showed up. It could have been days. It could have been weeks. Or longer. I was surprised and elated, of course. But that mood turned sour the moment I saw the look on his face. "Marcus," he said. "Father Time, thank the gods you found me. Did Ryder and the boy make it?" I greeted. He exhaled. "I never lost you," he said. The words stung as much as they confused me. "I'm sorry?" I asked. He smiled softly. "I once told you that your blood had destiny. That remains true." He exhaled again. I breathed a sigh of relief as that, to me, meant that they had survived. Then, Father Time spoke again. "I would love to send you back to them, truly, but you still have a destiny. You don't belong here. Or now, my son." "What does that mean?" I asked. "I'm sorry," he said, before he tapped me on my forehead. Things suddenly went black for a second. The next thing I knew, I was standing in the ship, a squealing, rumbling noise behind me. I turned and looked down the stairwell, realizing very quickly that the lights in the ship had gone out. The only light coming from something at the walkway where the stairs had fused with the rock. There was a metal drill and a hole. I stood there for a moment. Someone had found me. I went to call out, but I coughed up a bunch of dust. I coughed so many times my lung hurt, and I fell to my hands and knees. They broke the rest of the rock down before coming inside. My heart raced when I saw the silhouettes, 5 of them, then dropped when I realized what they were. Their uniforms were green, and they had submachine guns in their hands. They aimed at me. I put my hands up as my sword and shield were at the control panel. If there's one thing that most Earths share in common, it's the Second World War. Now, some of the Allies and Axis powers vary from Earth to Earth, but a good portion of them, most in fact, are led by Germany and Japan. I knew Nazis when I saw them. I fucking hated Nazis. I was taken into German custody, where I'd be thoroughly interrogated. They didn't know what country I hailed from. Some even thought I was an alien based on the craft they found me in. A craft they confiscated. I spent weeks in their custody. They had kept me in a cell in some lab a few miles away from where they took my ship. Some secret base in the Arctic. Not much happened between interrogations. They switched doctors on me constantly. They didn't really torture me. They did stick me with a bunch of needles. I bided my time though. They always seemed to have guns on me, which made escape hard. I hadn't fought many people with firearms before. I wasn't bulletproof. I didn't have weapons. Not that I wasn't opposed to killing someone with my bare hands. But I was in a haze, constantly thinking about my children. Janus had to be long dead now. There was a day where I'd been going through an intense interrogation when a man entered the room in an SS uniform. A man with a thick black mustache and dark black hair. His eyes burrowed into me as he motioned for the interrogator to get up and leave. The interrogator did as ordered, and the man sat across from me with a familiar smirk on his face. "Hello, Marcus. It's been a long time," he said. It was his voice that gave him away. I wanted to get to my feet and choke him, but that act would be nigh suicidal. He'd given himself a human form. "Aberon," I growled. "Of course, you're with the Nazis." He looked down at his uniform and smiled, then looked back up at me. "It's funny, every modern Earth seems to think that the Germans were the ultimate villains of history. But I can name 6 or 7 world leaders that killed more people than the angry mustache man did," he said. "Don't get me wrong, They leave horrible, revolting marks on every history they inhabit, but they are not ultimate villains. Humanity thinks they know evil. They will. When I come for their souls, they will know. What do you want? I demanded. I'm here to see an old friend, Aberon said as he pulled a pipe from his jacket and lit it. The room smelled like tobacco. You're here to gloat, I said. Not exactly. I could have them cut you open, dissect you alive, hand you over to the Japanese. They've got a unit that can make you suffer almost as bad as the poor wayward souls in hell. But I won't do that. I just need your blood, and you've done a good job of supplying it. Are you going to kill me now? Aberon cocked his head to one side. And let you rejoin your children? No. You will stay here and suffer in solitary for. That was when the alarm suddenly went off. Aberon laughed. Ugh, I thought they weren't going to be here until tomorrow. There was a sudden rumble as an explosion rocked the facility. Aberon stood up and snapped his fingers. He vanished. I shot to my feet. I could see soldiers running up and down the hall through the bars on my cell door. There was screaming and gunfire coming from one side. I exhaled slowly as I started to pull on the bars. Now was my chance to escape. The bars bent surprisingly easily. I started to step through when a passing German soldier ran up to me with his MP40 raised. My eyes grew large. Then, an arrow exploded out from one of his eyeballs. The man's arms went limp, and he let out a volley of lead into the ground before he fell. I stepped through the bars. As my eyes found my savior, a red-headed man with an eye patch and scraggly beard. He ran up to me. Marcus Augustus Octavius? He screamed above the alarms. Yeah? I asked in response. The name's Sergeant Loxley, British intelligence. Come with me. He led me through a maze of hallways, killing a few Nazis as we made our way to a doorway. He exited before I did. We both came to a sudden stop as 15 and 20 men aimed rifles at us. We were in the labs now, a massive lab with a bunch of different scientific equipment messily scattered about. The alarms were still blaring. Shite, he groaned. Then someone just appeared in front of us, raising her hands as the men opened fire. They didn't get many shots off as their helmets suddenly folded like tin cans and crushed their heads. Megan turned to me with a smile. Warding's down. She said into what looked like a keeper comlink in her ear. A light bender portal suddenly opened behind us, and out stepped another familiar face. Gunther? I asked. Hello, Marcus. He greeted before looking behind us as a German officer started to get to his feet with his pistol raised. It was impressive. In spite of the fact that his skull was caved in, he was still angry. That was when a mass of black fur hit him and pinned him to the ground before chomping on his throat. His screams turned to gurgles as the hellhound ripped his neck open. I took a step back. That's a fucking hellhound, I barked. That's just Duke, Gunther said. You named it? I asked. He's a good boy. The hellhound, whose face was still covered in blood, turned to me and bounded over. He stopped and sniffed me. I won't lie, my heart was racing. The black wolf was as big as a horse. Imagine my shock when it wagged its tail and licked my face. "Aw, he likes you," Gunther said. "Now, let's go." We left through the Lightbender portal, which had been created by a Lightbender girl called Zhao. Once through, I found myself inside an almost luxurious lounge area, where an old as dirt Native American man sat next to a fire. Duke ran straight to him and plopped down on the floor beside him. On the other side of the man stood another familiar face. It was Quintus, who was wearing a suit and hugged me when he saw me. I obviously had a lot of history to catch up on. Apparently, Vlad went crazy after his village was wiped out by a vampire hunter and the British army. In the late 1800s, he tried to unlock the Purgatory monolith in Colorado, and in the process, actually ended up banishing Lilith there right before Megan collapsed the mine on him. His daughter was currently in charge of his old coven. She doesn't cause trouble. I'd also learned that the group who'd rescue me was a task force set up by the Allied powers. Their code name was Pendragon, after Arthur. Gunther picked the name. They'd been started after LaFay escaped Royce's custody and started creating revenants in a German-occupied town. Megan is pretty sure LaFay is dead, having been killed when Megan sunk the U-boat she was on. The Keepers were involved in this incident, of course. They aren't sure where Kane went. There are theories that he had been running a secret criminal organization that's been stealing ancient artifacts. No one is sure because no one has seen them in 200 to 300 years. All this history though, it didn't excite me much. Don't get me wrong, it was interesting. But my thoughts weighed heavy on my deceased children. How despite having these friends, I suddenly felt alone again. That feeling carried me through the next few decades. I have stated previously that I've tried every drug known to man. That I've tried to off myself several times. I'm not sure I can better sum up the 1960s. I spent most of that time either high or standing on the edge of a bridge ready to jump. I mean, I did jump a few times, but there'd be a snap and I'd end up standing in front of a disappointed Quintus. He kept a good watch on me for a few years. If it weren't for him, I'd be dead. I tried cleaning myself up a few times, even dated a few girls in the 80s. That was an awful experience, not because of them, just several wanted kids. I didn't. Not anymore. I'm not against having kids, it's just that there's no greater blessing in the multiverse. And mine were all stolen from me. I became isolated at one point. That's where I am now, living alone in a cabin in the woods of rural Alaska. It was nice and quiet. I've seen friends come and go. Royce stopped by every once in a while, as did Gunther and Quintus. I still had nightmares of hell, of Merlin's death, of my children. I can't tell which ones are worse. There are nights where I wake up screaming. It was after I'd awoken from one of these nightmares a few days ago when there was a sudden knock on my cabin door. I opened it to find Quintus and Abel standing there waiting for me. "Ah, fuck," I said. "We need you to come with us," Quintus said softly before snapping his fingers. I was suddenly on a custom-built plane. Abel was standing in front of me. The wall ahead of us was covered with computer monitors, all of security footage. Footage of a man clad in black armor with glowing blue eyes and a sword that matched my own. He was fighting in all of the footage, against various opponents. I saw Wendigos, I saw revenants, I saw a horde of creatures I couldn't identify, but they moved like Strigoi. "Who is that?" I asked. "That?" Abel hit a button and a face came up on the screen, one that made my heart jump into my throat. The man looked just like Maxis. Like my son, but without the scar. "Is that?" I asked. "That is Nemesis, or if you must know his real name, Trent Grayson." "Grayson?" I muttered to myself. "That was my daughter's son's name." "He's your great-great-grandson," said Quintus from next to me. "Is he an Omega?" I asked. I could see Quintus exhale. "Yes, he's Abel's." I looked at Abel, who looked at the ground. "You swore you wouldn't. You said you wouldn't with my kids," I said. Abel took a deep breath. "Did you ever wonder why Abaddon stopped his invasion attempts on Earth Prime?" I cocked my head to one side. "No." "It's because of him," Abel said as the screen twitched to another face I was familiar with. That of Victor, the nameless angel. Only he was wearing a suit
and standing next to the human form of Abaddon. The same human form that had been clad in an SS uniform. What did he do? He created a bioweapon, one that the humans will undoubtedly use on each other. You see these creatures your descendant was fighting? That's what it does, Abel said as the images of Nemesis fighting the crawlers came up. And he's replicated it across the multiverse. So, what do you want me to do about it? Kill Victor? Abel and Quintus eyed me. Victor's dead. The ISDD and Nemesis can protect Earth Prime. The task we have for you is much, much harder. I cocked my head to one side as Abel pulled the tablet from his pocket. He clicked on it a few times, and the wall moved behind me. I turned to see a sleek black suit of cybernetic-looking Roman-style armor with glowing blue eyes and a red plume across its head. It was outfitted with its own sword and shield. It had a plasma rifle on its back. There's a war raging across the cosmos, across the multiverse. We don't have enough soldiers to fight in every front. Neither do the Keepers. Neither does Heaven. Quintus said. We've recently run into an opportunity, Abel added. Yes? Yes. Opportunity? I asked. Abel smirked. There's a rebellion brewing in hell. How would you like to go help free your brothers? The offer surprised me. I won't lie, the thought of going back down there was terrifying, dying and never seeing my son and daughters again. But after everything, all the loss, all the wars, all the self-pitying and depression, this was a change to take something back from the void of despair. I could remember Father Time's words. You still have a destiny. Was this it? I exhaled. I knew what needed to be done. I couldn't say no. These were my brothers. So here I sit, typing this story away in this new armored suit, ready to plunge back into the fires of hell itself. I'm not sure I'll make it back, but I'm going nevertheless. And I'm bringing some friends with me. And to all of you who are reading or listening to this story, I just have one thing left to say. For the 9th